Yeah, the Chiefs. Yeah, they're slated to come here for a game, so you can travel back. You know the lay of the land now. You can.
We probably have football the day before, so I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. That's the other thing too, is you want them to be good, but based on how they are, we'll get some games like when the Steelers came here. Half the stadium is Steelers fans. Yeah.
They do travel well.
Well, yeah,
Or
yeah, they come out of the woodwork. It's the same thing with Pat. Well, that's the funny thing is there also half the people rooting for the Steelers if the Falcons started winning would be cheering for the Falcons as well. Like you get those the bandwagoners.
Well, I'll tell you, the Chiefs won their first Super Bowl back in January 1970.
Yeah.
I was a sophomore in high school.
Nice.
I was for the Vikings.
That's when they played at War Memorial, right?
No, that's when they played down at Tulane Stadium.
Oh no, I'm saying the Chiefs' home game.
Just Memorial Stadium.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
they played that at that Super Bowl at Tulane Stadium.
I was with the Vikings. My dad was a traditional guy. We always watched NFL, not AFL.
Oh, there you go.
I had no idea. Here we were 50 miles from them, and I had no idea.
That was was 70 the first year of the merger.
Yeah, the 70 Super Bowl after the '69 season was the last AFL. They went AFC, NFC after that.
Yeah.
And we've been suffering with the Chiefs ever since. Until a couple years ago. Patrick Mahomes drafted them all.
Really? There's something tells me you got a Bill Kenny jersey in the closet somewhere.
No. I look like Steve DeBerg.
Steve DeBerg, yeah, I remember those days. I was at a few Chiefs Dolphins playoff games. They played at Joe Robbie. DeBerg was the quarterback for one. Montana was the quarterback for another.
What's hard to tell which was tougher, DeBerg or Kenny, because Kenny was playing with a deep chest bruise, and he had to have shots, Novocaine or whatever they used.
That's when Marv Levy was their coach.
And DeBerg had that finger.
Oh yeah,
yeah, they had to put the pin in. Yeah.
Who's tougher, dumber, or something? I don't know.
Yeah. Those were some good teams.
They were.
Neil Smith, Albert Lewis. Then on the other side, Marino was the quarterback, and Clayton Duper. And
I'll tell you, Hackett, just been aggressive. Just be aggressive. Instead, let the defense win it for you.
Yeah.
Step on their throat, don't let it happen.
Yeah, that's what you. Seriously, this is football. This is you.
I've gone back a bit, coached there for a while.
Yeah, and then Marty Schottenheimer.
They beat the Steelers in a playoff game, 24-21 or something like that. Did not score off any touchdown.
Oh, really?
God.
That was kind of a game. Kind of made me taste vomit. They scored on defense and special teams.
Wow. Is that when Stephon Page was the punt returner?
Yeah, it would have been about that era, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the year that Romeo Cornell did it.
Oh, God.
I watched the whole season until the last 2 minutes of the last game.
I just rewatched a couple months ago. I have a documentary of the longest game, the Miami KC Christmas Day. They moved to Arrowhead the next year.
Hey, that game they hit quarterback
folk hero, huh?
Yeah. I didn't know that. Everybody else I didn't know.
Was that like the one big game he had, or?
Oh, he was pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the captain of his career.
That was when they even say it in the documentary. Greasy and Zonka and they all they were looking up. They looked up into the Chiefs. The Chiefs were the standard they were trying to get to.
Yeah.
And that was Shula's first year with
Is that
Miami.
right?
Yeah, that was
73, maybe?
71.
71?
Oh, it was Shula's second year. Shula came to the Dolphins in 70, and they immediately started winning. And then in 71, that was the first year they went to the Super Bowl, and then the first playoff game was against the Chiefs.
That was the Cowboys Super Bowl.
Yeah, the one they lost 24-3. Yeah.
There were a lot of near misses, disappointments, heartaches, heartbreaks.
Me walking in the living room, Dad, while you're torturing yourself.
Yeah, well, hey, that's our right as fans, right?
Then I started torturing myself along with him.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Believe me, I got plenty of Dolphins teams that I look back on and cringe, or look back on and like I was as a kid I was in California at the Rose Bowl, 1983 Super Bowl against Washington, with John Riggins' team.
Oh,
Dolphins were winning that game. They had the #1 defense in the league, and the defense wore down. The Dolphins did not get a first down on offense the entire second half.
Oh, wow.
Woodley was quarterback.
The entire year, David Woodley would start the games, and Don Strock would come in the second half and throw a couple touchdown passes. He was the best backup in the league back then,
Oh, okay.
out of Virginia Tech, and we called it Woodstock.
Okay.
And then in the Super Bowl, he didn't bring Strock in. He stayed with Woodley the entire game. And
Why would you change that up?
yeah, well, his comment after the game, and for years, was, I wanted consistency because it was the Super Bowl. But the problem is, if that's what you've been doing all year, then your consistency is going with the two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And finally, Shula admitted, a couple years before he passed away, he finally admitted to the media that I should have brought Strock in the second
Yeah.
half. If he would have brought Strock in the second half of that game, the Dolphins would have won that Super Bowl. And I know from watching it firsthand,
Yeah.
that was the year they had all the pieces. They were the best team in the AFC, and their defense they had the no-name defense back in the 70s when they won the Super Bowls. That was the Killer Bee defense, because 7 of their defensive starters
B in their name or
had
Starter with
last
B.
names that began with
last
B.
names that started with B.
Just a funny thing,
Yeah, things that changed. Yeah.
Well, went to the Hall of Fame yesterday after the early start. Went to go kick the field goal, and I stubbed the living crap out of my toe.
Oh no! Did you ice it and anything? Did you take some Aleve? Or?
No, I just went through the rest of it. So if you see me hobbling like one of my legs is shorter than the other,
that's why.
holy crap, it hurts.
Oh my God! I imagine it
Hi,
does.
Steve.
Good to meet you. I'm Corey.
Corey, I met Angelo the other day. I just wanted to introduce you to Bahar.
Excellent.
Bahar's
Hi, Bahar.
your audio tech for today.
Hi, nice to meet you. What was your name?
Corey.
Corey.
Good to meet you.
So when Angelo gets here, she'll take the cues from you guys and all that fun stuff.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Alrighty.
And also, he swears up, down, and sideways.
Championship Friday is on our hands, but before we get to the national championship game, we got semifinal games to be played out here in the A bracket, or as most people will know in the NAIA realm as the NAIA tournament piece that everybody's looking for. 4 teams remain for the battle for the red banner, and we have ourselves a good game on our hands here in just a couple of minutes. It is the Warner Royals, the number 4 seed, taking on the number 1 seeded Ottawa University Braves, the 3-time defending national champions of the NAIA Flag Football Kingdom, looking to try to complete a very storied career thus far and just a dynasty, if you will. And we have ourselves what could be potentially a matchup for the ages. Angelo Pontello alongside me, Corey Thorpe. Corey, we look at these matchups, and this is only the second time we've seen these 2 teams play each other. The first time was a couple years ago. Ottawa was able to handle the Royals 45-21 down over in Babson Park. But after a couple years, obviously 2 different teams, Warner's been more or less watching the overall action outside. But talk to us a little bit about what this matchup means when you haven't seen each other, but now you play on the semifinal level.
Well, I mean, for Warner, it's been a historic season thus far. You talked about it earlier. This is a team that has been on sort of the outside looking in, and now you've got your chance. You're in the semifinals. You kind of feel like you're playing with house money. And at this point, well, load up your slingshot with your 5 smooth stones, and let's see if you can take down Goliath.
Ottawa coming off of not the best season that they've had. In fact, this has probably been the least favored start for them this year. They had a couple of losses in the tournament that Reinhardt had back in the spring break. Lost all 3 games, but it was against Sun Conference opponents. But as you and I both know, Corey, the Sauer sisters, anybody they can get an opportunity to play the best of the best, they want the best on their schedule. And so it doesn't matter what the regular season entails as long as they are competitive in that regard. Because after the Sun Conference tournament, despite a surprise upset by Kansas Wesleyan, they still ended up as the regular season champs, and then they ended up turning around and got the KCAC tournament for a 4th straight year. So it seems like it's all business as usual for the Braves.
Yeah, and you know, you have that period where you falter a little bit, and man, for a team like Ottawa that's so good with its internal messaging, that just serves to refocus you.
So just moments away from rocking and rolling. And yes, center Alyssa Link is the starter. One of the things she's been known to be trademarked, she always has that backward visors cap during warm-up. But during the NFL flag NAIA realm of things, you're not supposed to have those kind of hats on you. But we are all ready to go. Madison Carrera, the veteran senior, will find the pass over to Jazz Camacho, who looks like she picked up the first down right on the spot. Not sure if she was trying to go for just a yard short to make it a manageable first down, but either way, you look at the Braves here, and again, like we've been sort of talking about with them, just a storied group of individuals, their core group, what we've been talking about in previous broadcasts. This is the year where the inaugural core group of 4-year players for each school is looking to finish out strong. First and 10, it's Carrera looking over the middle. Will find Bailey Hodgins for the first down. Check that. Will be a big gain there. It'll be 2nd and short upcoming.
Big play there. Warner on the back end just tried to get a hand in there, couldn't quite get it. Big play there, as you see, just the hole in the middle of the field there on the post route. Just finds that middle of the field open, and nice spin move there to pick up a large chunk of yardage.
Got to reach the 40 for a first, no problem for Carrera and the gang, as it's Marley Spielberg on the out route with a nice completion.
We saw early Warner bringing 2 pressure. That time they kind of backed off on it and left a little bit of a bumper range there, and that out route just perfect to pick up the first down there for Ottawa.
Carrera about 10 yards back this time, looking for a deep snap from Linkus. Carrera biding some time. She's going to air it out towards the near side, and a wide open Camacho makes the reception. Looks like it'll be Angie Bunting with the flagpole, but it'll be 1st and goal for the Braves.
Nice job there by Orsborn, the blocking back there, giving Carrera a ton of time. See here, had all the time in the world to let the defense break down. That's exactly what happens. She finds her receiver wide open. Camacho, you give her enough room, she's always going to make that catch.
Camacho, the senior out of Las Vegas, Nevada, just, again, another storied player with her career with the Braves, also a member of the U.S. national team, as well as Carrera finds Spielberg. Spielberg gets into the end zone for the first score.
That's one thing that you're not going to be able to do if you're Warner is miss that flagpole. You have the Ottawa receiver right there. You can't get the flagpole. That's going to be one they're going to want back. As you see, rolling there, and misses once, misses twice. You get 2 chances at it, you miss both. That's when, like I said, you're going to want back.
Spielberg, the freshman out of Henderson, Nevada, with the first score. But again, you're looking at Spielberg as an offensive weapon. She also has had time at the quarterback spot as Carrera looking to complete the extra point and has her leading receiver for the PAT. Carrera to Camacho has been just a talent of ages. I mean, you want to talk about a duo that you love talking about. I mean, like, this is one of those moments where we're enjoying, again, both of their senior years here, trying to finish up strong, trying to do something that no other NAIA team has ever done before, winning 4 straight national championships. And just over the years, just a strong connection between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of these things where you are looking to set that NAIA record, and the bond between quarterback and receiver is so huge.
Ludwig on the first snap, a little high for Vincencini. Coming off of that 14-0 win in the quarterfinals over their Crooked Lake rival Weber International.
Now this is Ludwig's only, what, 4th start all season, freshman quarterback back there. How is she going to deal with the rush of DJ Paris and Sue Kaufman?
You don't see that too often many times, a freshman quarterback getting their starts in postseason play, but it's been a revolving door at the quarterback position as Ludwig will find her receiver for the first down, give it to Andrea Castillo.
Nice job by Andy Castillo there to get a few extra yards into the next quadrant. A great job done there. And look, man, just keep moving the stick, stay with it, keep progressing through the quadrant. Don't give yourself any crazy 3rd and longs. You're going to be fine.
Again, Warner in its first semifinal appearance in program history as Ludwig will roll to her right and just can't connect with Bunting, just out of her hands. Yeah, and Corey, you and I, we talked about it all tournament, but anytime you see just catchable balls just being dropped, it's never a good feeling.
No, it's not. But that one right there, a little low on the quarterback. You want to make sure you get a little bit higher up the body so you can turn and make a little bit of a yards after catch play. Now you've got a 2nd and long. Just got to put that a little bit better on target.
Ottawa looking to send that double rush again. One backs off as Ludwig, finding a receiver, finds Vincencini for the first down, hips her way for more.
See where they spot that. That's going to be a huge play. Great job by the Sun Conference Player of the Year. Let's take another look at that. See Ludwig just finding it on the side, and we talked about the missed pulls there. And
first missed pull looked like it was by Cynthia Holmes, the former Royal, and you want to talk about storylines. Cynthia Holmes, who has been just a phenomenal player when she was with the Warner Royals, also a Sun Conference Player of the Year, but decided to transfer to Ottawa this year, trying to see if she could find a championship. As this one over the middle, almost intercepted.
Oh dear, that would have been terrible. That goes right through the hands there. Looks like that was number 6, Jacani Washington, and she's going to want that one back.
Jacani Washington was in the right place at the right time. Gift-wrapped an interception. Just wasn't able to haul it the way she wanted to.
Like you said yesterday, partner, it's 4th down and short. The Riverboat Gambler, Tim Mims, going to go for that 4th down.
I mean, you have to. Again, in these 1-yard, 2-yard situations, and against a team like Ottawa, you're going to have premium chances anyways to try to keep the ball moving.
Take a look at the slot right there. Look how far back she is.
Ludwig looking short, finds Castillo for the first down and more.
That's exactly what I was talking about right there. Pointed it out pre-snap, backed off there from the linebacker position, had all the room in the world, sees it pre-snap, finds it. Great catch there by Andy Castillo to extend the drive.
So, partner, we were talking about just a moment ago Cynthia Holmes transferring to Ottawa, but it seems like there was a trade involved in the process because Lauren Clark, number 21 for the Royals, transfers from Ottawa going over to the Warner Royals.
Look, I didn't know there was trading in the NAIA, but that's pretty cool too.
Ludwig dancing around, checks it down to Andy Williams. Williams still on her feet. And it'll be another intermediate gain.
This is a really nice opening drive for Warner. Not doing anything crazy, just dinking and dunking their way down the field and giving themselves positive momentum and a belief that they can move the ball against this Ottawa defense.
And just before you know it, second and short, knocking on the door of the red zone. Balanced gun for the Royals. With the snap, and it's Ludwig is going to air it out and just over the head of Bunting.
It's the first time they've tried a shot play on this drive, just as we talk about them dinking and dunking their way down the field. Isn't that how it works usually? I don't mind it, though, because now it's third and short. You've got 2 plays to make the 20. It's a good time to see if you can maybe find a matchup that you find favorable against this Ottawa defense.
So third and short upcoming. Ottawa looks like they might send the double rush. Ludwig finds Vincenzini, who picks up the first down.
Nice job there, Vincenzini, getting her arm over the line to gain, making sure that she moves the sticks, and now it's going to be a first and goal there. Let's take another look at that. Nice job evading the rush. Nice job by Vincenzini. Beautiful, beautiful.
And the sophomore out of Panama just continues to having that breakout year. I mean, again, we talked about it earlier. This whole entire season for Warner has been a special one. You had a 14-0 start, or 14-0 start on the season. Yeah, there was a little bit of bumps in the middle during conference playoffs, but now it's back to usual for them as Ludwig rolls to her left, finds Michaela Michael for a few and more. Michael still on her feet, and the flagpole's been made by Kaufman.
Now you see Ottawa missing a couple of those flag pulls, a little bit out of character for this well-coached defense. Look at what they're doing offensively for Warner, rolling the pocket, simplifying the reads for Ludwig, trying to see if they can find matchups that they like. You saw the corner on that play pulled off right before the snap, giving lots of room for the receiver to get out and have a little bit of buffer space, and Michaela Michael makes them pay.
So second and about 6 yards. Ludwig fires over the middle for Vincenzini, just out of her reach. Little overthrown, but covered by Cynthia Holmes.
That's a well-placed ball. It's a little overthrown, but Cynthia Holmes is also tall. We've noted this before when we've called her when she was at Warner. That's a really tall player. And if you're going to put the ball where only your receiver can get it, that's where you got to go.
And off the balance gun again for the Royals. Ludwig makes one defender miss, checks it down to Williams, and she's got the tying score.
Wow. The theme of this drive has been missed pulls, and none bigger than the one that Sue Kaufman just absolutely took a swing and a miss at. She had Ludwig dead to rights, and Ludwig gets around it, doesn't panic, and gets it off to a running back for the score.
And now a crucial PAT here for the Warner Royals. Ottawa got theirs no problem. Ludwig looks out wide open, Trinity Kieran, and we are tied up at 7.
Man alive, again, having the quarterback dead to rights. And somehow, Kayla Ludwig has enough time to get it off to the center, Kieran. Oh, man. This is shaping up to be an offensive showcase here.
So 1:53. We've now had both teams with one possession. Both were able to go down the field, convert on both PATs. And now we'll see what Ottawa can do to respond. Overload right. Carrera will dump it down to Addie Orsborn. Orsborn is going to keep it short, but it looks like she may have stepped over the line. It looks like she will pick up the first down as a result.
She really didn't want to, and that would have been and she attempted to make the high IQ play, but the pull of the flag from the Warner defense dragged her across the line, which also a high IQ play from Warner to try to get that long 1st and 20 now.
The Round Rock, Texas native. Can't tell you how many times we've said her name over the years in terms of just the impact plays she's made for the Braves. As Carrera checks it back again to Orsborn. And, of course, with the knee being down. Or did they give her a sack?
She got the sack. That is huge. That's not something you see a whole lot on Madison Carrera. She's very mobile in the pocket. Or maybe it was the knee. It had to have been the knee because that was further back. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it definitely looked like she got the ball off in time, but Orsborn's knee being down. Now, in some leagues, too, when you think about USA flag and other variants of flag football tournaments, with the knee being down, that doesn't necessarily mean you're down. But according with the NRSA rules that they have set up here, the knee is down. As good reception there to Spielberg.
Nice pull there. That was athletic.
And so suddenly, it becomes 3rd and long for the Braves.
This could be dangerous here because when Ottawa has to go deep, they've got the athletes to make it work. If there's a breakdown in coverage and you've already got those receivers deep, you can have an extremely explosive play. Got to be very careful here.
Most likely the final play of the opening quarter. Carrera to her right will check it down to Orsborn. They're going to say she got the sack again.
Nicely done bringing the blitz. Well done. Talasha Perry gets the sack, and that's going to force the Ottawa punt. Brings the blitz. Orsborn there, but just not fast enough for Carrera to get the ball free.
And what a way to end the first quarter if you're the Warner Royals. As again, the freshman from Plant City coming away with her 2nd sack.
It'll be her first because the other one, she said that they got it out and that the knee was down.
So they'll get the second quarter rolling fairly quick as both teams will switch sides. Lauren Clark, along with Angie Bunting, back to return. It'll be Vincent Cini on the return.
Nicely played there. Very high kick, kind of on the short side, but nice by Vincent Cini just to get up to the midfield marker and give yourself a nice place to start from. That was an excellent series from the Warner defense.
And so now an opportunity for them to take their first lead. Ludwig on first down. We'll find an open Kieran for the first. We'll pitch it back to Williams, and her flag will be pulled by Washington.
Nice job getting your eyes around to see where the pitch was going to go. You knew that you had a dead end there when you caught the ball. Catch the ball, look for the pitch. And if they've been able to set that up a little bit further, there were a couple more options further to the outside to keep that pitch line going. Flag was pulled a little bit quickly.
So new set of downs. Warner in no rush. Ottawa a little bit more spread out on that defense this time. Ludwig to her right. Covered by It'll be a catch, but just tremendous effort by the sophomore to haul it in.
Nice job by Vincenzini. That's why she's Conference Player of the Year, athletic player out of Panama. We were talking about it off air. How good is Tim Mims at scouting Panama?
You know, sometimes it's all about the recruiting from the coaches. I mean, each coach has their specific area where they like to recruit from players. I mean, you look at Ottawa, they love recruiting from the Vegas area. Warner, it's Panama. I mean, some coaches just have a certain connection. This time, Warner will overload towards the left as Ludwig will again check it down. Williams just off her hands.
Lucky that wasn't picked off. You had Abby Brown right there behind you. If that hadn't been touched a second time, that could have very well gone right into one of the best linebackers in the NAIA's hands.
Abby Brown, yet another one of those core group members of the Ottawa Braves, a senior this year. Recently getting word that she accepted position with the Kansas City Chiefs after this year, who will help with the development of their flag football programs over there. So you want to talk about making a difference for the game. I mean, she's got a bright future ahead of her. Just under 9 minutes now on third down. Ludwig to her left and just gets it to Michael. Flag pulls by Jacani Washington, but this will set up a fourth down situation. And do you roll the dice here, partner?
Oh, absolutely. You're within, you're on your opponent's side of the field. That's a great catch to keep the ball off the ground. That one was so close. Great call on that one. But 4th and 7, you just got to find an intermediate route, find some open space, see what Ottawa's going to give you, and keep the drive alive.
Warner reverts back to its balanced gun. And now we got a flag on the play.
It's going to be a delay of game, and sometimes that's what happens when you have a freshman back there at quarterback. You get a delay of game, and boy, the Ottawa faithful are going to let them know, and they're going to make it very loud.
That is huge, considering that even at 7 yards, it was somewhat manageable. But yeah, as a result, now they're going to switch it up. They're going to get the punt team out there.
We saw this yesterday with them trying to coffin corner, and it worked really well.
Weber International had to start on the 2-yard line from that kick. We'll see if the Warner Royals can do something similar here. And so Maya Quinn will try to field it, gain some more yards, and the flagpole will be made by Vincenzini.
Nice job by Quinn fielding that. She knew that she had the space and the blocking to move forward with that ball, and you don't want to take the chance that it's going to check up.
So 7:30 and rolling. Ottawa is able to get the ball back, now back on the playing surface. And again, to this point, you know, now that Ottawa sees that they're trying to get the rust off of them after a day of rest, they're looking to try to act quickly. Double rush by the Royals. Carrera checking it down to Scalisi, who picks up the first.
Nice job, Mando Scalisi. Been an integral part of this Ottawa team. She might not have the name recognition of a Jazz Camacho or a Bailey Hodgins or an Addie Osborne, but she is just as integral a part of this squad.
First down, Carrera looking towards her left side. Got Linkus for the first and more.
Probably the best center in the game. A wide receiver by trade, playing center. An incredible athlete. You just see her release, pump fake, go, and tiptoeing the sidelines. Perfect pass.
And tell me that's just not experience upon experience just to make sure that you have that possession.
Definitely is. I mean, but it's Alyssa Linkus. She is as veteran gets.
No, one receiver lined up to the left. Carrera will roll to the right. Will look over the middle, finds an open Scalisi, but drops it. Well, we say open, but it seemed like Angie Bunting at the last second was able to come in and break it up.
Yeah, Bunting covering a lot of ground from that safety position to get over and deny Scalisi. Reminiscent of the championship game with Scalisi being wide open there. This time the safety able to get over and make the play.
Clock will still roll as we reach the 5.5-minute mark of the first half. Tied ball game, if you can believe that. Ottawa and Warner in the semifinal matchup. Just the 5th overall possession in this contest for both teams. Carrera throwing it back to Osborne, and she's going to get sacked for a loss. Tackle for a loss, pull for a loss, however you want to word it. But Andy Williams there, Johnny on the spot for the pull.
Note what Warner is doing defensively where they're blitzing too, but what they're doing is they are keeping number 20 kind of as a spiral right on Addie Osborne to keep that check down play in check. And boys, it worked. It's 3rd and long again.
Carrera to her left, and this one is swatted down, Vincenzini, and they're going to say it's an incomplete pass. Osborne tried to make something out of nothing, but the ball hit the ground early.
Warner is juiced up and ready. They're playing with house money. We said it at the start. They're playing fast, loose, and free right now. If they win, they win. If they lose, they lose. They are just really comfortable right now, playing within themselves. This is as good as we've seen Ottawa play, or as good as we've seen Warner play all season.
Now Ottawa going with a balanced gun, trying to convert. Got to reach the 20 for the first. Deep snap. Carrera is going to launch this one towards the right side, and this one is tipped away by Castillo. Turnover on downs for the Braves.
Great job by the Warner defense, playing man, saying if your athletes can beat my athletes, so be it. But that was not the case there. That was a well-thrown ball, but a great play there by Andy Castillo.
So now 3.5 minutes and rolling. Obviously, with the way this game has been going, Warner, I think, is going to try to see if they can make this the final possession of the half.
Oh, I would definitely do that because you got the ball to start with. You don't want to give Ottawa a chance to go score half score.
Well, I believe Ottawa was the one with the first possession.
Oh, were they?
So balanced gun, Ludwig is going to go deep on the right side, and this one is intercepted. This one picked off, and that's the freshman Talia McInnes making a big play for the Braves.
I think that was a poor decision there from Ludwig. The first poor decision, really, that we've seen from her all game. To go deep there, you had it covered really well. McInnes had it, was tracking it almost better than the wide receiver was. As we take another look here, she was looking that way almost the entire time. Yeah, McInnes just had better positioning on the ball, and you know, you don't need to give extra opportunities at bat to Ottawa. That just sucks the life out of you a little bit for Warner.
But where McInnes was positioned, this is a very short first for the Braves.
Scalisi in the blocking position.
Carrera tipped, and this one is intercepted. Bunting looking for options, and the Braves give it right back, and flags come in.
That might be for some illegal contact there. We'll have to see what they call.
What a turn of events, as the Braves thought they had a big possession coming back, and then they give it right back to the Royals, courtesy of Bunting.
Well, about a 20-yard gain there on the exchange of picks. Of course, pending the penalty.
So it'll be a holding on the Braves. But Carrera just rolling towards the right. And again, just Bailey Hodgins trying to keep it. Definitely was overthrown. But again, that tipped hand that Hodgins had gave it to the Royals, and I think would have made it easier had it not been just overthrown completely.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about earlier the overthrow that Ottawa made that kept it out of the hands of Abby Brown. New life now for the Royals. A lot of space on that slot.
So they'll let it roll down to the 2-minute warning, and for the Royals now, just a couple yards to get the first down, and then you have pay dirt in front of you.
Yeah, keep an eye there on Vincencini on that slot. Let's see if they slide down. If Ottawa slides down on defense, Cynthia Holmes, Sun Conference Player of the Year on Sun Conference Player of the Year.
Ludwig to her right, and this one is picked off. Cynthia Holmes does just that. Read Vincencini like a book, and back-to-back-to-back interceptions for the former Royal.
You know, I think in Madden that's called a lurk. Cynthia Holmes had the lurk going on that one. Just tricks Ludwig into saying, got a little bit of open spot, reads her eyes, sees what she's wanting to do, and goes, I'll take that, thank you very much.
Carrera checks it down to Linkus. Chanel Henderson trying to grab the flag, but Linkus slides instead. But Ottawa now in the driver's seat at the moment.
Trying to put a little pace on this.
Ottawa in a bunch formation. Looks around, finds Camacho. Jazz Camacho looked like she picked up the first.
Clear out play there. Good job with the bunch formation to disguise what you're wanting to do. Warner, not used to that, was a little late on getting into the play and adjusting their defensive formation. They're going to do it again. Let's see if Warner's defense reacts better this time.
Almost a high snap, but Carrera dumps it back over. This one looking around, nowhere to go. And it is a tackle for loss, courtesy of Talisha Perry.
The answer is yes, they did react better. That's going to be a timeout by Ottawa now with 1:06 left to try to stop the clock and see if they can make something happen going into half.
Jada Byron that time trying to make something out of nothing as it was leaned towards her as the dump-off player, but again, it seemed like now Ottawa's trying to make some quick adjustments on the fly, and it's starting to backfire.
Yes and no. I mean, the clear-out play to Camacho was really nice, and you have so many options out of that formation to put bodies in space that's a good formation to stay in when you're trying to be an up-tempo style. It's not something we've typically seen from them a whole ton. Interesting seeing Scalisi there at running back. It's Orsborn on the sideline. Yes, she is on the sideline.
Carrera will look towards her left, looking for an open receiver's got Linkus again. Big reception for the senior.
Misjudged there a little bit by Chanel Harrison. Thought she had it, but the pass sailed a little bit on the corner, and Linkus there to make the catch.
And so we have our first timeout called for the Braves.
Yeah, take a look at this, see if it'll show. Yeah, it was a little out of frame, but Chanel Harrison just had cut in a little bit shallow on that, thinking the ball was going to come down there, just misjudged the throw. Could have been in a better position, more in phase with the wide receiver to have made a defensive play on that ball.
The corner route, the signature corner route move from Linkus has never ceased to fail the Braves in clutch moments, and once again getting them out of that jam and setting up a manageable third down. And with 56 seconds left in the first half, I mean, like, this is This is going to be another critical point of this contest. We'll see if Ottawa can manage it or if Warner comes up with another defensive stop. Carrera trying to take it herself, but just gets it off at the last second of Bayron, and it'll be 1st and goal for the Braves.
Warner only brought one there, and you could see sort of the indecision. Do I try to force Carrera to, what do I do here? What do I do? Do I stay with Scalisi? Do I try to make a play on Carrera? And it didn't work out for him.
On the 1st and goal, Carrera looking for somebody in the middle, and it's picked off. Intercepted by the Royals again, and there's going to be flags all over the place.
That is a huge play by Warner, stopping it cold, and even if you just kneel it down now and go into halftime, this is a huge win for the Royals.
Ulesley Hodgson with arguably the biggest play of the first half. And there's going to be penalties. Marley Spielberg taking down Hodgson in the process.
Hodgson, not a name that we have called a whole lot, partner, but the sophomore from Miami Beach gets it done in a big situation.
This has been unreal, partner. Now 2 possessions for both sides, both ending in interceptions that normally wouldn't happen, where both teams have really had to go out of their way to make.
This is a good game. It's shaping up to be a classic.
And mind you, looks like Warner still has at least 2, if not all, their timeouts. Direct snap to Williams. Williams towards the left side, and she's going to pick up more.
Nicely done. That'll stop the clock with 31 seconds. Now, if you're Warner, you've got some time. Maybe if you want to go with a little bit of pace and see if you can go before the half, but you're going to have to, yeah, I think that's the right call now. You go with the direct snap to see if you can make something out of nothing. You do, and now your options open up. You take that first time out now. Now that you're in the second quadrant, you're out of your own end. Let's see what the Royals can dial up. See maybe if they can find pay dirt before halftime.
31 seconds, and normally with situations like these, we would say 31 seconds, you may just want to run out the clock or you may want to just be smart with it. But now with Royals' first timeout and the way they've been moving the football here, you know, it's almost, you know, to your point, do you take that chance and do you keep going? Or, I mean, obviously, yes, they're going to look to do what they can, but looking at it now and the way the Royals have been moving the ball so far, I mean, it's been uncanny in this situation. Not a lot of teams have been able to do this against the Braves.
Absolutely. Just take what the defense gives you. Poke holes in the Ottawa defense where you can. Try to make smart decisions.
Royals on the balanced gun. And this time you can see that the Braves defense are really spread out. Ludwig, simple reception, hip moves. Mangiati, pickup of about 6 or 7. It'll be another timeout.
Not a whole lot there. I would have liked to have seen something more to the outside instead of a slot receiver there, unless your receiver was able to get a little bit pushed down the field to see if you can manage your use of timeouts in the clock a little bit better instead of going for that short slot route.
So, you know, and just notice, too, how calm and cool collected this Warner Royals team is. I mean, normally in these kind of situations, even if you make big plays, you might let the hype get to you a little bit and the emotions rise, but just the cool and collectedness of this Royals team has been really impressive so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Head coach Tim Mims, intense but collected. It starts with the head man.
2nd and about 8 to reach midfield. Ludwig will just check it down and pitch it to Williams. Williams
gets that first down. Good use of the pitch there. That should stop the clock momentarily, but they're going to have to move if they want to try to get further, and they are getting set back up. Time ticking, though.
10 seconds. Ludwig finds another receiver.
You have to take
Same
your
thing.
last time out there. See, and that's what I'm saying. They're those short slot routes. In normal play, that's a good decision. Here, you need to push the field on Ottawa if you want to have a chance to score. Now you've got 1, maybe 2 plays to go. And if you're Ottawa, you're playing cover 4, cover 6, prevent.
And obviously you want to make sure, too, to that point, that you have the outsides cover so that way you don't give Warner a chance to get out of bounds either.
Right, no, absolutely. But it's these slot routes that Ludwig's been going to and just not, to me, that's not the play that you would want to make in this situation.
Bounce gun for the Royals. Ottawa surprisingly is putting most of their players on that left side. Ludwig is going to air it out looking for bunting, and this one is picked.
Yep.
Jucani Washington taking it back the other way. Got to watch out for the hands, and she will go down. Ottawa read that.
And look, in this situation, that's the play that Warner had to make. You knew they were going to have to throw deep. And so, just a little underthrown. Great job there by Jucani Washington to slip under the receiver and get that ball. But, partner, this is a tie game at halftime. This is amazing.
What people may have thought would have been a comfortable lead now has really turned heads here. Tied ball game at 7-all. Warner, in their first ever semifinal appearance, trying to come away with the unthinkable thought and trying to keep up with the 3-time defending national champions here who are trying to seek a complete dynasty at the end of this year. And both sides, of course, are going to have a lot to think about, talk about, and head into the second half. But 7-all our scoreline here. We'll be back with more halftime stats and more. But you are listening and watching the 2024 NAIA Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. 2024 Women's NAIA NFL Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And this is one of those games, Corey, that I don't think anybody saw this coming, to be honest. I mean, like, this has been a game that's been back and forth. And again, when you think of number 1 seed versus number 4 seed, there probably would have been a difference in between. But for a team like the Braves, a team like the Royals, I mean, both executed well on both sides. And, I mean, this was really shaped up to be a phenomenal game so far. This first half has been exceptional.
Well, you think about it, all through the season since early March, when Warner won those games against St. Thomas and Thomas, they've been a staple in the media's top 6. And after Ottawa's trip to Georgia, disastrous trip to Georgia, we've had Warner ranked above Ottawa for about half the season. This is not the Warner team that just lays down and rolls over. This is an Ottawa. This is a Warner team that believes in itself, that knows what it's got, and now with Ludwig, who is doing a really nice job for a freshman at quarterback. I mean, she's 13 of 22 with 3 picks right now.
And, of course, that one touchdown pass that she had as well to Williams is, I mean, like, to tie it up. It's weird because, stats aside, Corey, I mean, like, even you look at Carrera's stats, 15 for 20, 2 interceptions, 1 minus the 2 interceptions, she still has thrown for 152 yards and she's got to score. In any situation, if you put that up against any other game, it seems like it's business as usual.
Yeah, especially with the 2 long balls to Linkus, though. Linkus having 54 of those yards, about a third of those have been to the center. It's been business as usual, but it's been Warner standing up and bowing up in the red zone a couple of times here against Ottawa. That's been the difference.
And, of course, if there's any stat that's been the biggest difference in this game, it's got to be those interceptions. Both quarterbacks throwing for a combined 5 interceptions, and not just 5 interceptions overall in the game, but 3 of those were back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, 100%. And a couple of them were unforced errors by the quarterback. One of them, the one down on our right, was a tip ball that should have been hauled in or should have been tipped well away, but there's been enough quote-unquote mistakes that both of these coaches have something to harp on going into the second half, and enough adjustments to be made to where this second half, it's going to be a lot of fun seeing how they tinker with their team to try to counter-move the other.
And like we alluded to earlier on the broadcast, Ottawa started off with the ball in the first half. So Warner is going to be the ones that start things off and has the potential to retake the lead once again.
They absolutely can. And as they get together and they look at it, they are as calm, cool, and collected. It looks like they've been here before. This team is not overhyped. As we look at their huddle, they're not overhyped. This is just a business trip for them.
And to that point, Warner showing as equal of resilience is as if they've been here before, but like we've mentioned, this is the first national semifinal appearance in program history, and they are just as calm, cool, collected as if they've been champions for the last 2-3 years.
Either way, the second half is going to be supremely interesting.
I want to remind our listeners and viewers watching this that at the end of this game, we'll have our second semifinal matchup. It'll be a rivalry that, again, is just a rivalry untold, Sun Conference style, where the number 2 seeded Thomas University Nighthawks will take on the number 3 seeded Kaiser University Seahawks, and we'll have more information on that game as we go on. But starting this half, Ludwig with the Warner Royals in a balanced gun. Vincenzini, who will roll in motion. Ludwig on the left side finds Mangiati for a couple.
It's a nice play to start the half, finding the sidelines, trying to stretch the Ottawa defense horizontally, trying to see if maybe you can slip down the sidelines, get a missed flagpole, and turn 2 yards into 20.
Second and short for the Royals. Ludwig over the middle, and this one swatted away by Paris.
Nice job there. You could see that she was going back to Annapat Vincenzini there, and not a a comeback route this time, but a post route into the middle. It was open, but Paris just gets her hands on it, has those active hands, what you want from the rusher, and is able to swat it away.
Again, both of these teams scored on their opening drive, but it has been deadlocked since. And now Warner at the moment looking to try to break that deadlock on third and short. Ludwig over the middle, dropped it out of the hands of Angie Bunting.
Had a lot of receivers open on the near side. I know the play was probably designed for the far side, but that feels like a win early for this Ottawa defense.
And so here, the Royals will look to punt this one away. Maya Quinn, the main returner, back. This will be fielded. Quinn will keep it short.
Good move there to keep it short of the 40.
And so the Braves, who have been trying to find just about every possibility to score against this Warner defense. I mean, we've seen them pull some plays out of some gadget plays out of the book now. I mean, they've had to do a lot of adjusting. And now, of course, with this halftime, we'll see what kind of adjustments they've made.
Note that Osborne isn't in there after halftime as well. I wonder if something's going on with her physically.
Of course, with Osborne not being in the mix, that's a huge loss at the moment. As Carrera, biding some time, will look around for a wide open Spielberg on the left side. Flagpole.
Nice job there, just finding the open receiver. There's no one there covering those flats.
And again, just like in Warner's situation, Ottawa's going to take whatever's being given defensively. Jade Mazziata on the flagpole. Carrera trying to find some mismatches, but it's sacked again. Second sack for Talisha Perry on the day.
And again, you see the Warner defense. Scalisi was so well covered on that play. You can see she wanted to go to Scalisi, but well covered and had to take the sack. Great job by the Warner defense.
So now Ottawa overloading towards that strong side of theirs. Carrera looking again. It'll be incomplete. It looked like Lauren Clark just got there a tad too late on the sack.
Lauren Clark trying to pull the flag of her old teammate. That brings up a long third down. This is the same situation we've seen Ottawa in time and again in this game. Can they convert? Obviously, the move for them here has been that corner route to Linkus. Got to see if that is where they go again.
On a third down, and they'll dump it off to Linkus. Not exactly the corner route, but the flagpole made by Vincenzini, And another 4th down situation upcoming for the Sauer sisters.
You got to go on this one. It's 4th and 7. You got to take the chance. You're in a tie ball game. You're not going to get too many opportunities in this sort of situation where you're this close. You got to take the chance.
Ottawa starting off in a balanced gun. Carrera to her left will throw it to an wide open Marley Spielberg, who will get more. And that'll set up a huge 1st and goal for the Braves.
We see right back to Spielberg, that same play that opened the drive, rolling to her left, finding Spielberg in the flats. Warner's got to find a way to cover that up.
First and goal, Braves. Carrera looking wide open. Touchdown, Braves. Big score made. Tatiana Dos Santos, who breaks it open.
Miscommunication there on the Warner defense on who was covering that back corner. And you can't do that in these situations. You see Matsuota there late trying to cover. But that is a huge miscommunication for the Royals defense.
And so Dos Santos' name was one that I was wondering when we were going to be calling her name at some point. But she finally comes in clutch as the Braves retake the lead with 6:05. And the PAT, Carrera, biding times, flips it out to Scalisi, and she gets it.
Wow, what a reach there. Man, Warner had her surrounded by 3 Royals. And somehow she finds a way to sneak the ball through and break the plane.
And I mean, this is what veteran teams deal with, or is probably... This is situations, like we've said before, that they're used to being in, and this is what championship teams have to figure out whenever they're down, whether it's tight. And the Braves have been in these situations time and time again, and they have just found ways to battle back, convert, and make it business as usual.
So let's see now how Warner responds here, if they're able to put together a drive of their own, or if we see Ottawa take control of this ball game.
Ludwig has some blockers. She's going to throw this one over to Vincenzini, and was covered by Holmes.
Well defended there by Holmes, using her body not to create pass interference, but just to shield the receiver from the ball.
And again, as you alluded to earlier, partner, we haven't seen Ludwig take as many deep shots when needed. But in certain scenarios, it's like you have to see what you can do on the first play or second play.
Yeah, especially when it's first and 6 like this, and 2nd and 6. You've got enough plays to get across the line.
Ludwig checks it down. This is Kieran. Kieran makes a few players miss, and she will pick up the 1st and more.
And there you see the smart play. Kieran looked for the pitch. It wasn't there. She uses her hips, gets around the Ottawa defender. As we see here, looks, that head fake, ball outstretched, gets the 1st down. Really good heads-up play there by Kieran.
Setting up a new set of downs, and again, as we saw in the replay, rare missed pull by Abby Brown, the senior leader of that defense. On 1st and 10, Ludwig looking towards that left, but will take off herself, and she'll pick up a couple. And Sue Kaufman's there for the pull.
Nice job by Sue to get in there. It's not exactly the strong suit for Ludwig, but when you got to make the play, you got to make the play. Good job to get around DJ Paris, but you got to keep that ball outstretched, get a couple more yards off of that.
The freshman out of Tampa, Florida, just making her 4th career start. All 4 starts have been in postseason play.
Already under the 4-minute mark.
Warner overloading on the weak side. Ludwig is going to throw it up just out of the outstretched arms of Vincencini.
Well covered there by the veteran Brown. And now you got a 3rd and long. This is where in the first half you didn't have a whole lot of these 3rd and long situations for Warner. This is one of few that they've faced. You got to try to get at least 10 yards out of this to feel comfortable going for it on 4th down.
Ludwig on 3rd down, tosses it up, finds the reception to Bunting, but again, a little bit of a lofty pass, really nothing you could do after the catch.
Yeah, thrown off her back foot a little bit, trying to fade away from it, leaves the ball short and thrown up in the air. She's lucky that there wasn't a defensive back in the area, or that would have been a lollipop interception. Yeah, you just about have to go for it here, don't you?
Yeah, critical play upcoming here for the Royals. Got to keep it alive. To stay alive, Ludwig rolling to the right, and this one doesn't reach Mangiotti. Abby Brown with excellent coverage on that pass breakup, and Ottawa will take over on downs.
Not the best pass by Kayla Ludwig. Didn't look like she had the belief in that pass that you needed. Wasn't fully committed to it. Was just kind of almost throwing it away.
And so now the Braves are in a better position and an opportunity to make this a comfortable lead in Warner territory. Carrera to the right, checks it down to Camacho. Flagpole quickly made by Vincencini.
See if they're starting to adjust to that double rush a little bit. Say double rush, really it's covering the running back up is effectively what you're doing is you're manning that running back up. That is creating some holes a little bit, especially on in the flats.
Carrera has Dos Santos as a dump-off player. Dos Santos pitches it back to Carrera. Madison Carrera, and she is down.
That ball should, the ball should be dead where Carrera touched it because her flag had already been pulled.
That's been one of the rule changes made as of this year.
I believe they called that correctly there. It took a second for them to process it, but then they called that dead.
Again, one of the rule changes that was made compared to last year to this year was in a situation if a flag was pulled and they were to throw it back to the initial quarterback or initial player, as soon as they touched the ball, it was completely dead. But that's all she will write for the 3rd quarter, as when we return, it'll be a critical down upcoming for the Braves. We'll step aside for a few moments as you're listening to the 2024 NAIA NFL Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. Fourth quarter of play, critical 3rd down for the Braves. Everyone loaded on the left. Carrera looking for someone. Finds Dos Santos for the first.
There's going to be a flag. It looks like that's going to be on Warner there.
And we'll get the official call in just a moment. Be a holding on the Royals. So either way, it's going to be a first down.
And that's from the end of the play as well, so that is huge.
So Ottawa, another trip to the red zone. But now an opportunity to make this a 2-score game. Within 10 yards of pay dirt. First and 10, Carrera rolling to the left, finds an open Dos Santos, and quickly gets her flag pulled by the teamwork of Maziata and Hodgson.
Again, they go back to the flats, and they've got room there. As long as they're rushing 2, that's where I would stay.
So again, just Ottawa trying to get back to its original style of trying to make a play, forcing the defense to make the play first.
Remember, the last time down here, there was a miscommunication on the Warner secondary, and we had a back corner opening here. See if they go back to that well.
On 2nd and goal, Carrera looking towards that left. Again, just out of the arms of Linkus. Check that. That's Bailey Hodgins for the attempted score.
Was well covered up there by Warner, especially on those out-breaking routes. They were still in phase with the wide receiver even after breaking to the outside.
Third and just a few yards of the goal line. Carrera feeling that left side again, still looking for options. Finds the receiver in Bailey Hodgins. Touchdown, Ottawa.
I tell you, Madison Carrera is so good at dancing in the backfield. Best quarterback in this league of dancing and keeping her eyes downfield. That is a rare trait, able to see what's going on downfield while still kind of knowing where the pressure is, and it comes through for him. Now it's a 20-7 game pending the PAT. Almost Johnny Manziel-like back there with her ability to extend the play.
For the PAT. No problem there as she finds her go-to receiver in Camacho.
Too easy on that one. Now Warner's going to be a little bit back on its heels. Now do the Royals start to feel the pressure of being down 2 scores and start to push where they've been playing free and easy this entire game? Or do they stay calm, cool, and collected and respond on this drive?
Well, with 10:20 left to go in regulation, I mean, this is going to be the make or break drive for the Royals. And especially, there has been no quick drives for either side today. Each and every one of them has had to spend at least 4 or 5 minutes, if not more, on the drive to get down for the score. So, to your point, partner, do we see the rush on Warner's end? As Ludwig finds Williams, gains a couple yards.
Almost looked like we had almost like an all curls route there. The receivers for Warner were checked up. Ottawa's defensive backs did not have too much room behind in front of them, so they were right on the back of it. That's really the only option that Ludwig had to progress forward was that one. I don't know. Here would be where I would go, all curls, not necessarily the previous play.
Second and fairly short. Ludwig's going to go over the middle and just out of the hands of Vincenzini. Good read, but just probably threw it a second tad too early.
Yep. I liked the play call, just like you just said. There was room there on the post. There's been room there on the post all day. It's just having the time to stand and deliver the ball with authority.
So now a third down situation. Still got to reach over the 20 for a new set of downs. And Ludwig is going to call her own number, but she's going to fall just shy.
No, they're going to give it to her.
They're going to give her the first down.
And there again, we see stick the ball out there and see what happens.
Yeah, and again, Ottawa thought for sure that should have been short.
It's close, but I think it's the right call. It's not by much. I mean, look at where the cone is placed. It ain't by much.
Either way, a new set of downs for the Royals. Ludwig finds an open Michael, keeping it short. Flagpole made by Washington. Royals loaded on the strong side. Ludwig rolling towards that sign, finds an open Vincenzini and picks up an intermediate gain.
Nicely done there. Ludwig forced to that side, had a receiver open on the short side, but when the pressure is forcing you to the right, that's where you go. You find the open receiver, and this makes a third and manageable for you. Just a nice use of that intermediate route to keep it manageable, keep staying with the sticks.
On third down, Ludwig will check it down to Williams, and the amazing flag pulled there by Kaufman.
Nice job there by Sue to get that. That is huge. Well covered on the back end by Ottawa. There were no other options there. And Sue Kaufman stays with it. That's textbook right there, getting around the hips and pulling with both hands.
And so now, just under 6.5 to go. Fourth down here.
This feels like ball game right here.
Ludwig with some room on the left. She'll throw it up, and she finds Mangiati for the first down. Mangiati trying to take it the distance. And downed by Abby Brown around the 3.
All the credit to Abby Brown saving 6 right there. That is clutch. But man, the missed flag pulls, when they've come today, they have been terribly timed for Ottawa. And obviously you can't dive there. According to Nurser rules, you cannot dive for that for the goal line. So you did what you had to do for Mangiati.
And to that point again, it looked like on that last play too, Haley McKay's body movement prevented Washington from getting a crack at the flagpole. Another reason why Mangiati got that big gain. Ludwig over the middle, finds Vincenzini, and we are not done just yet.
Very well accomplished there by Warner. Now you got to go back on defense and get it done. But we see here just an easy pitch and catch. No one in that back middle of the end zone. Wait, are we doing this again? Oh, yeah, that was the touchdown. My bad.
So a PAT upcoming, and again, both teams have been solid on the extra points all day today. Ottawa thinned down on that defensive end over the hands of Vincencini.
They're going to want that one back. Vincencini breaking outside that time instead of inside. I like the thought there, but I thought the inside might have been open again, but just misthrown, honestly.
Could have also been potentially looking the other direction, too, for Nicolette DeSimone because she was open in that far left corner.
You got to get a turnover here. If you're Warner, you have got to turn the ball over. You don't have time for Ottawa to get midway down this field.
On first down, Carrera can't reach Linkus.
Nice job there by the rush by Warner, getting their hands up and closing the window that Carrera has to throw through. Doing a really good job, and she can't find Linkus because that window was compressed.
Of course, at the moment right now, the clock in Ottawa's favor on a 2nd and short. Carrera looking towards that finds Dos Santos and gets the first down.
Again, going for the flats. That's where they've had a lot of success in this second half. If you're Ottawa, you don't have to do anything crazy. Just keep the clock moving, especially once you get under 2 minutes.
With a new set of downs. Again, next game coming up will be Thomas and Kaiser, who will face the winner of this match in the national championship game. That game set to start at 3 p.m. as Carrera to her right finds Scalisi. Will pick up a little more, and Scalisi on the move before her flag's been pulled by Castillo.
The Warner defense on that play was outnumbered. Had 3 receivers to the bottom side, only 2 defenders. And so when all those defenders had to back up to deal with the wide receiver, Scalisi flies open underneath and has ample room to play with to make a very reasonable second down.
Again, no rush for the Braves. Carrera just to the right, and fingertip catch by Camacho before the flag's been pulled by Vincencini.
That was a really nice catch there by Camacho. Just getting her fingertips on it and having the control there to bring that in. Always impressive there from the senior.
Short passes, short range, and again, just love to see the outstretched catch fingertips like we're seeing. I mean, like, that's the kind of plays that you need, just keeping it moving as much as you can. Now, 3rd down. This would be a critical first down picked up by the Braves. Carrera will go over the middle, finds Dos Santos for the first down.
That was absolutely huge and just microseconds from being disaster, as Carrera had a royal wrapped around her waist, pulling the flags as she stood in the pocket and delivered.
Championship style catch that you'd see there by Dos Santos, and just a tremendous over the middle catch. Possession catch was the word that I was looking for. That's the kind of possession catch that's textbook, and the sophomore from Panama City really getting the job done, has really come in clutch for the Braves in the second half. And with the 2-minute warning, thought there might have been a little bit of a break there, but they'll keep play on. Braves in a balanced gun on first down. Carrera will just keep it short. And the flag pulled made by Castillo. Short gain for Camacho. That looks like a timeout called by the Warner Royals.
This is exactly at the beginning of the drive what I said that Warner could not do. And now you have a minute 53 left. You've worked 2 minutes off the clock. At this point, if you force a 4th down here and Ottawa punts it to you, which is honestly what I would do from the spot if I were Ottawa, you are going to have to put together the drive of your life in order to have a chance at a tie ball game.
Braves keep it balanced on the offensive side. Carrera just looking to the left. Finds Dos Santos again, makes one hip move around and couldn't get around the spin move before Harrison comes up with the flagpole.
Gonna have to call another one.
Carrera just putting the possession game in the hands of her sophomore receiver, which again, Dos Santos didn't see a touch in the first half, but half number 2, she has really come alive for Ottawa.
Just look the ball into your hands and then worry about getting upfield. At this point for Ottawa, you're not as concerned about ripping off a big explosive play. You've just got to utilize your greatest ally right now, which is that 143 marker up there.
And again on 3rd down, this very well could be the season for the Royals. Carrera to her right, makes a cut move, and Madison Carrera making another cut move, and looks like her flag got pulled in the back by Bunting. Thought she might have made one more cut move to pick up the first.
Utilizing that last timeout, though, nice job scrambling.
Keeping it alive, and what a pull by Bunting. Anytime you see a ball carrier with hip movements like that, just the agility moves, when you're watching the hips and you get the right pull off the flag, I mean, like, that was a game-saving pull for the Royals.
Minute 36. If Warner wants a snowball's chance in this game, they cannot allow a conversion. I know that's the no-dust statement of the day.
No, but, you know, to your point, this is the season right now on this upcoming play. To stay alive, you got to make the stop off the Braves, which only have a handful of yards to pick up. And Ottawa overloading the strong side.
No timeouts now for the Warner Royals either.
Carrera finds an open Scalisi. Mando is going to can't quite get through 2 receivers, but that's going to just about do it here. Ottawa heading back to its 4th straight national championship. And again, just a tremendous job keeping the ball moving.
I don't understand going full out with that blitz, bringing both rushers. You've done such a good job all game neutralizing the running back by hanging one back. And all of a sudden, in the most key of situations, you bring them both. I personally don't understand why you make that change there.
And it's all now just a formality here in South Hollywood. As Ottawa again, it's starting to hit them that they're back in the national championship game.
All credit to Warner, though. They have given Ottawa every bit of what they wanted and a little more.
I was going to say, this is arguably going to go down still as one of the hardest, most thrilling games that we have seen yet. This has been just a top-notch matchup. And, you know, honestly, you could even say that Ottawa survived the scare, but this was a game that was equally matched both sides. And, again, it ultimately depends on how you look at it. But that's the final whistle there. Ottawa back in its comfort zone. We'll head back to the national title game for a 4th straight year, and we'll have an opportunity to compete and to complete something no NAIA team has ever done, winning 4 straight national titles. And this will make that 3 p.m. game even more interesting.
Yeah, it will. You've got the Braves back looking to complete the 4-peat. Now, who's going to be on the other side? It's going to be a familiar foe either way. Will it be the same foe as their 2021 national championship game in Kaiser, or the 22 and 23 national champions in Thomas?
It's going to be a thrilling one, and as you and I have alluded to earlier, partner, both on and off the air, with these 4 teams that are in the semifinals, I mean, of the 2 teams, we're going to be in for a thrilling finish for the NAIA NFL Women's Flag Finals. I mean, like, this is the excitement that you live for, that both seasons work their way to get to here. And again, to your point, got to give credit to where credit's due. Warner probably playing their best football late in the year. But again, when it's so tight and you have premium chances and you're going up against a well-experienced champion team like Ottawa, you almost have to have a perfect game. And although Warner played spectacular today, just wasn't able to make enough, or they made just enough mistakes that Ottawa was able to capitalize on, and Ottawa was still able, with their championship experience, be able to fight through that and now see their way in a 3 p.m. game.
Absolutely. So we got 30 minutes to the next game. Take a break, go get some lunch, an early lunch, and meet us back right here. Why don't you read off the,
For sure.
the thanks?
Absolutely, and to that point, give a few shout-outs. Our director today, Nick Morrissey, our replay ops with Sean Gilbert, our audio producer, Bahar Esafani, our camera workers, Milton Welch and Claire Lugering. And again, if it weren't for those individuals, Corey, I mean, we wouldn't have the production that we do today. But for my partner in crime, Corey Thorpe, I'm Angelo Pontello saying so long for now as we get ready for the next semifinal game, Thomas and Kaiser. Final score here in Mercedes-Benz, the Ottawa Braves defeating the Warner Royals 21-13. But until then, Ottawa moving on to its 4th straight national title. Warner coming off of its best season yet. And we will see you back here for the Thomas Kaiser semifinal.
Well, game one of the semifinals is in the books. A classic that was. Ottawa advances to the national championship game with a 21-13 win over Warner. Will the second semifinal game do as much? Well, if these two teams' history this season has anything to say about it, it's going to be another good one. Kaiser and Thomas meeting for the third time this season, this time on the neutral field of the Mercedes-Benz Dome. I'm Corey Thorpe, your play-by-play announcer for today's contest, alongside me, Angelo Pontello. Angelo, both of these games this season between Kaiser and Thomas have been 6-0 wins for Kaiser. They've been tight, close battles where turnovers have reigned supreme. Tell me, is there a chance that Thomas can find a way to get a win on the big stage today?
You know, legends has it that Thomas used to start out and they've used to have Kaiser's number every single way, winning their first 6 games in the overall series. But then something about this year, Thomas hasn't been able to get over the Kaiser threshold. Now, to be fair, Kaiser did pick up some solid pieces this year to have them compete seriously for a national title, whereas Thomas, they've sort of had to reload this year. You know, you lose Britt Delva, you lose some key defensive players, and you've had to force freshmen to not only step in, but play to the level of these experienced vets. So now, you, after losing twice, 6-0 to this team that you know you've had your number against in the past, do you finally use that adversity to your advantage and get over the threshold of defeating the 2024 Seahawks?
We'll have to wait and see. It looks like Kaiser will start off with the ball as Thomas's defense is on the field. Let's go over real quick our starting lineups first for the Kaiser Seahawks. On offense, led by quarterback number 3, Jazz Roden, running back and blocker, and overall utility player, number 5, Brianna Hernandez-Silva. Center, Adriana Rodriguez. The wide receiver quartet, number 24, Kennedy Foster, number 32, Ashley Clam, number 11, Brenna Ramirez, and number 7, Chloe Griffin. Going over the Thomas defense, starts up front with number 10, the rusher, Caitlin Herb. The linebacker core is number 18, Giselle Jones, and number 9, Janae Scott. The two corners, number 7, Aaliyah Wood, and number 26, Maddie Hoagland. And at safety, number 5, Key Knight, and number 20, Nakara Brown. We'll get you the other side here once they take the field. But, partner, this has been a year for Caitlin Herb. The true freshman from Daytona Beach has been a chaos machine for the Nighthawks.
Yeah, and honestly, with the way Herb's been playing so far, I mean, like, there's a reason why she's played so well at the rusher position. A dual athlete for Thomas, also plays on their soccer team in the fall, just knows how to get there quickly. And if you're just starting out with flag football, you don't necessarily need to get flag football players, but you can find players that play soccer, basketball, or other sports, and use those principles to convert to flag football, and they will just be as equally good.
So we're about ready to go here. As Kaiser sends the receiver up top. Roden fires, caught ball. That's going to be a first down and more. And the crossing route for Kaiser gets it started early.
The key for Thomas here, if they're going to finally be able to beat the Seahawks, is they need to continue to keep this Kaiser offense in check. And they've shown that time and time again from both seasons. But once we see Thomas on the offensive end, it's about making sure you're taking advantage of your opportunities. You can't be forcing turnovers in premium situations. And that's how Kaiser's been able to maintain these 6-0 wins in both of their earlier contests this year. I mean, Thomas knows how to effectively stop Kaiser. Now it's a matter of any given day, what are they going to do?
So first down here, Roden looking, and she's going to rush it. She has an open lane. The flag pulled there by number 9, Janae Scott. And it's a big gain. Actually, no, Scott missed it.
Yeah, that's the second straight play now where Scott missed the flag off of Roden, and very uncharacteristic for the junior as, you know, or check that senior as, again, just great spot, but just got a little too low on the flagpole. I think it's just, again, when you're starting out early and you're not as completely warmed up for a game, that can happen. There's a tendency of just missing flags. But as the game goes on, You just got to get mentally right, shake it off, and you'll be back in form.
We saw Ottawa take a little time to get in defensively. Look at the chaos here for Thomas. Wide open is Chloe Griffin. Oh, man. Thomas looks a little rusty.
Yeah, and I think at that point, Chelsea Palmer's calling a timeout to try to figure out what in the world's going on. Because, again, miscommunication by Scott and Knight and leaving a wide open Chloe Griffin. I mean, this is not how you want to start out this opening drive.
Not at all. And this is not the Thomas team we've seen all year. A lockdown defensive group led by Janae Scott has been able to almost completely neutralize the Kaiser attack in these 2 games, only allowing the 1 touchdown. Very uncharacteristic for this Nighthawk squad. So first down and 4 here. Twins to both sides for Kaiser. Roden looking, fires deep. She's got Griffin, and it's just over her head. That could have been 6 there if she'd been able to catch Griffin just a step further.
Kaiser's getting good looks so far in this opening drive, and that's the key thing is even after a timeout, as long as Roden's connected and she's collected herself, she's going to find these routes eventually. Now, that time just a little overthrown by Griffin, but you get yourself regrouped. You got to get yourself realigned position. And the key thing, again, here is as long as Roden doesn't get pressured too much, she's in a zone.
Now it's going to look Thomas again in a little bit of chaos pre-snap. In comes Scott, but it's going to be Roden that gets her flag pulled.
Yeah, and again, just
Scott looks like she's a little slow to get up there.
Yeah, it looks like she got up now and she's okay. But again, you can clearly tell that Janae is she's trying to get there, but Roden's just been having a better day so far. And to that point, you look at Roden, and she's had to take off the ball a couple of times, but she's been able to move it quite well down the field with her feet.
You know, that is something that I've noticed about this tournament with Kaiser, especially yesterday in that game against St. Thomas, utilizing Hernandez Silva as the actual quarterback and bringing Jazz in motion. It's been something they've been doing a little more. Dancing around. Has all the time, and she looks, and it is knocked away. That's going to be number 5, Kiera Knight.
I want you to take a look here. Just excellent coverage here by Hernandez Silva, neutralizing Caitlin Herb, and then a great defensive stop here by Key Knight, shutting down Ashley Clam on that side. Both of these are bang-bang plays, but to that point, Hernandez Silva knows what Herb is going to be capable of. So, again, to your point, Corey, utilizing that offensive weapon, the graduate assistant this graduate player has really stepped up from a blocking standpoint and has neutralized this freshman sensation.
Goes back, finds a receiver. Will she get it into the end zone? No, she'll be short, about 2 yards to go. Foster on the reception.
And again, just keep it short, you know, don't have too much to lose or gain. You move up slowly but surely, get towards the end zone. Now a 3rd and manageable situation here. Kaiser's in good standing at the moment.
There's so much of the playbook that you have open right here, partner. So many ways that you can make the defense uncomfortable. Thomas has got to bow up here if they want to keep this thing knotted at 0. Motioning down to the bottom is Foster. Roden looks, gets around Herb. She's going to look to take it herself. She's got a wide open lane, and that's going to be 6 for the grad student from Tampa, Alonzo.
I think we got a flag on the near side. I saw somebody throw the flag at the last second, so we'll see what the call is.
Kaiser celebrating their offsides on Thomas. Got a little bit early there, so the touchdown stands. So it's 7-10.
Yeah, it seems like Roden took a play out of the Kiana Akol playbook here. Not very often do we see Kaiser rolling it in like this, but again, whatever you have to do, if everybody's covered, Jazz Roden, you've already been taken off with the ball many times. Why not just run it in again for the end zone? Great heads-up read by the senior.
So going for the 1 point on the PAT, balanced gun here. Nobody back for Thomas. Everyone square across the beam.
Do we finally see Kaiser convert on an extra point here against Thomas?
Nope. Negatory Ghost Rider. Roden throws it short. And, well, it's 6-0. I mean, what more can I say?
Opening drive, but now we'll see how Thomas responds here early. They looked a little shaky defensively, but now they're going to have to step up, and it's going to be up to the offense to see if they can start putting some points on the board.
Thomas's offense, of course, as we had said, has not scored this season against this Kaiser defense. Let's see what they bring out.
Despite being able to move the ball well against this team, they just haven't been able to put it past pay dirt.
So let's see what quarterback Alexa Wilson has up her sleeve today. Wilson looking rolling as she normally does, and it's caught there. That's going to be Aaliyah Wood on the snag. And a nice gain there.
It's a little bold by Wilson to still check it down to Wood. So Maya Bryant was all over the receiver that time, was able to clamp down on it, but yet give even more credit to Aaliyah Wood, despite being bodied all over on that reception, to still be able to capture it and still get a couple of yards as a result.
The Bakersfield native has been a sure-handed option for the Nighthawks. Something that they like to do is rolling there. Cole gets around, and they're going to call her short.
Yeah, just an excellent snag pull by Kennedy Foster. Really not going to get anything past her that time, but just read perfectly. And most of the times when you see these quarterbacks rolling out, they're rolling towards the side of the rusher, which makes it that much easier for the rusher to get a hand of you. You want to try to roll opposite side if you're going to make the rusher work to get to you. But if you continue to drive your scat back towards where you're rolling, you make it that much easier for the stop.
Direct snap thrown by a Cole. That's caught by Aaliyah Wood, of course. In that 2022 championship run, it was Kiana Cole that drove this Thomas offense from the quarterback position.
And as you'll notice there, a Cole rolling opposite side this time was able to find Aaliyah Wood for more yards. That's how you're going to be able to get the defense off balance a little bit more, is you got to try to roll that opposite side. And for Kaiser, we haven't seen too many times where we've seen them force plays off the opposite side of where the play is rolling towards. So for Thomas, they got to try to use that to their advantage as much as they can.
And another direct snap to Kiana. Gets a few yards there. Again, it's Samaya Bryant on the pole.
You know, that's going to be key for Bryant if she's going to be able to help the Seahawks team win. I mean, she's continued to lock down here, and she has been making a big difference so far in just this opening quarter. But for Thomas, you got to find ways to keep it short, but wouldn't be surprised if we get ready to see a deep intermediate play upcoming.
2nd and 8 here for the Nighthawks. She's looking deep. She's got a receiver, and it's caught. And the pull there by Sophia Caprio, but it's Giselle Jones who has been a steady Eddie for the Nighthawks.
Again, that's what the whole point of a Kiana Akol run is. You lure Kaiser to go short, and then you open it up for a deep route to find a beautiful corner route by Giselle Jones to get the ball pushing. And now Kaiser looking to try to make this defensive stand, but Thomas looking to knock on the door.
Gets it out quickly. It's to Akol. Akol tries to get around Foster, but the wily vet Foster isn't having anything of it.
Well, again, I mean, it's about playing your responsibility and your assignments. And Kennedy could be somebody that could easily cover way more ground. But again, on a 7-on-7 situation in a more structured defense that Kaiser has, and the players to boot that she's working with, you don't have to worry about too much about making high football IQ plays on the fly, because you can trust your team to get to where you need to go. So that way, keep Foster a little bit short, so that way you don't have to get around her too much.
Second down here. Wilson looking. That's going to be a sack. Emma Wagenman gets in there, and that's going to be a difficult piece to get now for this Thomas offense. This is what we've been seeing all year.
Yeah, not very often do you see Alexa Wilson still hang on to it. I mean, again, really no receivers were open in the area, but Wagenman gets the much-needed sack here for Kaiser, and that puts Thomas in a real bind here going 3rd and long. And it's just a matter now of Kaiser's defense trying to not only clamp down, but this is a situation now for Thomas where I would expect to see something a little more intermediate. They're going to look to try to attack the middle, as you can see that open bare middle. So Samaya Bryan and Clam have work to do.
They clear out the middle, but it's a long pass, triple covered. And Giselle Jones can't haul it in. Dangerous pass there from the quarterback Wilson.
Yeah, and that time, you know, despite 3 receivers on her, Giselle Jones still had a nice catch just in and out of her hands, unfortunately. I mean, it's a tough play to make, but at the same time, if it hits your gloves, just square in your hands, you got to find a way to haul it in.
The Kaiser defense now. Actually, we'll see a timeout. Thomas taking, I believe it's 2nd timeout of the 1st quarter. That might come back to bite them here.
It ultimately depends on how the rest of the game is going to flow. I mean, right now on 4th down, this is not a situation where you can afford to not come away with points. I mean, you got into the red zone, and this is what we were talking about earlier. This is a premium situation for Thomas where they've struggled all year from an offensive standpoint against Kaiser to try to put it in, or there's been offensive mistakes, or they just can't capitalize. And give credit again to Kaiser's defense to know how to adjust to it and to keep Thomas from scoring and preventing and getting those shutouts and those goose eggs on the board. But this is yet another situation for Thomas where they got to find a way to cross pay dirt, because, again, these drives are going to be coming at a premium for them. And if it comes down to the wire, they're going to be looking back at these saying, why didn't we capitalize?
Look at that Kaiser defense. Look how deep they're playing these Thomas receivers. Keep everything in front of you, says Sam Harris. 2 rushers. The pass complete to Key Knight, and she is short.
Yeah,
turnover on downs.
Yeah, she was going to be short anyways. It looked like the flagpole, even before she got the reach out, Kennedy Foster was already squared up, just ran right into her kind of deal. And again, that was going to be a tough piece. But again, great pass over the middle. You had Key Knight, but again, you weren't going to get past Foster to score there. That's a tough thing to do. But good try there for Thomas. But at least now they have an opportunity defensively to stuff Kaiser in the end zone.
77 yards to go to pay dirt for Kaiser. Can they replicate their first drive where they had Thomas just running chaotically, trying to get everything aligned defensively?
Yeah, I'm thinking here, Corey, this is more important than ever to send even a double rush of some kind. And you gotta get in Roden's mind if you're Thomas. This is the time to do it. Otherwise, if you don't get past, this is where Kaiser normally will take off against any other teams and start getting multiple touchdowns and sending the game away early.
So Roden finds Clam. Clam jukes out the receiver, and she almost had it going down the field for an explosive play. Just getting past Janae Scott is not something we've seen a whole lot.
Yeah, and again, I mean, like even now, just looking on the replay, I mean, Clam, we've talked about before, she's been exceptional so far this year, and she's only going to get better. But right now, this defense for Thomas, they just haven't been as locked in or just in full force, and they don't seem to be capturing the moment, for want of a better word. It's tough. You can tell that by not being zoned in, Kaiser's taking advantage of it, and they've been moving the ball at will.
Roden looking, fires. She's got a receiver. Caught. Great tiptoe down the sidelines, and the catch by Brenna Ramirez.
And this is something Ramirez has been doing all year, and even just as a sophomore, she's been able to be clutch, and this is why Roden can rely on her receivers if they're throwing at the deep end, because she doesn't have to worry about her receivers dropping the ball. She knows that as long as the routes are being ran, the receivers know what they need to do to make sure they can make those toe tap catches, to make those clutch plays, to keep the ball moving.
So that's going to be the end of the first quarter here. We'll step aside for a quick break, but at the end of one quarter of play, Kaiser has a 6-0 lead over the Thomas Nighthawks. And welcome back. One quarter in the books, 3 to go. Thomas trying to figure out something here on defense. Kaiser's been moving it at will. Look at this. Okay, Roden's giving some instructions to her center. I was wondering what kind of pre-snap that was. There's the double rush. She finds a receiver, caught ball. Foster, one more time for that first down.
Yeah, I think at that time, Roden saw that the double rush was going to be coming. That was to be expected, so a quick audible by Rodriguez. You could tell that was her first read, but that double rush came so fast, she had to check it down to Foster to make sure they got the first.
Thomas has been doing a lot of double rush this season, more so than in any other season. Been bringing Scott in on the blitz. Not too much here. And look at the rearranging here on Thomas. Roden avoiding and throws it to no one in particular.
Well, that time, I mean, Herb got to the rush, and again, now they're trying to play man-on, where obviously the rusher is trying to get after the quarterback. Kaiser trying to spread the ball, trying to get an extra receiver without a scat back.
Are they looking at intentional grounding, maybe? Yes, they are. Intentional grounding on Jasmine Roden.
And this is the part, if you're Kaiser and if you're Jazz Roden, you can't start to get flustered with a play like this, because we have seen before in rare situations that if you start to get the pressure going, she starts to make arid plays. But this is not the time to start doing that. You got to find ways to readjust on the offensive end. And even if you need to have a scat blocker with you, or keep somebody short as a dump-off person, you can't start affording to just keep Roden into the backfield by herself.
Well, that's exactly what she's doing. Empty backfield for the Seahawks. Looking down the field. She's got a receiver. It's Clam, and it's just off her fingers.
Again, I feel like that was a little bit pressured in terms of the throw. Clam, yes, it was off her hands, but again, Roden had to get that off quickly because Herb was right on top, but it was just a quick throw. Starting to see Kaiser's momentum just a little off here. Thomas trying to rattle the rhythm here of the Seahawk offense, but you were in a momentum, you're working, so why are you suddenly trying to change things up? Don't deviate from the plan that you've had, but keep it going.
Haley Young in now at quarterback. Jazz Roden in at the utility quarterback position. Williams takes the snap, back to Roden. She's going to go downfield, has a receiver, caught ball. That's going to be a nice pickup. Kennedy Foster, in clutch situations, man, she is the insurance policy for this Kaiser offense.
Nicely done by the veteran. Again, this is what you have to do if you're Kaiser. Instead of forcing Roden to do it all, utilize her in a position as a dump-off player, but don't force Roden to necessarily go over the middle. Keep things simple. Keep things to a degree. The words are escaping me, but don't make it too difficult. If you got to make an adjustment somewhere, use the dump-off players and keep it moving.
Thomas going 0 up top. Going to Twins. And that's going to be a delay of game. Kaiser just trying to throw in maybe one too many wrinkles.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, too, if you're going to make adjustments, you got to make sure that routinely you're getting them off in a single manner. I mean, obviously, this is what they practice time and time again. But you want to make sure that you're also seeing what the clock is looking like. You want to make sure you're always aware of what the play clock's going to be like. Yes, you're trying to make adjustments, but at the same time, at a certain point, it's go, go, go. You got to make it happen.
So Kaiser's going to take their first time out of the half here. And partner, it feels like these two coaches have kept a little bit in reserve for each other in this moment. We haven't seen a cover zero defense by Thomas all year. And now they bring it out against Kaiser in this particular moment. For Chelsea Palmer, it just feels like, man, you're going to this man defense and you're trusting your athletes in a way that you really haven't done so far this season.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's tough because there are teams like Thomas and even Ottawa where they've had a system put in place since their first years, and we haven't seen too many adjustments outside of the bodies that are in it. But you're relying on that system to get you through in a long term. Meanwhile, Kaiser has had to make adjustments in the last 2 years to figure out what's going to be the best game plan, and we're starting to see more conventional, more modernized offenses from their playbook.
Going back to the Twins look. Young looks, quick pass, and it's picked off. And it's going to be Wood. Wood goes back to, no, it's going to be picked off on the pitch. Oh dear, and there's a flag on the play. Chaos all over. Let's see how our referees are going to suss this one out.
First off, that was a poor decision made by the quarterback to try to make that throw, because either there has been miscommunication or from a receiver's end, nobody was looking for the ball.
Flag guarding on Thomas, declined. Boy, a sigh of relief for Kaiser there.
Yeah, and very fortunate that didn't turn into chaos for Kaiser. But again, looking back on that play, there was a miscommunication because you can tell Chloe Griffin wasn't even looking for the ball that time. And Aaliyah Wood, nice interception. But here, Giselle Jones trying to do too much. And that, again, a poor decision to pitch it off when you had 3 people that were right on top.
And a little bit of, I don't know, by Thomas trying to come in on this next play and get the interception. It almost feels like now you're pushing a little bit on this Thomas defense and seeing a little bit of hero ball, which this Thomas defense at this juncture cannot afford to be playing hero ball.
Well, again, like I was saying before, it's like this is the reason why these contests, the past regular season and championship, ended up as 6-0 games, because even when Thomas tries to get momentum, there's mental mistakes and there are turnovers, costly turnovers that happen that prevent them from getting done what they really want to get done.
So 2nd down and short here. Roden looking, tries to go deep. She has a receiver with contact. It's going to be Clam in the red zone, and she looks like she is not feeling 100% right now.
That's a pretty hard hit that she took, too. I mean, Aaliyah Wood, you're going to argue that she had every right to go for the ball, but again, it seemed like it was just a little too physical that time.
Especially for a non-contact sport.
course, looks like we also have offensive coordinator Chris Trukowski out there as well, trying to get an explanation.
Looks like they may be looking at her knee, but let's see if they're gonna.
Yeah, and Clam still hasn't moved at all. So I mean, like, this is a rather serious situation here for Kaiser. And again, with what she has done with this squad, this would be a huge loss if she wasn't able to continue to go.
Absolutely. You're talking about your starting safety and starting wide receiver, a Team USA player. Obviously, this is going to be a personal foul. They're taking their time, though, which is obviously a good thing. Hopefully, we don't need anything else for Clam here. Looks like she is up.
But she is being helped off too, so I mean, prayers out to Clam to make sure that she can recover. But anytime you're seeing two people helping her off, I mean, fortunately it doesn't look like there's any gimpiness at the moment, but again, hoping that she has a quick recovery.
We'll see if we can get any updates on that as we continue through the game here.
But once again, Kaiser's in the red zone. They're knocking on the door. Could have the opportunity to get a double, or I say double, but more like a 2-score lead or more, multiple score lead on Thomas. And I think it goes also without saying that, you know, this could be an absolute first in Kaiser history to get a 2-score lead on Thomas.
Look where the ball is spotted, Angelo.
I think that's just more or less just a placement. Once Rodriguez gets it, I think they'll be able to readjust it, but as long as it's by the column.
It was a little bit further down, I thought, that Clam caught the ball.
It may have been listed as an incompletion, but then the personal foul call marked them where they are.
Right back to the human insurance policy, Kennedy Foster.
And that's all you have to worry about at this point. Again, with a new set of downs, just inch your way closer towards the end zone. You don't have to go for it all on one play. You just keep it short, and then, of course, if you had to, just like you did the first time, if there's enough room, it'll be enough for Roden to just scamper into the end zone.
Honestly, Kaiser doesn't need to go fast here. The more time they spend with the ball, the less time Thomas does. Looking. She's going to go over the head of everyone intended there for number 13, Adriana Cavallati.
Yeah, that was just great defense there by Thomas. They've pretty much shut down all the options for the Seahawks. Roden had to make something out of nothing that time. Still tried to force it to Cavallati, but, you know, great job by this Thomas defense to clamp down on it and not give them that chance.
To remind you, this drive began on the 3-yard line for Kaiser. A long, sustained drive for the Seahawks here. Going back and knocked away. Nice play by Giselle Jones. That was well defended on a play that could have been busted easy.
Yeah, as soon as Foster was getting motion, Giselle Jones already knew exactly where Roden wanted to get that ball to, and just tremendous job there. And anytime you're trying to shoot for that flat route, you run the risk, if not run properly, of it being a ball short. And Jones might have even had a chance to pick it off if she was in even better position.
So Kaiser's taken their second timeout. We'll step away real quick and take it with them. Your score right now, Kaiser 6, Thomas nothing here on the semifinal game of the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And we are back here, 4th down and goal here for the Kaiser Seahawks. Thomas defense looking to bow up and stand tall. Roden looking, fires back at the end zone. Caught ball! Touchdown, Kaiser. Adriana Cavalotti coming in for the injured Ashley Clam. Picks up right where Clam leaves off and gets 6 points. What a shot in the arm for Kaiser.
Yeah, in that situation, I mean, Roden buying her time, but even here, Cavalotti almost could have turned into disaster. But again, Cavalotti keeps her eyes on the ball with some good possession, and that was a much-needed score for the Seahawks. First time ever in program history that they have a 2-score lead on Thomas.
And they're looking to go for 2 here to stretch that back to a 14-0 lead. I think that's a good move here to try to see if you can do that. PATs are awful hard to come by. If you can get 2 here, it's going to be massive. Double rush, back to the end zone, and it's, guess who? Kennedy Foster. And it's a 14-0 lead for the Seahawks with 5:33 left in this half of play.
Just beautifully executed again. Thomas kind of looking lost out there as well from a coverage standpoint, trying to keep up step for step against the Seahawks offense, but they just haven't been able to do so thus far. And now Kaiser looking really good with this 14-0 lead.
It's more points than's been scored in any matchup combined for these two teams this season. Right now, Kaiser's got all the momentum.
But if I'm Thomas here, Corey, you cannot afford to come away from this drive without any points. You got to get a score on the board.
She goes back, has a receiver. It's going to be Nakara Brown. She'll be short of the first down. Not a name we've called so far, but Nakara Brown has been an instrumental part of that Thomas offense.
And that's the key thing, too. Even with just a little over 5 minutes to go, it doesn't matter how long it takes for this drive. If Thomas can come down and get the score, they're still in pretty good shape. But you can't afford to give Kaiser the ball back and potentially see them with a 3-score lead into the half.
Caught ball there by Jones. Jones gets a nice bit of yardage into the next quadrant. Thomas may be starting to settle in a little here on offense. Obviously, between the 20s wasn't their problem. One drive ago, it's 20 and under where they've had goal to go that's been a problem for this Nighthawk offense. Looking, rolling, there's a flag there, possibly holding.
Either holding or it could be impediment of the rush, but this is going to be a critical call here coming up.
Thomas heading back that way. Kaiser clapping. Looks like this one's going to be on the Nighthawks. I didn't see the signal on what that penalty was. Did you?
Yeah, so basically it's sort of like that holding / personal foul call. But again, to that point, it's as a center, you know, you have to be careful when it comes to the rush standpoint. And personally, I don't like this rule either as a center myself, where if you have a rusher that's beeline right on top of you, you cannot impede the rusher's lane to get to the quarterback. And even for Wagenman, despite a couple of moves here and there, it's to a point where you can't really show any physical contact against them. You can hold them up in the sense of, you know, keep them contained, but you can't knock them down or you can't get in their way.
So a long way to go here. And that's going to be an interception. Kaiser getting into the red zone, and all of a sudden, the Kaiser Seahawks have every bit of momentum, and Thomas is just forlorn almost at this juncture.
Yeah, an utter shock here in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Alexa Wilson again overthrowing her receiver in Aaliyah Wood, and they're taking advantage right now. Kaiser is getting in the minds of this Thomas offense, and everything has just been clicking for the Seahawks here today, and they're not going to hold back here on this offensive drive coming up.
First and goal from the 20-yard line here. Empty gun. That pass to Chloe Griffin pulled almost immediately, but 5 yards in a cloud of dust here for Kaiser.
Yeah, and right now, again, really no rush here on the Kaiser end. I mean, second and goal at the moment, but you're really not looking to try to score quickly per se, but you're just, whatever it takes to get to the end zone, yes, but you're not in a time crunch to do it.
Roden looking, fires for the end zone, and it's above everyone and everything. Not sure about that, if there's a miscommunication there or something, but
yeah, it might be, but just potentially from a play call standpoint, but I think just one of those situations where, again, the play was designed for Cavallati to just run that mid-post route, and I think more or less it was just Roden overthrowing her receiver.
So we hit the 2-minute warning here. Roden looking, fires, caught ball there by Kennedy Foster, who gets around Scott again. And now it's going to be 4th down and goal at the 3-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, like, now at this juncture of the game, like I said before earlier, if this ends up being a 3-score difference as they head into the half, I think that's gonna play a huge impact on how you evaluate the second half and what you have to do, because a stop here to make it potentially a 2-score difference versus a 3-score difference is gonna mean a lot, not just from the mentality of these players, but as well as what you can do to work quickly.
Looks like Kaiser's going to use every bit of the clock and then call their final timeout here. That's exactly what they do, milking every second possible. 4th down and goal with 1:12. You don't need that clock. Thomas does.
Yeah, and again, it is just like we mentioned earlier with Jazz Roden taking a page out of Kiana Cole's playbook. Seems like the coaches are doing the same thing with what head coach Chelsea Palmer likes doing for Thomas.
That is 100% the case right now. This might be one of the most complete games I've seen Kaiser play all season.
Oh, absolutely, and especially against a team like Thomas. I mean, again, like we're alluding to, this right now is a stunner. Stunner in the sense of this has always been close between these two teams. Even when Thomas defeated them the first 6 times, it was always fairly close, but nothing to this magnitude. And right now, the Nighthawks and their Nighthawk Nation must be shell-shocked to see what they're seeing on the field right now.
Hernandez Silva back in the block. Roden looks, and there's going to be a whistle here and a flag. False start on the Kaiser Seahawks, and that's going to move them back 5 yards and make that a little bit harder to deal with.
And that's always the tough thing you have to worry about when it comes to motioning like that. If you want to motion and make sure that everything is executed correctly, you got to make sure as the offensive players who are not in motion, you're staying set versus trying to get that extra step. And it's a challenge sometimes, but you don't want to do anything to cost your team. It sounds easy to say, it sounds like the obvious statement, but it is so true, because even as you're thinking about what you're going to do in your assignment from a motion standpoint, you still got to stay still for any reason, regardless of the situation.
Sideline to sideline, stretched are the Seahawks. Roden looks, fires, and through the hands of the receiver, cannot be brought in by Brenner Ramirez, and Thomas stands tall with 1:07 left in this half.
Yeah, that definitely was a big win for Thomas on that drive. Kaiser, again, no rush, nothing to worry about, but at the same time, almost could have had an opportunity to make that a 3-score difference. But now with 1:07, you're looking at a Thomas offense now that has to be careful what they do here. Again, that last drive, Alexa Wilson tried to get a little too much over the top, and it ended up being a turnover. So what do we do here? What do we see from Thomas's end in 1:07? Do we see the rise of the Cardiac Kids?
And remember, with those 2 first-quarter timeouts, Thomas only has 1 in the bank. Wilson looking, fires, caught ball. Knee does not touch the ground, but stays in bounds, does Giselle Jones. And the clock will run. Thomas needs to hurry. Wilson trying to get around Wagaman, throws it back to Margarita Pena. Pena gets the first down, but not too much more. About 5 yards into the next quadrant, going to be at the 25. Clock will start when the ball is placed.
Probably the only saving grace breathing room that this offense has.
Fires. No. Oh, dear. Giselle Jones was trying to figure out how quickly she could get out of bounds instead of hauling the ball in.
Again, like we said all broadcast, the first responsibility for the receiver should be to make sure that that ball is secure. You don't want to be thinking about moving upfield until you gain security on that possession of the ball. Because if you don't, plays like that will happen, and simple catches turn into drops, critical drops, that could hurt your chances.
Looking back to Nakara Brown. Brown tries to get around, does, and gets out of bounds. Clutch play there by Nakara Brown. There's a couple of players down here on the other side of the 40. What's going on here? That's Giselle Jones and Kennedy Foster.
Probably just an incidental collision, nothing more. But again, on that last play, it could have been disastrous. Kiana Cole looked like she was trying to get out of the way. Nakara Brown trying to get out of bounds. But had the flag been pulled in bounds, the clock would have been rolling.
Nakara Brown gets out of bounds, gets the first down on 3rd down. They convert there, and the drive is alive. A nice quick play to convert on 3rd down.
And again, as long as you do that, you still have that timeout in the bank if you have to cut it towards the middle. But take what the defense can give you, nickel and dime them down the field.
Does look like the 5'10 freshman Shemaya Coward is entered the game here for Thomas up top. Big receiver. See if they might be able to take advantage. Gets it out, gets in. And they're going to have to expend that timeout.
Yeah, not sure if that was the wisest move there by Maddie Hufflin to just try to cut back and field, but now it's a situation where that's a tough pill to swallow if you're Thomas, because now instead of potentially trying to get out of bounds and maybe have 8 seconds left on the clock, you call a timeout, and now it looks like they put 12 seconds back on the clock. But now without that timeout, Kaiser, tell you right now, one of the things they're saying in that huddle is keep everything in bounds. Don't give Thomas any opportunity to get out of bounds. Keep everything in the middle. And that may force Alexa Wilson to try to throw it in the middle, which, as we saw last time, didn't bring too much good dividends for the Nighthawk offense.
Jones back in. Shemaya Coward checks out. Yeah, on this play, just due to the time, you're going to have to get it into the red zone on this play in order to give yourself a chance to score.
Because you only have a couple of seconds for the chains to be adjusted before the clock continues to run.
Wilson looking, gets it out, and she is sacked, and that is a huge sack by Emma Wagenman as the clock will tick down to halftime. Nothing Alexa Wilson could do there. Now Thomas goes to halftime. A little shell-shocked, as you said, partner. They trail the Kaiser Seahawks 14-0.
And it looked like on that screenshot we can see here on the screen, it looks like Ashley Clam is back up and running. She's just as hyped up as the rest of the team, making sure that they got what they need. So it's good to see that she's on her feet actively and she's not, you know, on a bench or, you know, worrying about trying to get her bearings together. But she looks like she could be ready to go to play in the second half.
That's good news for the Seahawks. The best news for them is they're up 2 scores here, 14-0 at the break. We'll be back with halftime stats after these messages. This is the second semifinal of the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And welcome back here to the second semifinal game here in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. Let's take a look at some of the stats here. Jasmine Roden leading the way for Kaiser, both rushing and passing. 3 attempts on the rushing side for 29 yards, 12 of 20 through the air, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. For the TU side, Kiana Cole has 1 rush for 5 yards. Alexa Wilson leads it through the air, 12 of 15 for a $112 and an interception. Kennedy Foster, the leading receiver for Kaiser, 5 snags for 49 yards. On the Thomas side, Giselle Jones has 4 for 57. And then on the defensive end of things, Maddie Hoagland, 3 pulls. I'm sorry, for Thomas, Maddie Hoagland, 3 pulls tied with Nakara Brown. For Kaiser, Kennedy Foster leads the way with 4 pulls, and Emma Wagenman with the 2 sacks adds to that number. Statistically, it's been a tight game here. But partner, that 15 minutes, 18 seconds of possession time in a place where we've only had 24 minutes of game time, that's a big deal. Kaiser's held on to this football. Thomas hasn't been able to do much with it when they've had the ball.
Yeah, and I mean, even the momentum of it, because I mentioned this in our first semifinal game, but sometimes when you look at the statistical portion of things, they don't truly tell the full story of what's been going on this game. Thomas, I feel like their best opportunity came off of an interception that was thrown, but trying to pitch it back, that ended up not coming to fruition because Kaiser was able to get the ball back on miscommunication from the pitches and the laterals. So as a result, it was like a non-negated play, and you weren't able to really focus on it as much because, unfortunately, you know, if you wanted to gain some form of momentum in that first half, that would have been the play to do it. But with that being pitched right back, it was like a big break for Kaiser, and they were still able to take some time off the clock despite not being able to score that 3rd score.
And a reminder, that was actually 4th down for Kaiser on that play. So the pick and then the intercepted pitch gave them 1st down again because the ball changed hands of the team. Even though they didn't cross the line, they got a fresh set of downs. That was huge for the Kaiser Seahawks, who, partner, we talked about it off air, but just looking at this Kaiser squad right now, they are absolutely homed in. They are in the zone. They're looking ready for a rematch with Ottawa. Even though we've got 24 minutes more of ball to play, it's clear that the Seahawks know why they're here.
Absolutely. Now, for Thomas, the good news is you do get the ball to start the second half, but to that point, you can't afford, like I've said before, like a broken record player, you can't afford to not come away with points. Like, on this drive, you got to do what Kaiser did and score on the opening possession and get some kind of motivational piece fired up because, again, with this Seahawks team, you give them one more opportunity, they are more than ready to go to try to pound it down in the second half. And, again, a 14-0 different scoreline is not going to be enough for the Seahawks. They're going to do what they can to try to get back to the national title game.
So we're getting ready to go in this second half of play. Thomas will start with the ball here. And let's see how this unfolds. It's continuously evolving storyline between these two Sun Conference rivals. The first game in Thomas's history is against these Kaiser Seahawks, so it almost seems like for the Nighthawks, everything sort of starts and ends with Kaiser in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I mean, in this situation too, they're hoping that 2024 doesn't end with Kaiser. But to that point, it's like there's history and it's a special type of rivalry.
Wilson going deep, has a receiver. It's Brown. She makes the snag and is brought down at the 30-yard line. A huge play out of halftime for Alexa Wilson.
That's exactly the type of play that Thomas needed as to start things off. Again, a high throw, took a chance on that near side, but Nakara Brown was able to field it nicely, and that's the first start you need. Now you continue that momentum. Don't do anything too fancy, but just continue to build off that momentum and slowly make your way towards the end zone.
Honestly, another shot play right here wouldn't be out of the picture. It's a direct snap to Cole. Cole looking, throws the ball, and it is picked off, I believe. Yes, they give the ball to Kaiser.
Yep. I rest my case.
Number 4, Samaya Bryan on the interception. I hate to use this phrase, but partner Bryant just wanted it more.
Again, you just run it if you're a Cole. Don't try to go backside. And we've said it even in the first half. Samaya Bryan has been in the right position all game today. Just a poor decision there by a Cole to try to throw it backside. Normally we see a Cole just take off with the ball on the left side and just gain a couple yards out of it. Like I just said moments ago, you don't want to do anything too crazy, too fancy after a play. And just like that, Kaiser has the ball back.
Haley Young there at the quarterback position to start the second half for the Seahawks, with Roden, the utility quarterback, completes the pass. Nice gain there, but man, that's got to feel like a slap in the face for Thomas. You get the great long pass exactly the way you wanted, and then you get picked off, and it's not good for the momentum.
It's a tough pill to swallow for Nighthawk Nation, but now in order to get the ball back, you got to make a defensive stop, and it's been more of a challenge than anything to try to subdue this Kaiser offense.
Roden looking, fires deep, nearly picked off there, defended by Aaliyah Wood.
Yeah, that time Roden was just forced to the right, still trying to make some form of a play, but Chloe Griffin was just well covered by Wood that time. It would have been tough to try to make a play, but Aaliyah Wood just in the right position to make that undercut play. At the good stuff by the Thomas defense.
Brings up a third down. It looks like about 6 here for the Seahawks. Roden looking under pressure, throws it. Again, almost to no one in particular, but they're gonna spot it. They're gonna say that was a sack. And that's gonna bring up 4th down.
Well, that was a blessing in disguise for Thomas, because now with an extra 5 yards back, instead of it being a little bit closer, now from a punting standpoint, that may give Thomas the room that they need to try to get it back in position. And I think now they're having a few words on the sidelines.
They're going to bring in the punt team here. They say that Roden's knee was down ahead of the ball coming out.
So technically it wouldn't be a sack, but because of that knee being down.
That is true. That's a really good punt there, and 2 players going forward at the same time. Janae Scott comes up with it and downs it right at the 19-yard line. Let's see if Thomas can get some positive momentum with 8 minutes and counting in this third quarter. Kaiser still holds that 14-0 2-score lead.
Yeah, that was a big defensive stop that Thomas did, and they basically did damage control from their own mental mistakes on that last offensive drive. Now just, again, focus on getting downfield, don't get too fancy, and get a touchdown.
Looking, fires, caught ball there, and there's a flag. That's going to be an obvious one there. Sydney Woodman comes in and shoulder checks Aaliyah Wood. Thomas needs to watch out, though, because they're reading those flat plays. Kaiser is. And they're crashing down. That's going to be an interception here in a minute.
Yeah, and if you're not being fully aware and making those adjustments, that's going to be bang-bang plays that you're not going to be able to make a case on, because, again, it's flat.
They're waving it off.
Yeah, and I mean,
Maybe. Okay, so it was a bang-bang play.
bang
I
bang
will
play,
give him
but
that.
I will tell you why though in that situation, because you look on that right side and Aaliyah Wood just has as much right as Sydney
Yep.
Woodman, but Woodman was already in that position to begin with. So what was she going to do that was going to get out of the way? And it was just taking a hit, absorbing the hit. So to give a personal foul on Woodman would have been tough.
I'll take that back. A good no call and a pass caught there by Giselle Jones, who is hipping and dipping her way to a first down. Thomas gets it back and a little bit extra there. Now, I will say that was, upon seeing replay, a good no call by the referees.
It's a bang, again, the bang bang play, and it's just position-wise, yeah.
Caught there by Wood. It'd be about a 3-yard gain on first down. Again today, between the 20s has not been the problem for Thomas.
No, but now with 6.5 minutes to go, now we're starting to see that offensive momentum again for Thomas, and you just got to keep it moving down the field.
Thrown, caught ball. This time it's Key Knight. Foster on the pull there. It's going to be a short third down here for the Nighthawks. Quickly back to the line are the Thomasville faithful. Thrown there and broken up by Foster. Honestly, that would have been a place where Alexa Wilson probably should have just taken off herself.
Could be, but again, in that situation, even if she did try to take off, I feel like the Kaiser defense was already ready because of that short zone coverage. And that time, again, an extended arm by Kennedy Foster to make that defensive play. That was brilliant for the senior. But now 4th and short, we got ourselves another critical situation here for the Nighthawks.
4th and 2. In motion is Knight. Fakes the snap, no movement there by Wagenman. Takes the snap, there's a flag false start.
Yeah, false start. Even when we saw just at the corner over here, Aaliyah Wood had some movement, but that was not the false start that they called.
I believe they're going to get Pena on that. I think is who moved.
And that's a killer, too, because, again, Corey, they were right there, just 3-4 yards manageable. But now that you move back 5 yards, it's just a little bit tougher. And now Kaiser knows that Thomas needs to get some intermediate route going in order to pick up the first.
Yeah, and instead of being able to really play a little bit more press coverage on those Thomas wide receivers, you can basically start with your heels on the 20 and see what they're going to try to do in front of you. Looks, fires over the top, and it's picked off. That's going to be Lizandra Moore who picks it off. And there's going to be a flag. She spikes the ball.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that'll probably be warranted because, again, the excitement and how that goes on. I mean, like, that was another brilliant stop by Kaiser. And it was a big gamble there for Thomas because they sent all their receivers out. They didn't have a scat back to block. So Wagenman was coming in full force anyways to begin with, and Wilson just had to get that ball off as quickly as possible and just, again, overthrows a receiver, but Liza Moore was right there in the right position to make the pick.
Nice job from the safety spot for the junior from West Palm Beach, Forest Hill. That's going to back Kaiser up.
Now, not that we would actually see Liza Moore do anything else, but with that being the first unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, she just needs to make sure that she doesn't do anything similar, so that way she may potentially be having a chance to play in the national championship game.
Still operating without Clam, maybe a precautionary measure here.
Yeah, if anything, if Clam feels good, make sure you get her saved up in critical situations.
Oh, and tipped and caught there, picked off by Nakara Brown, and Thomas back in business in the red zone.
Could this be new life for Thomas, the play that they need to get back into the business? And right there, reason why it was picked off was Janae Scott tipped it in position, and it was able to get redirected to Brown. So a big play here. Can Thomas capitalize?
If I'm Thomas right here, I'm going for her end zone. She doesn't. She checks down to a Cole. Flag is pulled for no gain there, or very little gain. Yeah, honestly, maybe it's a little bit of the conventional football leaking out, but I think I would have gone for pay dirt there just to twist that knife.
You know, with the way that, again, to allude to Kaiser's defense and the way they've been playing, you can't get too risky at the point or get too fancy. Keep it simplistic right now. You just got to find ways to pick up more yards, get to the end zone. I mean, down 14-0, you can't force to be too fancy right now if you're Thomas.
5 wide. Wilson throws, and it's tipped. Wagenman tips the ball at the line of scrimmage, and that's going to bring up 3rd down and 9.
Brilliant play for Wagenman to just get her hands up. And sometimes at that rusher position, they tell you 2 different things on the rusher position. Either A, you try to go in full force, grab the flag, don't put your hands up, or if you feel confident that she's getting ready to throw the ball and you want to take that chance, you could theoretically jump up. But in that situation, had Wilson pump faked it, Wagenman could have been in trouble, and that would have bought Wilson some more time. But that time, Wilson threw it. Wagenman, great stop to block the shot.
Wilson looking on 3rd. Toss caught by Wood there, and that's going to be an underneath. That's going to be a few yards. I will say, as an Atlanta Hawks basketball fan, I do appreciate the Dikembe Mutombo finger wag out of Wagenman.
I mean, that's just emotions rising high at this point in the impact she's made. Now, on that last play, it looked like Aaliyah Wood was a little slow to get up, just possibly a knee-on contact from Kennedy Foster, but looks like she might still be ready to go to make this next play. But Wilson getting the call from head coach Chelsea Palmer. Another critical situation for Thomas.
9 seconds on the play clock. They're going to have to hurry to the line here. 4th and goal here for the Nighthawks. In motion. Fires and through the hands of Wood. She had it in both hands and could not haul it in, and Kaiser escapes.
You want to know why Thomas has been losing 6-0 to Kaiser? It's plays like this and missed opportunities. I mean, we've said it before on the broadcast, and again, you have limited shots when you're right there at the end zone. You got to haul in plays. You know, you got to haul in those catches as big as they are. The possessions, the momentum. I mean, this is tough. They're right there to try to get into the end zone, but they just can't seem to cross pay dirt.
Big moment right there. Giselle Jones, the linebacker, goes over to Aaliyah Wood, the corner, and puts her arm around her and says, hey, don't let it bother you. Because right now, if I'm Kaiser, I'm going right to Aaliyah Wood's side.
Roden
throws it at the marker again. And again,
this could be big.
Was she in the end zone?
She was in the end zone when she checked it down, and so I think that's what the referees are trying to confirm right now, if it was an intentional grounding.
It looks like it was not intentional grounding. That is a huge bullet dodge there for Kaiser.
Lots of saving grace here, I think, even on both sides in terms of what could have been and the potential damage.
Roden looking, throws, and that is tipped away. And it's Caitlin Herb. A little bit of a zone blitz.
Like, this is the type of plays that Thomas needed. And what they needed to have done in the beginning, get pressure on Roden so she can get the ball off faster, have a hurried throw, and give yourself an opportunity to potentially make that turnover happen. And you do that, and Thomas is back in this contest with Kaiser.
Well, 3 quarters are in the books. One of these teams will move on to face the Ottawa Braves and attempt to stop history of a four-peat for the Braves. Which of these two will it be? Kaiser has the advantage right now, but there are 12 minutes between them and a rematch of the 2021 National Championship.
And a lot can happen in 12 minutes, too. Again, this has been no score in the third quarter. And third down right now for the Seahawks. Got to try to find a way to get out of that end zone. And if they don't find a way to get out of that end zone, this will give Thomas an opportunity for new life and maybe perhaps one more opportunity to try to get in there and possibly score a touchdown early on. Time is running out, but their chances right now are at a premium.
So it's going to be a long third down here for the Kaiser Seahawks. Roden halfway through the end zone here. Bringing two on the blitz. Roden looking deep, and it is knocked away. Aaliyah Wood on the pass breakup, and it's fourth down. They're going to have to punt.
And that all stemmed again from a sharp rushing effort. Phenomenal job rushing by Herb to force Roden, because again, just quick, immediate shot. Roden had to get it out in a second and a half, but that was tough to try to get to Chloe Griffin when Aaliyah Wood read that perfectly.
Big stop there by Thomas. Now on the punt. A short punt here and out of bounds. See where they're going to spot it. Chelsea Palmer pointing at the 30. And that's exactly where they're going to spot it.
So now within 30 yards of the end zone, and yes, it's 11 minutes and rolling, but again, like we said before, I mean, your chances are, time's running out right now. I mean, we're now in the fourth quarter. It's a 2-score ball game. If you don't score here, you know, what more chances will you have?
Yeah, I'm not sure that you have 3 chances to score unless you have an interception. This is critical for the Nighthawks. Wilson looking. There's a flag. Probably going to be for impeding again. It's a backwards lateral to Key Knight, but we've got a flag in the backfield against Kiana Cole, looks like.
Be curious to see what the official call here is, if they put it on Wagaman or a Cole.
Holding on Thomas.
Or they're going to say personal foul this time on Thomas. And again, it ultimately depends. But, of course, Thomas is going to voice their opinion on that as well. I mean, again, this is why, personally, I'm not a fan of the rush as a center, because, again, even in tournament plays, whenever I've played, it's the same thing where you got to give that rusher a lane and opportunity. You got to respect that even if you're trying to go out in an offensive route. And it is so tough, but, again, just a damaging penalty for Thomas.
First down and 19 here. Wilson avoiding the rush, back to a Cole. A Cole tries to get through and is pulled there by Kennedy Foster. Now second down. You're going to spot it at about the 38 or the 33-yard line.
Yeah, just a quick play, and sometimes that's all you can do if you're Thomas. Just got to get some yards and try to get back as quickly as you can.
Oh, a hesitation there. Nigel Seals now in for Thomas at the running back position. And a short gain now for third down. A Cole not on the field at the moment.
Whatever personnel you need if you're Thomas to get out on the field, that's the important piece right now.
Trips to the bottom. Wilson rolling. Looking, she's going to take off. She's got a lane there. Goes back to Seals. Seals has the first down and more. And the flag is finally pulled by Kaiser.
But we got a yellow hanky down on the field, so I'm not sure what this call could potentially be. We got multiple flags on the field now on each side.
Possibly a legal forward pass?
Well, let's see what they call first, and then possibly we may be able to get a replay to kind of hash it all out.
That's
forward pass.
The forward pass, okay. Oof. Loss of down. That is Boy, that could be problematic. So 4th down for the Nighthawks.
Yeah, and I will say this from a perspective play. If you're Alexa Wilson, I felt like she could have maybe gotten a couple more yards and kept it herself to make it an extremely manageable 4th down position. But that's the risk you take sometimes when you take a forward pass.
So Wilson looking, throws. It's going to be Key Knight, and the flag is pulled by Samaya Bryant. And that's going to be another turnover on downs, and head coach Chelsea Palmer is in disbelief.
It's a frustrating sequence. And I mean, again, opportunities were at a premium in this contest. And, you know, penalties or no penalties, you still have to find a way to keep this ball moving down. I mean, like we said before, we've seen multiple times now where Thomas had their chances, but they just haven't been able to capitalize so far. And that's been keeping the scoreline relatively close. Their defense has been much better the second half, but you got to capitalize offensively.
You're going to need a turnover right now if you're Thomas. A nice job to stay in bounds by Kennedy Foster. Didn't look to fight it. Just stayed in bounds. Because right now, the clock is Kaiser's largest ally.
Oh, without question. And I think here, if you're Kaiser, you probably are able to milk at least another 2, possibly 3 minutes off the clock if you don't get this first down. But again, Thomas will probably have just another shot. And I believe, too, they haven't called a timeout yet in the second half, so they still have their timeouts to work with, but it's coming down to that time.
Another caught ball there. That flag is pulled by Giselle Jones. It's Brenna Ramirez on the catch. Third down and a long 3, short 4 for Kaiser. 6.5 minutes to play. Thomas needs a stop or a turnover, and quickly. Coming back into that cover 0 look are the Nighthawks. And we're going to have a timeout here on the field for Kaiser. We will take it with them. With 6:14 left in this ball game, Kaiser holds that same 14-0 lead. This is the second of 2 semifinals on the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And we are back on a third down, a critical third down here for Kaiser as they continue to try to eat the clock and win a spot in the finals. Rolling to her right is Roden, throws, and it's a caught ball by Foster. She tiptoes the sidelines, and there is nobody there. Touchdown, Kaiser. Warm up the fat lady because this one is getting close to its end.
Yeah, and I think at that point, it's a matter of just a frustrating sequence that carries over. Again, good catch by Foster, and oh, she keeps her feet in bounds too. I mean, like, that's just clutch. But again, that momentum really swinging now, and 3 scores and just about 6:05 left to go in this game.
We've seen stranger things. But
Of course, Ashley Clam now back in business, as you can see on the screen, so she's ready to go.
that's that problem with that cover zero look that Thomas was playing. If you miss your mark there, there's no one to help you. Goes through the middle, no good there on the extra point intended for Brenna Ramirez. But with 6 minutes left in this game, Kaiser now holds a commanding 20-0 lead. 6 minutes for a rematch of the inaugural NAIA Flag Finals back in 2021.
Yeah, and that would be, again, a Kaiser Ottawa rematch here. I mean, like, there's going to be so much involved with that because, again, that is Ottawa's biggest loss in program history. So what better way to try to redeem yourself in that situation?
Wilson looking, rolling, throws it downfield, and it's too tall for Nakara Brown.
Partner, you also think about the preliminary games too and how it was set up, because in this tournament in particular, the tiebreakers for the seedings was as follows. You had the fewest points allowed in preliminary play, followed by points for. So you look back at the games that Thomas has played compared to Ottawa's games, and both Ottawa and Thomas have shut out their opponents in the first game, but Kansas Wesleyan scored the extra point against Thomas, whereas St. Thomas had the extra point against Ottawa, but an unsportsmanlike conduct negated it, and that 1 point difference gave Ottawa the #1 seed compared to Thomas #2. So looking at the matchups now, you almost wonder what if.
Football's always a game of inches. As Alexa Wilson finds Kiana Cole, stays in bounds. Nice pull by Foster to keep her in bounds. Thomas now going into the hurry-up, trying as they might to find something to find pay dirt to see if they can quickly move back into this game. Nicole now at center with Seals at running back. Pena on the sidelines. Wilson looking deep, and there is, oh man, she was looking for Giselle Jones, but the pass was overthrown for Jones, and that could have been the game-sealing interception for Cavallati.
Yeah, at this point, again, I'm not sure if you're Thomas at this rate now with a little over 4 minutes, unless if you're still looking to try to check it down the field, I don't know if you can afford to not look anywhere but the deep sides.
Giselle Jones is lined up offsides there, I think. Cole gets through, pulled by Sophia Caprio.
So just under 3 minutes now. And again, I mean, Thomas is now moving the ball a little bit more. And as long as they continue to keep it consistent, don't get too fancy, get yourself a score.
Wilson rolling, throws it deep off her back foot, and that is picked off. Cavallati gets the pick, and it is 3 minutes and 20 seconds and counting towards a rematch.
You get in her mind, you make Alexa Wilson make throws she doesn't want to throw, and throwing backside when there was at least 4 Seahawks the other way, you know, you're going to get yourself an interception that time. And Cavallati just, again, with 2 clutch interceptions, and now it's all but a formality for this squad out of West Palm Beach.
A credit to the Nighthawk program. This would be the first time in program history that this Thomas Nighthawk team will not play for a national championship.
That is true. And again, with the way this team is set up, and like we talked about earlier, they didn't have the same players they did the first 2 years. So there's a lot of learning curves for a relatively young team that they've had to fill those shoes in. And on the flip side, you're expecting them to play on the same level as teams like as Kaiser, which is a senior-laden team that have put all their eggs in one basket to go after a national championship run. So it's a challenge, but as tough as it's been for Thomas, there's a lot to look forward to into the off season in terms of preparing right and getting yourself ready to go for 2025.
Yeah, you look at these two teams, and I won't say that Kaiser's window is closing, but off of their initial team, yeah, that window is closing more here than it is for Thomas. Thomas's window is still a couple years more with their current squad as we hit the 2-minute warning here.
Then, of course, before the national championship game, we got ourselves Kansas, Wesleyan, and Milligan, eh?
Hey, man, let's name a silver bracket champion. Roden looking, fires, caught ball there. It's going to be Rodriguez, the center. That can only be the first or second time we've called her name today. You know who we haven't really called today that much is Brianna Hernandez-Silva.
That just goes to show you a testament of how many weapons this Kaiser Seahawk offense has. And even with some on standby, you know, it doesn't matter what it is, the situation. It's like if one player needs to step up in a certain game because they're feeling hot, they do that. But if they're not feeling hot, you still got 2 or 3 other options to go with.
Roden looking. Throws. Incomplete. Intended for Clam more than likely. 3rd down. Incomplete pass stops the clock at 1:06. 4th down here for Kaiser. And they're going to punt the ball away. It's probably the best choice.
Really, again, I mean, like, it's Kaiser's in a comfortable position now. Don't have to take a chance that you really don't have to take. But it'll make for an interesting potential final drive.
Janae Scott with the return. Thomas will set up shop on one final drive at the 29, 30-yard line, somewhere in there with 56 seconds left. Man, what do you tell your offense right now if you're Chelsea Palmer?
I mean, you have to go out there and still play with pride regardless. But at the same time, you just got to finish strong. You know, there is some pride to play for because you don't want to be shut out by Kaiser 3 straight times. And I think that is something worth playing for.
Caught by Jones. Jones gets the first down, slips around and gets a little bit more. 51 seconds in Kaiser territory. Game clock will start back on the set. Wilson slips past Wagaman and is going to run it herself. She's going to be surrounded by a trio of Seahawks, and the flag is going to be pulled right at about the 22-yard line. That's going to be a timeout for Thomas with 35 seconds left, their first timeout of the half. But yeah, partner, I mean, you said it perfectly here. If you're going to go into the off season on this particular note, knowing that no, there are no moral victories, but you really don't want to stare at a goose egg.
I mean, that's going to really set the tone in terms of how you want to start the off season. I mean, you can also look at it from a perspective of if you are trying to fight to avoid the goose egg and you go into the offense, like this is, it stings a little more. But again, in any situation for any team, if you can get a touchdown to end this game, again, there will be positive momentum and you want to finish strong. You want to make sure at this point you're giving it your all. And so that's what Thomas is in position to do right now. Again, one more opportunity as they're knocking on the 20 for the first. And get yourself a score.
Looks like Kaiser utilizing some backups here. It's caught ball by Key Knight. Slips through a little bit. Nope, that flag is going to be pulled there. Couldn't see who got the flag, but that's going to be a first down as the clock keeps moving here. Wilson takes the snap, throws, caught by Jones. Jones tries to get around, and she is going to be short. And that's going to be another timeout here by the Nighthawks.
Yeah, 18 seconds to go. A great pickup there by Jones. And now just see what you can do here.
Stick with us after this game. We'll have the B bracket finals here, a matchup between Kansas Wesleyan and Milligan. As we take a look at Jones here, just short. Caprio on the pole there.
But to that point, though, I mean, like, and we'll talk about it more once the game happens, but Kansas Wesleyan, again, after starting 15-3 on the year, just didn't have the ideal preliminary games that they wanted to. And once again, still stuck in the B bracket, going to be looking to try to compete for that silver trophy.
Wilson takes the snap, looks, rolls, lofts it, and through everyone. Hits the NAIA women's flag logo in the back of the end zone perfectly.
Yeah, right now, as we've seen, like you mentioned too earlier, a couple of reserves getting some opportunities now, but you still got a veteran leader in Kennedy Foster out there to coordinate that defense, as well as Emma Wagenman and Cavallati.
Do see Hannah Jays out there, number 27. It is good to get these in. I mean, you're talking about a semifinal game. Yeah, there's no pressure right now, but you're going to get your bearings in this building, and if something crazy happens against Ottawa, you won't be overwhelmed by the moment. Rolling. Knocked away. 6 seconds left and one more play.
Fourth down situation, and this moment right now feels as good as if it was a tied game, because Kaiser, again, they're going to leave it out on the field. They want to make sure that they're motivated and ready to go. They do not want to give Thomas this touchdown.
They want to preserve that shutout, pull a baseball reference. They want that spiked ball.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
One more play here. Wilson. And that ball is knocked away. And Thomas is denied one more time from scoring with 3 seconds left. This one is one direct snap away from being finalized. A 20-0 win here for Kaiser. And a ticket to the finals is on the line here.
Yeah, and again, great job by this Kaiser defense to stay strong, even though there may have been an opportunity to just play it however they want and just make sure they ran out the clock. They wanted to make sure, too, that defensively they're ready to go, because it's going to be plays like these that are going to help you mentally prepare for that national championship game at 3.
You do kind of have to get out of your own end zone here. So you do need a little bit here. Roden is going to get out of the end zone and take a knee, and that'll be all she wrote. And Kaiser advances to the women's flag finals, a rematch of the 2021 national championship game. The Kaiser Seahawks will get a chance to notch national championships in both tackle and flag in the same school year, with a win against Ottawa coming up at 3 o'clock. Thomas will make the long drive back to Thomasville with a 0 next to the score.
Well, another thing, too, if we were going to talk about Kaiser being a championship school, their men's lacrosse team recently winning their semifinal game, so their men's lacrosse team getting ready to play in a national championship bid to defend their title. And that's just the kind of school that Kaiser is. Kaiser is a school of champions, and it doesn't matter what the sport is, they want to live up to that expectations through teamwork, determination, and whatever they need to do.
So, about 22 minutes to our B bracket final game. Go do what you got to do, but you won't want to miss this next one. Kansas Wesleyan and Milligan for the B bracket trophy. For Angelo Pontello, I am Corey Thorpe, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes. And welcome back to the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. Here we have the B Bracket Championship in the first couple years known as the Silver Bracket. You might hear us use those terms interchangeably. But we have for you today the Kansas Wesleyan Coyotes against the Milligan Buffs. I'm Corey Thorpe doing your play-by-play today. Angelo Pontello doing our color commentary. Angelo, it's, last year we took a break out of the pool and knockout round idea, but this is a place where Kansas Wesleyan is very familiar.
Absolutely. I don't think it was as much of a surprise after the way the preliminary games went that they ended up finding themselves back in the B bracket despite going 15-3 on the regular season. But what is a surprise, however, is that opponent that they're playing. 2 years ago, when they were still trying to get their team formed and everything else, it was a tough outing for Milligan. 74-0 loss to Thomas, and then turning around and another loss there and getting out of the tournament early with 3 straight losses into that B bracket. But now, this year in particular, Milligan has really stepped up, and they've made some surprise games so far, even into this year, because you look at the way they've been playing, and they've been playing tremendously as of late in the postseason play, but you look at particularly how they played in bracket play. Milligan was able to handle Reinhardt 25-6, and they turned around and they beat Baker, which was projected to be an easy candidate for the B bracket final in a tight 19-18 contest, and now you go up against the, as you alluded to, the queens of the silver bracket for an opportunity to come up with the biggest upset yet for their squad.
Obviously, Milligan, for those who don't know, played partner about 2, 3, 4 games last year, made a change at head coach, and then basically took the rest of the year off, and that move looks like it's paying off for head coach Ryan Witten, the Elizabethton native, going to his hometown college, place where you recognize that last name Witten. It's written in a lot of places there, whether it's his grandfather, whether it's his brother. If you are from around that Elizabethton area, you know that the Wittens are football royalty. Obviously, for those who aren't from the area, you may recognize his brother Jason, a Hall of Famer, obviously with the Dallas Cowboys. Ryan looking to continue the family legacy of football here to try to put Milligan on top of the silver bracket, the B bracket, place they haven't been. This was a team that we had looked at all year as one that was making great gains, but Angela, I don't think that either of us figured they'd make it all the way to the B bracket championship.
Well, that's the funny thing about when you play in Atlanta. Anything goes at that point. And what you did in the regular season just maybe helps position where you are from a preliminary game to, making it somewhat competitive. But once you start playing preliminary games in the knockout stages, it's how good are you in that span of time? Since Tuesday, or Wednesday, I should say, it's all about how you play well. And Milligan, they've been hot the past few days, and as a result, they're rightfully now here in the B bracket final, looking for a chance to try to win some hardware.
And as we see the players get introduced, running on to the field, we'll try to go along with them here. Sakaya Newell coming out. Jazz Wiggleton behind her. Sarah Rankhorn. Number 8, Elena Green. Number 9, Bridget Kaiser. Number 10, Michaela Davis. Number 11, Sam Urso. Number 13, Abilene Laprice. Number 14, Sophia Ortiz. Number 15, Bethany Stevens. Number 17, Ashley Ferreira. Number 18, Angela Urea. 20, Chloe Jackson. 23, Ashton Warely. Number 25, Caitlin Quinn. Number 33, Trinity Gillespie. And number 88, not a number you see a whole lot, Kiera Guzman-Sagapolu. And headed by Ryan Witten here. Angela, that's a lot of players on crutches or not dressed out.
Yeah, and I think the biggest one on that IR list is Angel Urea, who has been with this squad since day one, and all the work she's put in. I mean, as unfortunate as it is that she's not able to dress out and play, she does play a pivotal role in terms of how they got here as well, and just being part of that storybook season that Milligan's had to get to this point.
So number 1, Angel Roman here. Layla Cassian, number 1. Number 2, Alexa Manser. Number 3, Alexis Jimenez. Number 4, Corinne Dupuy. Number 5, Encian Rabano. Number 6, Samari McKinney. As you see, they're joining hands. You can't see it quite in frame, but they are joining arms as they walk in. Lexi Marquez.
Jada Reese, the former Nighthawk.
Yep. Shani Marape. Jada Reese, the former Nighthawk. Jasmine Whitfield and Trinity Antonelli. Number 12, Jada Wilson, the McCulloch County, Florida native. Number 14, Ava Novacek. Number 15, Jayla Howells. Number 16, Chihiro Owada. Number 17, Tori Lardachek. Number 18, Emily Buell. Number 20, Kylie Douglas. Number 21, Valeria Gonzalez. Number 22, Ashley Hawthorne. Number 23, Michaela Howard. Number 25, Vanessa Town. Number 26, Kelsey Tucker. Number 30, Nakia Lloyd. Number 33, Lauren Cardwell. And the last one, Aaliyah Young, number 34. The Kansas Wesleyan Coyotes are headed up by Melinda Wynn. Now we see some of these folks that are not suited up between Jenny Marape and Kendra Velasquez Monroe.
And again, you think about what head coach Melinda Nguyen has done, and just after when Josh Famiglieri started things off with his Kansas Wesleyan program, and just for Nguyen to keep that tradition going and put her own spin on things, it's good to see that Kansas Wesleyan, you know, despite adversity pieces that have come along the way, that they still find their way back into a championship atmosphere, regardless of if it's an A or B bracket type, to try to give themselves an opportunity to not just take home hardware, but show that championship spirit for the Coyotes.
Obviously, Kansas Wesleyan, one of those teams that chose to pick a coach originally out of their football coaching staff. Coach Pham goes to Minot State. Coach Wynn picks up where he left off. It's been impressive. It's been a great year for Kansas Wesleyan so far. You've notched your first win in program history against the Ottawa Braves. It's going to be interesting to see how they play here, where you've had a fantastic season and, there's a real chance that this team could feel like they should have been in the A bracket.
It could be, but I mean, again, depending on how it's all shaped out to be, again, it goes back to the tiebreaker situation and what you did against your opponents. I mean, you look at the 35-6 win over Reinhardt compared to other teams that have respectfully defeated their opponents by 40-plus points, but you still allowed a touchdown to Reinhardt.
I do love, though, that the players that Milligan has sent out there for this coin toss are their players who are not going to be participating in the game for the most part. Here you've got 3 or 4 there that aren't even dressed out. It's a great way to get them to participate in the game.
Well, that's why, like, with one of the players out there being Urea in particular, who has played a pivotal piece in Milligan's development in terms of where they are now compared to where they started. I mean, it's a special gesture, yes, but at the same time, it just goes to show you how much of an impact she has on this program.
Kansas Wesleyan in white, Milligan in orange. Now we'll have the national anthem here. And we are getting ready to play ball here in the flag finals for Bracket B. Good news is they hooked up a mic for the refs, so hopefully we'll get to hear them a little bit better. You might not be able to at home, but we'll be able to relay everything.
It still is a nice addition for the RCX Sports Tournament group. You know, again, as you're trying to make the product better and trying to make the player-athlete experience that much better, you know, it's what can you think about to make it more of a professional feel and just memorable for the players, the coaches, everybody else involved. I mean, it's step by step, but for the officials to get a mic'd up experience, I mean, even for the officials, you know, like an opportunity for them to make it feel like a collegiate experience is another true testament to how much RCX continues to try to expand and try to make it the best experience they possibly can for all those involved.
So we're ready to get it going here. Empty backfield here from Milligan. The snap. It's a caught ball and out of bounds, a few yards there, caught by Caitlin Quinn.
Again, if you're going to look to start small, you want to make sure that You're keeping it consistent. The pass to Quinn was excellent. And for Bridget Kaiser, if she's going to be looking to try to lead this Milligan team, you can't take too many chances against the Coyotes.
Kaiser gets it out, and that's going to be an incomplete pass. Yeah, your assignment is a tall one today for the Milligan offense. You've got to keep a hold of the ball because you know the quarterback on the other side is excellent. Kaiser takes the snap and hands it off. It's going to be to Johnson. Johnson is not able to turn the corner. It's Rabano there on the grab. That's going to break up an early 4th down for the Buffs.
Yeah, not very often do you see teams not being able to get it past the 20-yard line. But at the same time, with 6 yards, it's all about the concept.
3 players up to block for Kansas Wesleyan. End over end punt. Fielded at the 21-yard line. Flag is pulled about the 22, 23-yard line. That's where the Coyotes will set up shop here. Obviously, the Coyotes led by transfer from Keio University in Tokyo, Japan, Chihiro Iwata, who has absolutely been a shot in the arm for the Yotes.
Yeah, if there's a better time to potentially shine, it will be right here for Iwata.
She's looking, she's going to roll. Throws and caught ball and out of bounds, a first down there. That's going to be Jasmine Whitfield on the catch.
Much better job here. Again, you're not getting too frantic. You know, Iwata's just cool, composed, collected. And for the receivers, just run your routes accordingly. Don't try to be fancy with it. Secure it and get yourself a nice 5-6 yard chunk.
The biggest thing today for Kansas Wesleyan is whether the receivers can avoid the case of the dropsies that they've had on and off for the entire season.
Yeah, and in particular with the preliminary game, it was a little bit of a struggle.
As the catch is made at about the 30-yard line, it's going to bring up a 2nd down and 10 there. Early, they've done a pretty good job of hauling the ball in.
Yeah, and again, don't overthink it. And just like we said on our other broadcast, as a player, the first priority is to make sure that you gain that possession off the catch before you start thinking about turning it upfield. Even if you're in a position to turn it upfield while you're doing it, you don't want to take your eyes off the ball either.
Looks like Iwata's, nope, looked like she was going to run with it. She floats it out, a nice snag there.
This is why Kansas Wesleyan has been successful offensively, was because, again, the reads from Iwata and how she's able to gauge herself and the movement is just like any other top-tier quarterback. And Iwata just calm, collected, tosses it over, finds an open receiver, and just a tremendous catch there by Lloyd to haul it in.
It's going to bring up a 1st and goal here from the 17-yard line. Sorry, the 12-yard line. Wada finds an open receiver. Let's see if she can get it in from here. She does. That is going to be number 10, Jasmine Whitfield. Gets the score, and that's an early 6-0 lead for the Coyotes.
It's whatever pocket that you can find open. And again, with the way the Milligan's defense is going, finding open pockets, checking it down low, and Whitfield, again, wide open, and all she had to do was shimmy her way to the end zone, hip her way through a couple of defenders, and you got the first score just like that.
Now on for the PAT. Fires and right through the arms of the receiver there. So, 7:59 left. It's going to be a 6-0 lead there for Kansas Wesleyan. Milligan gets another chance at bat.
Yeah, and even on that extra point attempt, a little too hard for DeQuee, and just wasn't able to haul it in despite the breadbasket catch attempt.
It's another crack at bat here for Milligan.
The Buffs have come a long way offensively from the Brooke Housley and Kat Allen days.
Kaiser takes the snap looking. Caught ball there by number 11, Sam Urso. Gets a few yards on that one, and it's going to be just shy of the first down, probably about 2 yards to go here.
A good catch, but again, when you're trying to, if you're Urso trying to work off the case and you got Weirley that's in the way, it's tough to try to make a lane out of yourself when you got a Kansas Wesleyan defender on you too.
Nice catch and run there for the first down. First down of the day, snagged by Chloe Jackson. Interesting look here early by Milligan. They're running 5 wide the entire time. Kansas Wesleyan's bringing 2 on the rush. Got to get it out quick if you're going to do that.
Yeah, and again, not a lot of defenses go with that double rush method, but whatever is going to work for you based off of the offensive setup.
Kaiser evades one, passes, caught ball. It's going to be a pretty big gain here.
Jada Reese looks like on the flagpole.
Reese not only uses a rusher here for this Kansas Wesleyan defense, but also a bit of a cornerback sometimes.
Yeah, and compared to when Reese was rushing as a Nighthawk and now with more flexibility on the defensive end for Kansas Wesleyan, she has been able to be more utilized.
That's going to be a first down and more for Milligan as the receiver hips her way down. Destiny Johnson just steps out of bounds at the 19-yard line, and the Buffs are in the red zone.
That is a big pickup for Johnson, and again, that was a beautiful, beautiful hit move there. As you can see, just looking her way, looked like she was going to get out of bounds, but just whoop, nice little move, get around. But that's where the laziness comes in from a defensive standpoint. As Kansas Wesleyan, you got to break down and use 2 hands. If you just don't break down and use 1 hand, all the more reason for Johnson to get around you.
Play action fake going to the end zone. It's going to be almost picked off. Man, Jada Wilson almost had an interception.
Just off the hands of the veteran defender, and looking at that pass again, Kaiser, Wilson had it read perfectly, and just off her fingertips could have been a way to stop it.
Another play action pass here, caught ball. And it's handed off, number 23 going, and that's a touchdown. Milligan, the handoff to Ashton Weirley, gets ahead.
But we got an official. We'll see this replay here. Yeah, that flag was definitely pulled. So
before Abilene Laprise was able to actually give it off, yeah. I just didn't hear
all that excitement for the Milligan Buffs just to hear it get called back. And I mean, again, the flag was pulled anyways, but false hope early on, but Milligan's hoping to get it in for real this time.
Again, running 5 wide are the Buffs. Third down and 15, 16 yards. Kaiser takes the snap and looks downfield, looks at her options, goes back to her center, gets around 1, and there's going to be a flag that comes in. Sam Urso there on the snag.
Could it be a holding on Kansas Wesleyan when she was trying to go for the flagpole initially is what I want to know.
You called it, partner. That's exactly what it is. And that's going to be half the distance from the end of the run. That's a big one there. It's a replay of 3rd down.
Yeah, because I could see that maybe being the only reason for a Kansas Wesleyan penalty, because, again, it's a burn, to be blunt, when you look at not only did you get the holding call, but you missed the flag on top of that to boot. It's tough, but, I mean, for Kansas Wesleyan right now, that's their weak point, and they have to start using 2 hands, and they cannot afford to be missing these flags.
Sidecar left in a balanced gun. Kaiser looking, thrown, and it's a caught ball, touchdown. Milligan for real this time to Caitlin Quinn, the sophomore out of Lansdale, Pennsylvania, and the Buffs are on the board.
Yeah, again, just the poise by Kaiser, too, just being very patient, following along with the game plan. And again, just a beautiful touchdown there by Quinn in the lower left corner. And now an opportunity to take the lead for the Buffs.
How big would that be to get a lead here in this game. Takes a snap to Kaiser. Looks, fires, almost picked off to no one in particular there. So we have ourselves a tie game. With 4:29 left in the first quarter, Milligan and Kansas Wesleyan are once again deadlocked, this time at 6. Takes a snap to Zawada, looks, has a receiver, caught ball. Spin move, tiptoeing down the sidelines. Again, that's going to be Jada Wilson there.
An athletic play by Wilson at that. Looked as if initially she was going to get about a couple of yards on an out route out of bounds, but just look at the moves. Just spin move, keeps her balance, and was able to get at least an extra 6-7 yards. It's a smart play there by the junior.
Three wide receivers to the bottom as Awada takes off to the strong side. Tries to get through and gets a few yards there. Nice pickup there, about 8 yards on the play.
And that's one of the reasons why she's an up-and-coming quarterback here in the NAIA realm. Is Iwata is not just someone who can be a pocket passer or can connect with her receivers, but if she needs to take off with the football as well, she has proven time and time again this season and even in the preliminaries that she can move this football on the ground.
2nd down and 7 here. Iwata throws the ball, caught ball, and out of bounds that one.
Yeah, Whitfield definitely went across that time. She was able to get it in before the flag was pulled off her outstretched arms.
1st down and 20 now here. Let's take a look here. As gets it just over and popped loose. The defense there by Sakaya Newell. A young team still, this Milligan team. And the flag pulled there. A nice gain of about 10. There, Alexis Jimenez on the reception. A lot of freshmen on this Milligan squad, obviously after taking a year off and getting some recruiting underneath your belt. You got to feel like the potential on this team can be high if they keep growing from this point.
Absolutely, and again, you don't see these two teams match up very often, but when you don't know how each other plays, it makes for an interesting contest.
Wada looking, she's going to go deep, coming back and incomplete through the hands of Whitfield.
Yeah, and it looked like initially that time, Iwata, even though she was throwing off her back foot, saw a little bit of that Buffs pressure coming onto the quarterback, but Iwata still made something out of nothing with that play, and Whitfield looked like, I don't know if her back was turned or where it was positioned, but Iwata here, she's moving around, she's coming in clutch. Johnson throwing the pressure up, but then even throwing a waddle duck should have been a catch there for Whitfield.
3rd down and 10 here. Iwata looking, dancing around, still looking, throws. It's a wide open and off the hands of the Coyotes wide receiver. That's going to be Kelsey Tucker, I believe. Hard to read the numbers from up here.
Yeah, and again, for Iwata, just moving around as much as she can to extend the play, but just off the hands of Tucker. Man, they tell you all the time in flag is like, if it can touch your gloves, you should be able to make that catch.
And as we've said before, this is something that has been a problem for Kansas Wesleyan all season, has been drops. You see Iwata's completion percentage is hovering around 50%. That's been a lot due to drops. She looks back, fires. They're going to play on 4th down, and it's intercepted by Milligan. Blake Leolis there. The Johnson City, Tennessee native comes up with it and gains about a yard on the exchange.
Yeah, and again, Iwata's trying to read that, but Aulis is also reading the eyes of Iwata as well, and of course trying to get to Whitmore as her first option. Very easy to step in front and make the interception.
I think we're going to take this one down to the end of the first quarter. So as we end our first stanza, we have still a tied ball game, a 6-6 all matchup here between Kansas Wesleyan and Milligan. We'll step away for a little bit. We'll be back with more Flag at the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And we are back for the second quarter of action here, a 6-6 ball game. As head coach Ryan Witten tries to get his team coached up. Talking with Coach Witten today, the Elizabethton native said, "No, I didn't even know that Milligan existed, much less had a flag football team."
Hey, if you're about the opportunities, I mean, they'll come even if they haven't presented themselves yet.
Kaiser with a completed pass, close to the first down, if not over. They're going to call her a micron short here, it looks like. Second down, right on the 39.5-yard line. In motion, the running back. Kaiser takes the snap, looks, fires, caught ball. First down and more there. As Kansas Wesleyan playing a little soft on the back end, allowing Milligan to go underneath and find some success.
Yeah, that time just a good throw there by Kaiser. Look for LaPrise on that shot. And just, again, good angle there to pick up even some more yards. Great job by the Buffs.
That's going to be an offsides penalty on Kansas Wesleyan as Kaiser goes for the shot play, knowing they've got a free 5 yards, and it falls incomplete. Looks like, believe that's Jada Reese got into the neutral zone pre-snap.
Yeah, and it's always unfortunate when you have a play like that, especially when it opens up a free play for the Buffs. I mean, had that have been something where, in that particular case, it was an incompletion, it doesn't matter because now you inch your way up a little bit further closer towards the first down.
1st and 6 here for the Buffs. Going to an empty backfield here. Kaiser fires, and it's going to be picked off by Kansas Wesleyan. Got a little bit of room here. She's going to make her way across the 40 where flag is going to be pulled at about the 36, 37-yard line. And that is a huge way to stop the bleeding here. Alexa Manser with a pick.
Yeah, Mansour just was waiting for the right position. Kaiser, just a little bit of that freshman error, if you will. Just couldn't read the defensive assignment, if you will, by Kansas Wesleyan that time. Was trying to look for that short route, but unfortunately for the Buffs, didn't quite see Mansour in the picture, but a big defensive stop and play for the Coyotes.
Twins to each side for Kansas Wesleyan. Iwata, a high snap, but corrals it. Gets it over, and
That's
is
Whitfield.
Again, Whitfield can't collect it herself. That's going to be an ongoing problem for Kansas Wesleyan, I'm afraid.
And it's frustrating, too, because even in the preliminary stages, I mean, like, this is what was frustrating Iwata, because she's making these reads, and these are great reads over the middle. But when you can't call it in, it's frustrating from a quarterback standpoint, because how can you trust your receivers to get the 5-6 yards that you need? And now, just like that, instead of it being second and mid, it's a second and long.
Wada takes the snap looking, fires caught ball there over the middle and gets a few yards there. It's going to make it third and manageable here, but I guess there are two sides to every coin there on the drops. I mean, if it's not placed well, obviously, it can glance off the fingertips, or if it's thrown too hard. So there can be some element of quarterback play on that, but this is something that you would think Kansas Wesleyan would have gotten out of their system by now.
And again, it goes back to how the game's going on right now. Any day is different. Any game is different. Whatever you did in the regular season doesn't always translate to what's going on today.
Wada corrals the low snap, but bounces it off the ground there. And it's going to be fourth down now for Kaiser. Or, I'm sorry, for Kansas Wesleyan, who is going to – they're going to go for it here on fourth down.
Which, again, I don't know why you would punt in this situation. But, yeah, you have to go for it right now on fourth down.
Yeah, they have to announce it either way, if I remember correctly. 5 wide here. High snap. Rolling to her right. She going to try to take it herself? No, she throws it, and it is caught. Nice job there by DeQuee there on the reception. That's going to be a first down. That could have been bad, as the ball was almost tipped by another Kansas Wesleyan wide receiver.
Almost, but again, when you just focus first on making sure you corral possession, Iwata just throwing back towards the middle again, and DeQuee, those arms, just making sure before she ran, she wanted to make sure it was received well, good possession there, and now a first and goal opportunity for the Coyotes.
Knocking on the door are the Yotes. Wada looking through the hands of the receiver there. I believe that's Whitfield again.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating day so far for Whitfield. Now a couple of drop passes, and maybe it could be because of the gloves, so trying to go barehanded this time. And speaking from personal experience, sometimes you need to catch with bare hands because you feel like it's a better success based off the type of football that you're being thrown. Because with footballs, some have that pigskin feel, that grip is always important, but with some it's more of a flatter football.
So Wada's going to try it. She gets an open receiver, tries to go in for the touchdown, and she's going to be just short. I believe that's going to be Jimenez there on the catch.
Yeah, Sophia Ortiz was in the right position to make a great flag pull there, making sure that she had her covered down defensively, and with a short third down and pay dirt, this is where can the Buffs make another defensive stop.
They are going to have to come up big here. 2 plays to go and 2 yards to get for the Coyotes. And a bunch formation for the Salina crew. High snap for Iwata. She does corral it and throws it. Caught ball, touchdown. That's going to be Corinne DeQuee on the snag. And with 5:36 left in this half of play, Kansas Wesleyan retakes a lead.
DeQuee has always been a reliable receiver, but despite some of the drops you see here, DeQuee has really stepped up late in this postseason run for Kansas Wesleyan. And just keep it simple. Make sure you get possession. Don't get too fancy with it, and that way gives yourself a best chance of success.
Wada looking, looks like she might, nope. She is going to throw it, and she is going to hit. Jada Wilson there for the conversion. 13-0 lead here.
Just throwing again off that right side, was able to come back towards the middle, found Jada Wilson, and again, it looked like Iwata could have rolled a little bit more, but when you throw towards that backside, a tight window there as well. Great coverage effort there from Milligan's Ashton Weirley, but Again, Jada Wilson was able to snag it. Iwata just had enough zip on it to get through for the extra point, and now it's a 7-point ball game.
So Milligan will go out here and try to respond again. Five wide is Kaiser. Goes over the middle, caught ball. Pulled, but first down, I believe, gets over the line to gain, and that's going to be first down for the Buffs. The excellence here by the women's flag football team continues the good work done by Milligan's baseball team, who's having a good season out of Elizabethton. Kaiser rolling left, needs to get around. She's going to take off. She gets a few yards and makes something out of nothing there, as I believe it was Jada Reese who almost had her dead to rights.
Almost dead to right, but at the same time, too, just great job by Raban to come up with the flagpole. And whatever you have to do if your Kaiser is just trying to keep the ball moving, if you don't see any receivers, take off with it, get yourself a good 5-6 yards.
Takes the snap, looks, fires back to the running back, spins around. Not much there for the effort. It's going to bring down a third down and about 10 yards to go here.
Yeah, and we've mentioned this a couple times on the broadcast, but you always have that security blanket in the center. And for Urso, you know, she's always there just around curl as much as she can. And last resort option, if you need to get something, just a couple yards to inch closer, you got that center option.
Over to the right side, caught ball there and gets around. Almost gets around Chloe Jackson there on the snag. That's going to bring up a 4th and 5. Do they punt or do they play? They will play. 4th and 4, here's where it's set. Sidecar left for Kaiser. 3 receivers up top. Play fake here, throw and catch, first down made. She almost looked a little surprised that she got that.
Yeah, as long as you're doing what you need to just stay open. And again, LaPrise kept it very simple, was able to throw it to her, just a flat route. You just needed to make sure you picked up the first. Kaiser was looking at her all the way. Great reception, catch it first, and then see how many extra yards you can grab.
Play fake, going back to the running back. She gets quite a few, almost gets around Destiny Johnson. A little bit of a wheel route out of the backfield there. It's not very often in the world of flag that you see as much play action pass as Milligan is playing.
Well, play action pass is critical in the game of flag because you have to make sure that you have a quarterback that is somewhat mobile. I mean, in today's day and age, whether it's collegiately, high school, or even in the adult realm, if you don't have a mobile quarterback, then the only other option you have is if you can do a deep snap with a quarterback that's at least about 15 yards back.
That'll be the 2-minute warning here. Two minutes to get 29 yards here for the Buffs. 5 wide across the beam. Kaiser looking, throws, caught, ball, I think. No.
That was incomplete.
It's incomplete. Hit the ground.
Just a little too low that time. It just, even if it was a couple more inches above, you want to make sure it's within the body realm of things in that time. For the lengthy Caitlin Quinn, that was just a little too low for her to reach.
Another thing I'm noticing here is that Kaiser is a lefty. Not too many lefties in the NAIA. Throws, caught ball. Obviously why your receivers are used to it, because that's who throws to you. that can flip your defense a little bit.
And again, short route to Sakaya Newell, but interesting decision to get it to Newell despite the coverage.
So 4th and 4 here for the Buffs.
Could be a double rush with Rabano and Reese.
Reese can't get home, and it is going to be a double covered and overthrown here, intended for Wearley. And the Coyotes get a $1.14 and I believe all 3 timeouts to try to see if they can extend this lead going into the half.
It's a relatively big stop by Kansas Wesleyan again, but interesting decision by Kaiser to just loft it up deep when, again, you only had about 5-6 yards to get to the first down, and we saw them getting over the 40-yard line. It was just a quick snap, quick pass over, but there, they looked like they were trying to go more towards the end zone.
Wada handles the snap. It's going to be a caught ball back to DeQuee. That's going to be about a 5 or 6 yard gain for the junior from Las Vegas Green Valley High School. A lot of those Green Valley High School products here between Layla Castellan and Alexa Manser, all there from the Las Vegas area.
Well, we see more of that with KCAC schools because they're not as fortunate to get as many Florida products. You got to find your own recruiting pool, and Vegas is the best one they can find.
And thrown at the feet of the wide receiver. Destiny Johnson just can't quite come up with it. Timeout on the field. K-Dub will call that there to recollect themselves, try to figure out if they can go 50 yards down the field before time expires in this half.
Yeah, and I mean, with 40 seconds to go, normally in these situations, you would think Kansas Wesleyan would be able to drive it down the field, but with receivers that have been a hit or miss, do we start to see Iwata take chances and run this down the field to give them shorter distances for a chance to put it in the end zone?
I would typically say no, because running does take up a lot more time than passing does. And right now you do need that time to be able to play with. Double twins here as Awada looks, fires over the middle, and it's incomplete. Again, it's going to be, let's see who that is. That was
Whitfield,
and
again. She threw the gloves back on too. Maybe she needed to stick with the bare hands.
And they're going to go for it here. Yeah, I think the play for Whitfield right here might be going gloveless.
Tough day for her so far because she has made the first few catches to start off the game, but since then it's been stone hands for the most part, and it's frustrating as a receiver when it's in your hands and it just goes in and out and you can't haul it in.
Caught ball there, but it's going to be short of the line to gain, going back to Jayla House. And Milligan stands up and gets a turnover on downs. They've got 28 seconds to try to move about 38 yards.
I was going to say short pass here and obviously was taken down. But Corey, 28 seconds, and now Milligan has a chance to either tie it or maybe even take the lead if they feel daring to go for 2 points. But I think in this particular case, though, 28 seconds, they would just be more or less looking to go for the tie.
You got another half football to play. Live short. Go for 2. Kaiser looking, throws, caught ball there. Going to be Newell there on the snag. And they'll take their first time out. 21 seconds left here. Ball at the 33-yard line. 32, 33, somewhere around in there. You're probably going to want to push down the field a little bit in order to give yourself a shot at a reasonable play with 6 or 8 seconds left.
You can, but just like we've witnessed in a couple of other games already, you have 2 timeouts in your back pocket, but you should only use them if you want to take a chance in trying to throw it towards the middle. At this point, if you're Milligan, you've seen the 5-and-out routes, you've seen the passes, the flat routes work, and even if it's just 2 or 3 yards, yes, you eat up a little bit of clock, but you're still moving forward, and you still got the first down to reach. So that way you give yourselves a better opportunity to score from a closer distance. So if I'm Milligan right now, take your chances, and if you see Kansas Wesleyan looks like they're bunching up towards the middle now, go to the outside and get some out routes and stop completions.
She's going to look to get it all. She's got a receiver. Can't haul it in. 23, Ashton Weirley. The intended receiver just can't haul it in. That would have been a huge play.
But now it's 15 seconds left. You wasted a good chunk of time going with that lofty deep ball, and it's 3rd down just to get to the 20 for a first.
It's going to be a handoff here. Gets around the edge. There's Johnson.
And she got the flagpole, looks like inbounds.
Yep, as they are going to. So Milligan does take another one. That's going to break up a 4th down now for the Buffs.
And from when we first started dissecting their situation, 19 seconds have come off the clock. So now 9 seconds to go. You got 1 timeout left. You got to get over the 20 for the first. Kansas Wesleyan knows this now, and it's a matter of what are you going to do to try to get the first. You might have, what, 2 plays at best?
At best. I honestly do not like the run right there. And this is absolutely 100% my opinion. Running the football right there is a mistake.
Well, you give Kansas Wesleyan more motivation to make this one stop here, and despite the troubles that they've experienced on their last offensive drive, if their defense can step up here and stop Milligan's drive to try to tie this game up, that's a huge win heading into the first half.
Get a little bit of wind in your sails here.
Especially when Milligan got the ball first. Kansas Wesleyan's going to have the ball to start the second half. What better motivation than to make this stop now?
Newell in motion. Goes back to Newell, and it's off her hands, and that's going to be a turnover on downs. 5 seconds left. Kansas Wesleyan's probably going to need this in, take a knee and go into halftime with their 7-point lead.
I thought I saw in that play Caitlin Quinn being somewhat open towards the middle. Had Kaiser had just another second to look at that, she might have had an opportunity to get towards Quinn for the first, but that's what you need to be shooting for is you got to get the first down at the 20. You can't chuck it short when you got Kansas Wesleyan defenders that are at least 1 or 2 of them that are on that left side waiting to pull the flag.
And you saw that Kansas Wesleyan's defense was short of the 20 themselves. They were not expecting a ball over the top. They were looking for that check down.
That's a game plan decision, and you gotta recognize that if you're looking to try to move the ball.
The Water will take one last play. Looking deep. She tries to find a little bit of open, and it's going to be through the hands of Taqui, and that'll be 0-0s on this half. A frustrating half for both teams as they go into the locker room to talk about it and see if they can twist any knobs and turn any dials to make a better second half. We'll be back after a short break with some stats, a little bit of analysis here, but at the half, your score, Kansas Wesleyan 13, Milligan 6. And welcome back to the B Bracket Championship. Halftime score, Kansas Wesleyan 13, Milligan 6, an even game stat-wise at least. Looking at the stats here, Milligan has 27 plays for 135 yards. Kansas Wesleyan 22 plays for 137 yards. Very close there, obviously. Neither team doing much on the ground. Chihiro Owada has 1 attempt for 8 yards. Milligan, between Bridget Kaiser and Destiny Johnson, has 3 attempts for 15. Speaking of Bridget Kaiser, she's 17 of 24 for a $121 touchdown, 1 interception. Chihiro Owada, her K-Dub counterpart, 12 of 21, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, 129 yards. Leading receiving for Kansas Wesleyan is Jasmine Whitfield, 3 receptions, 36 yards, along with Corinne DeQuee, 3 receptions, 19 yards. That doesn't really tell the whole story, though, Angelo, where Whitfield has 3 receptions. I think the bigger storyline is how many targets that Whitfield has. Unfortunately, we don't have that, but it seems like she's left some opportunities on the field.
Well, not to single out one individual receiver, but at the same time, you know, it was multiple receivers that had some key crucial drops that you look at the scoreline for Kansas Wesleyan, and theoretically, Corey, it should be a little bit more, but because of these missed opportunities, it's given Milligan every chance to stick around in this game, still a 1 scoring difference, the possibility of coming through and perhaps even tying this game on this next drive or keeping it close to the point where you keep it close throughout the game and possibly even give yourselves a true opportunity to claim that B bracket championship.
On the Milligan side, receiving Abilene Laprise leads the way with 4 receptions. Destiny Johnson leads on yards with 40. Caitlin Quinn leads on touchdowns with 1. Alexa Manser for Kansas Wesleyan leads all defenders in flag pulls. Asdiana Rabano leads in tackles for loss with 1. Sakaya Newell leads Milligan with 3 total pulls. And that's the tail of the tape here. We got 12 minutes and a tight game here. Can Kansas Wesleyan fix some of their issues with hauling in passes and extend their lead against Milligan? Or the Buffs going to stick around and be able to stay with Kaiser?
I apologize, Corey. I thought Milligan had the ball, or I thought Milligan or Kansas Wesleyan had the ball to start with the first part of the game, but looks like they'll get possession here.
Wada throws, and that is an incomplete pass through the hands
right on cue
of the receiver. Unfortunately, that's been the tail of the tape today. Been a very catching case of the dropsies for the Coyotes.
And again, as frustrating as it is, I mean, at least here on second down, you still got a couple of yards to get to the 20, but it's been that kind of day so far for the Coyotes.
Empty backfield in motion. That's going to be a handoff to DeQuee. DeQuee tries to get around the edge and does get the first down, is able to get the ball over the marker there. And a nice play call there to just get the first down and give yourself another opportunity.
Yeah, so even if you have to hand off the ball or just keep it on the ground, just something to move this ball. And it's not like Kansas Wesleyan has struggled to move the ball. It's the opportunities are there. It's just when you continue to drop passes, it's frustrating.
Wada over the middle, caught ball there, has some room there, gets around 1, but is not able to get past the second there, the pull made by Wearley.
It looked like there that time, maybe Bethany Stevens did get the flag pull after all on that first one, as we see here, just across the middle. Good job by Howland, but then, nice grab by Stevens there, just sliding flag pull.
Nicely done there. So second down, 8.5 here. In motion to an empty backfield. thrown on the wheel route, caught ball, and it's a fumble. And they're going to say that she's going to be short of the first down. Going to be 3rd and 2 here for the Oats.
Yeah, good read there by Iwata to find Jimenez, but you know, every time you have that outstretched arm is where the ball is. Yeah, and she lost possession of it just before she hit the 40. So, you know, 3rd down now, relatively short, but should be manageable for the Coyotes.
Bounce gun, Iwata looks under pressure, rolling, thrown into coverage and incomplete. Nice job by Weirley to knock that ball away.
Yeah, trying to fit that in a tight hole there by Howes. I mean, Iwata tried to zip it through, but again, not exactly sure why you would throw it into 2 buff defenders. That was just well covered that time.
They are going to go for it here on 4th and 2. In the bunch formation. Iwata looking, rolling, thrown, and caught. That's going to be Whitfield again. She's got a lot of room to go, and the flag pull again by Weirley. Nice job there, but that has got to instill some confidence there for Whitfield.
Great discipline by Iwata. There was the temptation to take off with the football, but she was patient. She was buying time and finally was able to find a wide open Whitfield. Good pocket hole there. And Whitfield, just focus on making sure you're getting yardage.
1st down and 3 here for Kansas Wesleyan. Stacked to the top. Iwata looking, fires, caught ball there, and gets a good bit of yardage. Weirley again on the pull, but that's going to go into the red zone, and all of a sudden, Jasmine Whitfield has found a little bit of new life.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to take a few deep breaths, get yourself regrouped, and Whitfield, make it simple. Some really small catches, and again, focus on making the catch first and then go upfield, and the rest will be history from there.
Iwata looking, throws, and that's going to be dropped. That's DeQuee there on the drop that time.
The dropsy disease switches from Whitfield to now DeQuee, but I think that's just the 1 out of every, 20 or 30 passes that she gets. You might have an occasional drop.
Just goes right through the hands. That's unfortunate for Kansas Wesleyan. So 2nd down now from the 17-yard or the 15-yard line. Iwata finds Whitfield. Whitfield tries to dance around, but the flag pull is done quite quickly there by Sophia Ortiz.
Yeah, so Iwata just looking for options again. Anytime you want that out route, just continue to utilize the edges there, and Milligan hasn't been able to focus as much on that. That hasn't been their biggest priority defensively, because they do want to make sure that they can cover all the other edges, and of course, in case Iwata decides to take off with the ball, they want to make sure it's covered.
Bunch formation by Kansas Wesleyan again. Iwata trying to escape. She's going to take it herself. Got a wide open lane, and touchdown Kansas Wesleyan.
It was only a matter of time, Corey, before Iwata would call her own number, and that time everything spread out the way they needed to. As again, when you have that previous play where you get the out routes and everybody's bunched in the middle, they're going to go towards the out, but that leaves a wide open middle for Iwata just to scamper through and get the touchdown.
Nice play call there. You saw a little bit of a delayed split by the other 2 Kansas Wesleyan players, which drug the remainder of the Milligan defenders out. Parted the waters, and Iwata goes through on dry land. Still a little bit of a bunch formation here. So Iwata is going to roll, and that's going to be a sack there, I believe. And that they're going to call that a sack there.
Yeah, and just as you can see here, Iwata's trying to evade. Looked like the flagpole was made in time.
It's Destiny Johnson again.
So good job there by Milligan, keeping it to 13 points. But now for the Buffs, it's a matter of trying to get an offensive score.
Yeah, you've got to respond to the Kansas Wesleyan touchdown here. Your first possession out of halftime. Kaiser looks and gets away from one, gets away from two, and there's going to be a flag on the play. Nice movement by Kaiser to evade two Coyote defenders.
Yeah, and again, the thing that's wild to me was Jada Reese got to Kaiser right then and there, but just couldn't grab the flag. Highly unusual for a well-decorated rusher by Reese, but I guess they're trying to see if they're going to hold up the call here. Charging offense. Yeah, the only way I could see maybe a charging on offense, again, just Jada Reese should have had that, but charging offense, you move your hips. Those are one of those difficult ones, because to me, when I look at charging, I see it as you're lowering a shoulder or you're moving your body down. But obviously there was another underlying factor they were looking at as well. So as a result, Buffs are going to have to try to get this first.
And now in through the hands of Quinn there. And all of a sudden, things are starting to go from bad to worse for the Buffs. Second down now from the 10-yard line. Kaiser looking, throws, caught ball, but the pull is short of the line to gain. It's going to be Weirley on the snag.
I think they just gave her the first down.
Okay. I could see that. She did have her arm extended.
The flagpole, or where her hip was when the flag was pulled, was definitely about 2, maybe 3 yards off the ball.
That's the magic of having your arm extended. It'll buy you a yard sometimes. Snap. Caught again by Weirley. Weirley tries to get around. Quick flag pull there. Nice job by Kansas Wesleyan. It's going to be Lexi Marquez, junior out of Las Vegas Foothills. Second down and 15 here. It's a snap, caught ball, trying to get around, but no such doing there. Quinn again on the catch. But a short gain here, and it's going to be third down and long.
Yeah, short gains are good as long as you're making some progress moving towards the next first down line. But relatively third and long here, you got to start thinking intermediate routes.
Kaiser looking, caught ball, gets around, almost gets around one flag pull, but Kansas Wesleyan stays with it, and it's going to be Lexi Marquez who gets the flag pull.
And now Milligan's going to be punting the ball away. Again, not exactly sure what the design or the reasoning was behind getting that short pass off, but I mean, you can't afford to keep it short and just give the ball away.
Punt to the sidelines, caught on the fly at the 20. Coming back to the middle and taken down at about the 30-yard line. That's where Kansas Wesleyan's going to set up shop with 2:40 and counting in this ball game with a 19-6 lead. Sorry, 2:40 and counting in the third quarter. Kansas Wesleyan with a 19-6 lead, getting close to that final stanza.
You know, in that recent flag pull, it literally just made me think of the new NFL rule, Corey, about how the NFL is no longer allowing tackle drops or drop tackles.
Yeah, hip drop tackles.
Hip drop tackles, yeah. And to that same point, there are such things as hip drop flagpoles too. And it only makes me wonder if that'll still be allowed or if they're going to keep it around.
Iwata on the move gets a nice chunk of yardage there. Going to be short of the line to gain, but a very short 2nd down and 2 here. And I think in the NFL, outlawing the hip drop tackle is more for player safety on that. So you could see it, but I don't know in a non-contact sport that's going to be necessary, as Iwata almost finds a wide receiver.
Again, just off the hands of Howes, and just every time you see it, just even outstretched arms. If it hits your gloves, you got to find a way to make receptions, and just so much frustration that can happen on that point. Again, right there, 5 yards, you got to grasp it in. And, I mean, this is what's been hindering Kansas Wesleyan most of this game.
Water looks and dropped, this time to Quee, as we hit the 1 minute mark left in this one. And, yeah, if I'm Chihiro Iwata, it's like, what do I do? What do I do here?
The only thing I could possibly think of, partner, is you have to maybe throw it with a little less speed to make it catchable. But in the football realm of things, that cannot be an excuse, because as a quarterback, you're trying to make sure you want to get it to your receivers, but if you loft it too much, you don't want it to get swatted away or intercepted.
Iwata looking, and again, dropped. And that's going to be a turnover on downs. 3 consecutive drops for Kansas Wesleyan, doomed the drive. And you know, it's what can you do? This has been something that has been a shortcoming all year for Kansas Wesleyan. I don't know if you look at in the off season, maybe doing some finger strengthening workouts or something like that to try to.
It's fundamentals. I mean, like, that's a fundamental piece of the whole football realm. You just have to continue to find 5-6 yards, and just, this is why they do tree routes in practice. This is why when you're warming up, you go through every possible route you can, the basic routes, and you make sure you go through it and you catch it. And that's why the fundamentals of it is you're either doing the diamond route, which, again, you put your hands in a diamond formation and corral the ball in, or if you're looking to make a breadbasket catch, one thing they teach you is use your pinkies. Make sure your pinkies are touching together. You're crossing your pinkies so that way you can breadbasket the ball instead of trying to catch it with your body or catch it with your chest, because in that situation, if you catch it with your body, the ball might be thrown a little too hard, and if it bounces off of you and you don't anticipate that bounce off the body and into your hands, that's where part of the incompletions go. But it's all about your hand placement and what you need to do to make catches. That's why you see with some of these other teams, the reason they're making these spectacular catches is they're either using a diamond route or they're corralling the ball with their hands in just a way where it secures it like a blanket, or pretty much like one of those netting security things.
And so Milligan will take over here at the start of the 4th quarter. Still a chance they could come back in this game.
Well, certainly with that turnover, this will give Milligan yet another golden opportunity to cut the deficit.
Kaiser completes it to Johnson. Johnson gets the flag pulled at about the 35-yard line. Can be 2nd and 5. As long as you're moving in 5-yard chunks, you're going to be fine.
Yeah, just keep it simple. Again, if you're Milligan, don't do anything fancy, but when you're working with 20 yards, and if you're trying to use all 4 downs, you're picking up an average of 5 yards. Simple math. Football math.
Kaiser looking, throwing, and through the hands of Johnson this time. A little hesitation maybe from Jada Reese. It felt like she was there on top of Kaiser.
Yeah, and again, just a little nice roll up by Kaiser. But again, when you stop and when you plant your hips as a quarterback, you would think it would be easier to grab the flag, but if you put too much force on the quarterback and you run over the quarterback as a result, you don't want to get a roughing the passer penalty either.
It's going to be a completed pass now. It's going to be 4th down and 10 for the Buffs to keep the drive alive. Obviously, they'll go from here. Newell checking out. Johnson checking in. You're going to have an intermediate route here. You're going to have to get past the 20. Last time they were down here, they fell short of it. You're going to have to get past the 20. And she does, and overthrows her receiver there. Intended, I believe, for Chloe Jackson. So that's going to be a turnover on downs and a quick 4 and out there for the Kansas Wesleyan defense.
Yeah, fortunately for the Coyotes here is despite the drop passes that they've had, Milligan has not been as efficient in moving the ball forward because they've consistently used their playbook and going for these short passes, and you really don't see them pass it too long. So for the defense for the Coyotes, it's fairly simple. You continue to play the short routes, and you're going to get the ball almost every single time.
Iwata surveys the field. She's looking. She's backing up. She's going to throw and caught there by Dequee. Dequee going to go to the outside. Missed the pull there. Goes back to the inside, and the flag is pulled there. But a large play there for the Coyotes.
See that time, Iwata just being patient with it, still looking for open options. Make sure that she's not across the line. Dequee, nice little slant route towards the corner and just using those hips to gain some extra yards. And a big play for the Coyotes that they desperately needed.
It looked like on that one, Iwata might have taken a little off of the throw. It wasn't lofted, but it wasn't a bullet pass. So Milligan's going to take a timeout here. We'll step aside with him with 8:57 left in this ball game. Kansas Wesleyan holds a 19-6 lead. This is the B Bracket Championship in the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And we are back here. The first down and goal attempt for Kansas Wesleyan from the 15. Bringing the blitz is Milligan, open receiver over the middle, caught ball. And the flag is going to be pulled down close to the goal line at the 2. Hauled in this time. Good job there getting the ball in and securing the catch.
Yeah, if you need to, I mean, we haven't heard of Jimenez's name called quite a bit, but at the same time, you know, whatever you need to do to make sure that you're moving the ball slowly but surely towards the end zone. Wide open was Jimenez. Just keep the ball rolling. If you know you're about to get squared up, see how many more yards you can get with the outstretched arm.
3 plays for pay dirt, and feels like with the score here, Kansas Wesleyan is just about going to have this one wrapped up. Wada looking, throws, and caught ball, got it in, nicely done. That is going to be Kelsey Tucker there on the snag.
Yeah, just biding your time there, looking for the corner routes as well. Nice little in and out there, was able to secure it. Kelsey Tucker there with a nice reception for the touchdown. And now a chance here for them to get some points. Looks like they might be going for 2 here.
They are indeed going for 2 from the 10 to make it 27-6. Really put this game on ice. It's a 19-point lead right now. That would make it a 21-point lead. Trips to the bottom side here. see on your screen, Ottawa warming up for their championship game. Iwata throws into double coverage, and it goes through the hands of the receiver. That one intended for Nakia Lloyd.
Yeah, and again, just those out routes, and Iwata, from a quarterback standpoint, Iwata's getting the throws off. She's making sure she's throwing it in those tight zip corners, but again, as she's looking for options, nice little throw there, but you got to corral it in, and you got to make sure that it's being caught the right way. You can't just let it bounce off your hands. Oh, that's unfortunate to see, but that could have been easily a good 2 points for the Coyotes.
So Milligan sets back up here, trying to find some positive momentum. Kaiser looks, and Destiny Lockett seems the dropsies are now becoming epidemic on the field.
And sometimes, you know, you just might have one of those off days where just one day everything just clicks and connects with you, and other days it may be tough for you to catch the football. It happens. I mean, it's part of the game, but I mean, for Milligan, they can't afford it as much as K-Dub.
Going deep and just out of the reach of Chloe Jackson, the senior from Pascagoula. So quick third down here for Milligan. Really needs to put some plays together and not just give the ball back to the Yotes. That's going to be handed off to Jackson. Jackson gets the edge, gets the first down. No, she doesn't. She's short. It's going to be 4th and 1 there.
I think Milligan's arguing their case that Johnson got the first down, but I think based off of the like the players are asking for a replay up top, but I mean, if I had to take a gander right now, I mean, it didn't look like she outstretched her arms that time. Johnson, you see her just keeping it in. Yeah, she was well short that time. Didn't even outstretch her arms or anything, and that was a good flagpole.
Yeah, that's why you have to.
Now they're going to overturn and say that it was a first down. So again, maybe just perhaps another angle or something else that we didn't see up here from the booth. But either way, it's a benefit for Milligan as they will get a new set of downs.
1st and 19 here for the Buffs. 3 up top. Sidecar right. Rolling to her right is Kaiser. That one's going to be caught into the middle. Nice gain there. Hauled in by Caitlin Quinn.
Yeah, just that time another rollout right for Kaiser, finding her receiver in the middle. Caitlin Quinn there. Just get a couple of yards, keep it moving. That's all you can hope for right now.
Empty backfield for Milligan. Kaiser takes the snap and looks, fires, caught ball by Johnson. A little bobble there, but is able to corral it. Gets a few yards, about 5. It's going to make a nice short third down for the Buffs. We're going to look to go no huddle here, break the tempo a little bit. This Kaiser looks, fires, going to try to go over the top, and that's an absolute miscommunication between quarterback and receiver, as the receiver was a good 6 yards away from the ball.
Yeah, and especially on that lofty pass, not exactly sure if they were expecting it to be a fade route of some kind. But again, fortunately for Milligan, it was a route that Kansas Wesleyan just wasn't able to get a defender over there for the interception.
So they're going to go for it on 4th and 4 here. Trying to catch Jada Reese offsides. They don't do it. Kaiser gets the pass off, and it's going to be ruled short.
Well, this is where, from a developmental standpoint, as a receiver, you have to know where you're at all times. And if you know that you're right on the line there, you still got to find a way to outstretch your arms. So, I mean, in this case, you make the catch. You're trying to back up if you're Urso, but you also have to know where you are placement-wise. And that's why they tell you in any situation with flag, if it's a fourth down play, whether it's City League, whether it's collegiately, it's, hey, get to the first down. And make sure you're crossing the line and then turn around if you're going to do that curl route. But that's just something where you got to be better aware of where you're at.
Approaching 4 minutes left to go in this game at Kansas Wesleyan. Let's put in a new quarterback. That's going to be number 18, Emily Bull.
Yeah, for all the work that Bull has done from her respective position, now's an opportunity. Again, like we've seen at this point in time and with other teams, you want to make sure that, again, as you want to win, also give your other players an opportunity to gain that championship experience.
Bull takes the snap, looking, fires. Caught by DeQuee. DeQuee gets a few yards there. Flag pulled at about the 34-yard line. That's going to be 3rd down now for the Coyotes. Twins to each side for Kansas Wesleyan. Bull is looking, can try to go over the top, and it's knocked away. Nicely done by Jazz Wiggleton.
Again, this is where the experience comes into play for Bull. Not exactly sure what she saw in the middle that time, but Wiggleton was just was waiting for it and possibly looking for a chance for that interception.
Looks like Kansas Wesleyan may have called a timeout here to discuss what's going on 4th and long here. As they talk with head coach Melinda Wynn, see how they want to approach this 4th down play.
For Kansas Wesleyan.
I had seen her play against Thomas in the prelims. Maybe something happened yesterday on what was probably a slippery Franklin Gateway surface after that rain. Pass is complete there and short of the line to gain. We don't know. There wasn't much reporting going on at Gateway.
Right, and to the way they've played, from how we understood it, was initially there were supposed to be quarterfinals played at 9:30. Those got moved back to 2:30. So unless if they play nightcap games for the semifinals, they had to play the semifinals at some point.
That's going to be a caught ball and a 1st down there. Yeah, partner. I mean, we were sitting down at dinner, and by 5:30 we had seen the game. So they surely got them in and out of the rain. Man, I tell you, where does Kansas Wesleyan go from here? You have no seniors on your roster. This is a really good opportunity. It's a nice play there by Milligan. Brings up a very short 2nd down. But you have no seniors. You had a high water mark on your team this year. Honestly, what's the ceiling for this K-Dub team next year?
Well, there are a few things that they'll need to work on fundamental-wise before heading into 2025, but you also look at which transfers they may be looking to bring in.
And that's going to be a sack there by Layla Cassian, the sophomore from Las Vegas.
And now that it really sets in too, you got the fundamental pieces there. You just need to find other receivers that are going to be able to catch the pass. But again, just a great sack there by Cassian, just right there, keeping it contained. You know, don't let Kaiser get in or out.
Takes the snap, does Kaiser, looking deep over the top, and it's going to be out of the reach of everyone there. It's going to bring up 4th down and 9. And obviously for this Milligan team, playing an independent schedule along with Campbellsville, honestly, to me, it starts with defeating Campbellsville. You were 0-3, 0-4 against them this season. It starts with being able to beat Campbellsville on a regular basis. Ooh, a little trickeration as the end around, and a pass caught, 1st down as time expires. A little bit fun, empty in the playbook. And Kansas Wesleyan reigns as the queens of the B and the Silver Brackets once again. They will hoist the Silver Bracket trophy with a 25-6 win over Milligan. The future is bright for both of these teams. We'll keep it locked here for the presentation of trophies. But for our director, Nick Morrissey, our replay operator, Sean Gilbert, and our camera operators, Milton Welch and Claire Luggering, and our audio engineer, Bahar Estefani, we thank you for sticking with us today. Be about 20 minutes before we reach what we've all been waiting for, Kaiser and Ottawa for the right to hang up a red banner. He'll be here shortly in about 20 or so minutes. Until then, we'll leave you with the trophy presentation. Thanks, and we'll see y'all for the finals.
The road to the 2024 NAIA NFL Women's Flag Finals began back in February with 20 teams on the mission on a quest to compete for the NAIA Red Banner. This past week, that number dwindled down to 12 teams looking to compete. Yesterday in the knockout stages, we simplified that to 6 teams in a quarterfinal matchup, and now in just a few more moments, it goes down to 2 teams. One team to hoist the red banner of NAIA's glory and the ultimate prize in NAIA flag football, as it'll be the Kaiser Seahawks taking on the 3-time defending national champion Ottawa Braves in what will be arguably the most thrilling contest in all of NAIA's annal. Angelo Pontello bringing you this broadcast action alongside me, my partner in crime, Corey Thorpe. Corey, I know you and I, we've talked about this off air as a premier matchup that we've spoke about for months on end. We knew Ottawa had its journey, but regardless of its situation, had a couple of losses in the Reinhardt tournament early year on, but they were able to bounce back and still keep things consistent. Now we're starting to see them gel at the right time, and once again, it's no surprise that they're back here in the national title game.
Back in February, me and you had this conversation. As we were previewing the flag football season together, we said the phrase, the only team that can beat Ottawa is Ottawa. We have a chance to see just how true that's going to be today. Sure, it's been a historically bad season for them, which seems really weird to say, seeing that they've lost 4 games. But such is the state of the program of the Ottawa Braves. Meanwhile, we've also looked at these Kaiser Seahawks and seen that they were loaded for bear. Who's going to come out on top? I don't know. It's a graduate-laden roster on both sides. Both teams have one last run for a lot of players, one last game, one last chance to lift the hardware, to secure a red banner, and to take it back to either Ottawa or West Palm Beach. It's going to be a lot of fun here as we get started.
And when you think about the 2 premier matchups, because obviously this was a rematch of the first ever national championship game, you look at the core group for both sides, the 4-year group of young ladies that have just banded together and tried to fight their way. You first got the Ottawa Braves, and you got the core group of Madison Carrera, Mandolin Scalisi, Jaslyn Camacho, just to name a few. And, the list can go on and on with those players. Alyssa Linkus into that mix as well. Abby Brown, Hannah Serquina. These players have been through it time and time again. And for this group, it has resulted the same thing every year. A celebration of hoisting the red banner here in Atlanta, Georgia. Now with this completing their senior years, this would just be that much more special. Because year after year, it's one thing if you're winning back-to-back titles, then you had the three-peat. But to go into your collegiate flag football career and win the national championship all 4 times, you can't even put a price tag on what that means from a moment standpoint, as well as the accomplishments that they've done to build this Ottawa Braves program.
Well, first off, that's never been done before. In the history of the NAIA, a team winning 4 consecutive national championships. So not only would you be talking about, setting, continuing a dynasty, you would be talking about etching your name in the history book of the NAIA as the only team to ever do this. Your name stands there pretty much forever. I don't know that you're going to see a team do it 5 times in a row outside of this. You've pretty much got that record signed, sealed, delivered, yours until the end of time.
And along the way, there's been some challenges. There's been a little bit of rough waters here and there. You do have some players that have come and gone. But at the end of the day, they've still found the result to be the same, and they've still been able to muster the storms. And even this year in particular, there was a point where you looked at, even though they after won the KCAC title, you looked at the Sun Conference teams and how well they've been playing. Kaiser, again, an exceptional season. They've been on the rise. Warner, the way they played today against the Braves and almost gave them a scare in the semifinal. Thomas University trying to reload, St. Thomas trying to reload. But at the end of the day, Ottawa was able to find their way back to the national title game and now just needs one more win to solidify the ultimate dream from an NAIA standpoint. Meanwhile, for the Kaiser University Seahawks, you got a team that's been loaded offensively. They have tried time and time again to win themselves the Red Banner. They lost the inaugural championship and since then had to overcome Thomas University as the new top dogs in town to win the title. And now, after coming away with 3 straight wins over the Nighthawks this year in 2024, you got this Seahawk crew that's looking to finish what they've started with that core group of Jazz Roden, Kennedy Foster, to name a few, as the 2 premier pieces. But there are other players on this team. Emma Wagaman's another one that has been with this program for 4 years and are looking to try to finish their careers with an NAIA banner.
It's going to be special if Kaiser can make it happen on this one. You know, especially after losing your head coach to Lenore Ryan late on in the process. You know, Coach Sam Harris has stepped in only her 2nd overall season with the program and has made sure that this team doesn't go off the rails. Sure, there's always some coaching that's going to be involved to make the team the best it can be, but honestly with this team, there's a lot of let's just keep it between the ditches. We have enough raw talent. We know what we're doing offensively and defensively. Let's just keep it between the ditches. Sam Harris has done that.
And again, with Harris just taking over at the time that she did, she was still able to rack up some accolades along the way. Sun Conference Coach of the Year for what she's done at the interim spot. You bring in an offensive coordinator like Trukowski, who has really done a lot of work on the offensive end. Chris Trukowski really stepping up, really evaluating how the other teams have been playing to not just have the receivers and the weapons that this Kaiser offense has, but knowing how to utilize them the best way, how, and not overbearing these individual players has also been a testament to the season for them.
Absolutely, all the props to them. As we see the team coming out, we are getting close to game time. This feels like a fitting bookend for the first 4 years. It's a great time to look back at where we've been as a sport in NAIA flag, and to look at where we were 4 years ago with the initial crop of teams, how this sport has grown, and how great the development has been for these student athletes over the last 4 years. The difference in the play, the level of gameplay in the sport has grown so very much.
To know that it's still growing now, and now there's serious talks about the NAIA officially making it a sanctioned sport to a certain degree for spring of 25. I mean, this sport continues to grow and rise. Even from the NCAA level, you look at the Atlantic East becoming the first NCAA conference overall at the Division III level to bring on flag football as a sport. So they'll have 5 teams starting in spring of 25, and they'll be looking to try to get in on the action for the NFL Flag RCX Sports Tournament in Atlanta. So a lot of potential benefits for the whole sport as a whole. But then you even think about the developments for flag football in the adult realm and just beyond the collegiate realm. Already the AFFL has talked about creating a women's professional flag football league. The projection date is to start in spring 25, just in time for the core group of individuals to go out and compete for a professional spot. And as you can see there, Kennedy Foster being one of the prime candidates for that as well on the USA national team, but a serious chance to potentially continue her flag football career even to the professional realm as well. Has been a real exciting treat to watch over these past 4 years. And the possibilities are endless as you promote the movement for females in flag. But to that point, the opportunities for flag football in general as a whole, as you alluded to, partner, just a lot of booming opportunities, and you can't wait to see where the sport will be in the next few years.
And you didn't even mention the most exciting piece of this puzzle, which is by the time we get to 2028 and the Summer Olympics in Los Angeles, flag football will make its Olympic debut. That is a huge, huge jump for the sport that has always been side-eyed as tackle football's lesser cousin. And that's just not what this is, and I'm really excited for fans all over the globe to be able to watch the highest level of flag for men's and women's and be able to see what we see with flag. That's going to be super exciting, and hopefully by that time we've got you know, an invitational or a full sport here in the NAIA, and we're able to see the products of that within our own United States national Olympic team.
Because again, you think about from the international standpoint, you mean USA, you got Canada, you got Mexico, you got these other teams that have really started to make a name for themselves. Italy, the Italian national flag football team as well, which of course on the women's side of things, you got Katie Sowers, who's the head coach of the Italian national football team. So even in terms of who our ambassadors are in this country when it comes to the sport is something you can never take for granted. But at the same time, it just is a testament to how quickly this sport is growing and how much more fire it's going to track on as the years progress.
And you missed out on Panama. I mean, you look at Warner's team with 4 or 5 players that hail from Panama. You've got Tatiana Dos Santos, the sophomore out of Panama City, Panama, on this Ottawa team. You know, the Panamanian team is going to be a force to be reckoned with, which how many times do you say that for an Olympics?
Yeah, and I mean, it really comes down to the sport and just the more encouragement you get from these players, and you even look at the younger generation that may look to find a specific sport. I mean, like, these are the building blocks. These are the pioneers of the sports that we're seeing right now, and it's only a matter of making it better, finding ways to make it better, and making it more of a prominent sport, not just within the country, but in the entire world.
So as we get started here, it's going to be a big matchup between these two. Angelo, we've seen these two teams play most of the weekend. If you're Kaiser, how do you unseat the Ottawa Braves? What do you have to do?
And that's the key thing, is when you're looking at these teams, it's you have a team that has been here now 4 straight times, and as we alluded to earlier, it's very easy for Ottawa to get a little complacent. But at the end of the day, this is their opportunity to go get the next one. They're already here. They were able to scathe by last year after Thomas had 3 golden opportunities in the last final moments of the game to win. But the flag pulled by Jucani Washington solidified the three-peat for the Braves. Now, who knows what will happen here if they can do the same thing defensively, or if maybe it's the offense's turn to get out there and make big plays. I mean, this is exciting moments, but you look at this and an opportunity to get the 4-peat is right on the table against a highly stout offense, and this will probably be arguably the biggest challenge yet for Ottawa this year, to go up against an offense that it doesn't matter what weapon they throw out, their offense can't be beat.
We did see a matchup of these two earlier this season where a undermanned Ottawa team did lose to this Kaiser squad. What do you take from that in terms of being Ottawa and being able to have seen Kaiser at full strength without showing yourself at full strength, even though you lost that matchup?
Well, as you and I both know about Ottawa, if there's one thing to notice about them is playing these guys a second time around is never easy. They may let you get the first one because they're trying to figure things out, but second time around, it's as if they're practically a new team.
And that was a 33-6 win for Kaiser back in March. Ottawa gets an early score in the first quarter, but then Kaiser finds their offensive rhythm, scores 13 points in both the second and third quarters. And that's taking a greater look there. Jasmine Roden threw 5 touchdowns on the vaunted Ottawa secondary, went 27 of 35. And that Kaiser secondary limited Carrera to 20 of 26, yes, but for 172 yards. So they weren't able to push the ball down the field as they would have liked. Your leader in receiving there was Camacho, didn't even get 100 yards for Ottawa. Meanwhile, Hernandez Silva went double-digit catches for 113 yards. Maybe you see the former Kansas Wesleyan Coyote know how to play Ottawa. A little insider information there maybe.
And now it's going to come down to the ultimate points when you think about it, and especially with Ottawa along the way, with these 4 teams, and with the first 3 teams, of course, winning the national championship. You look at the players that have come and gone, like we've said before, and the players that they've picked up, especially when you think about former Sun Conference players, DJ Paris, Sue Kaufman, Cynthia Holmes, and now going up against Sun Conference's premier team at the moment, Kaiser, what that will translate to.
100%. That's always been the hurdle for Ottawa. All 4 years that they've done this, the Sun Conference has always brought quantity. And Ottawa has always been the one from the KCAC to stand and hold the KCAC banner up. We pause for the national anthem here. At least I thought I heard them say that we were going to have the national anthem.
Maybe done after the coin toss, potentially.
Maybe, possibly, yeah. This would also be a historic opportunity for Kaiser. And obviously, having taken a red banner in football in December, no team has ever won a tackle football, and flag football championship in the same school year.
It'll be big on that. But meanwhile, for Ottawa, look at the 4 captains that are coming out now. Now, obviously, there's a few more, but all 4 of those young ladies have been with the program for 4 years. So even a more special moment for this Ottawa Braves team looking to compete.
A lot of respect there. So Ottawa wins the toss into first to the second half. It's the smart choice, I think.
Honestly, we're not surprised about that decision, though, because, again, if there's a challenge for Katie Sowers, she wants to show everybody first that the defense is there to play, and they're up to the challenge. They're ready to go, and they're going to make Kaiser bring out their best first thing.
Both of these teams have played a game already. And obviously, you generally script your first drive. How much of your script do you reuse from game 1 to game 2?
Right, and to that point, we'll talk more about it, but we'll have the national anthem upcoming. We'll be back after this quick break. So just moments away from starting the first play. Again, Kaiser will get the ball first. Ottawa looking to stand strong defensively. The 3-time defending national champions taking on the challenger Kaiser Seahawks, who have arguably been the best team on paper, but against a consistent champion like the Braves, it'll come down to this ultimate moment. One shot, one game for all the marbles for the red banner and for the national title. So as we take a look real quick, the starters on the Ottawa side of the ball. Defensively, you got Sue Kaufman and DJ Paris switching off at rusher. Abby Brown at the middle linebacker position. Haley McKay getting that start. Cynthia Holmes on the safety end. Talia McInnes and Jukani Washington rounding it out as the defensive backs. Chloe Griffin for Kaiser on the near side, far right receiver. Ashley Clam in the slot. Adriana Rodriguez as the center, as Jazz Roden, starting quarterback, finds her outside receiver in Brenda Ramirez. And you got Bree Hernandez Silva in the scat back position, alongside Kennedy Foster that rounds out the other receiver.
It's good to see Ashley Clam back in there. She took a heck of a hit in the semifinal game. Seeing her back out there is really good for Kaiser to be able to have her back in some sort of way that they think that she's going to be helpful to them and not injured. Hannah Serquina checks in as the rusher instead of Suze Kaufman.
Second and short. Roden looking towards her left is looking for Kennedy Foster.
Out of bounds.
And I'll say it's incomplete. Foster tried to keep it in, but again, a little too much of a tight window there for one of the oldest duos that we have seen in NAIA flag.
Would have been a heck of a reception there. Now, obviously, these two, one of the more prolific duos in NAIA flag history, but this brings up a 3rd and 1. The Ottawa faithful are going to start to get loud.
And again, the key piece here, and Ottawa knows it too well, is if they can try to provide that early on pressure, they might have a chance, as this pass will be complete to Hernandez Silva, spin move, and she tries to pitch it off to Clam, but not in time. Either way, Hernandez Silva picking up a nice chunk for the first down.
Yeah, it was a very nice job there. Take a look at how Roden changed her arm angle, flattened out just to get around the rush, get the ball out to Hernandez Silva. And it's a great pickup of 10 yards in the first down.
In the inaugural national championship game, it was tight the way through, but Kaiser had a final drive that was stumped with an interception and ended up falling 7-6. Another good reception to Hernandez Silva, and another first down for the Seahawks.
Shades of their first matchup where Hernandez Silva hauled in 10 catches. It's an early start for her as she was sent in motion, and almost a running quote-unquote start there for Hernandez Silva. Let's see. She was barely used in that game against Thomas. Let's see if they were kind of saving her a little bit for today's game against Ottawa.
First and 10 for the Seahawks. Roden looking towards that left side, finds Ramirez, spin move, keeping it alive, pitch from Rodriguez, and it's almost picked. Talia McInnes almost could have ended the hopes for the Seahawks on that drive, but Kaiser, continuing to pitch it back towards the middle, will get another nice gain.
Yeah, that was very fortunate for Kaiser as we take another look. The Ottawa Braves player just not able to corral the ball and to stay with it there. Just not able to haul it in was Talia McInnes, but that is the risk you run if you try to set up the pitch line, is that it's going to be taken back on you and picked off.
The second at about 10, Hernandez Silva in motion towards the left. Roden finds her graduate receiver offensive weapon, and just a little shy, or are they going to give her the first down?
Looks like they're moving the chains. That was a nice job. Yeah, they continue to use her in the same way, getting kind of that running start, getting ahead, full head of steam there. Yes, she gets the ball over the marker. And a good call there by this referee crew.
So right at the 20 is where they'll place the ball. So first and pay dirt, using all 20 yards to get there.
This is where you're going to find that the defense will, of course, compress and the windows get smaller.
Roden now looking towards the right, over the head of Clam, and it's picked off. Talia McInnes finally gets the turnover she was looking for, and a huge stop for the Braves.
Ah, man, that is huge for the Braves there, even though they're going to have to go a far piece to the other end zone. Just overthrown, and Clam can't quite come up with it. The freshman sensation out of Austin just kept the ball alive for long enough for McInnes to get underneath it.
That tip really helped out the Braves handle and corral it, and now on the offensive end of things, we see Madison Carrera looking towards that right, finds Spielberg, gets it out to Camacho, now pitches it out to Hodgins and gets the first down and more.
Ottawa's giving Kaiser back a taste of their own medicine with the pitch game.
You know, it's funny, Corey, because I even look at last year and you see schools like Thomas and Weber International do it first, but you don't see it too much with schools like Ottawa and Kaiser. But these kind of pitch games, you try to incorporate a little bit more. It's an essential point of flag, but not very often do you see these two teams do it because they've been able to get a lot of that pass formation going. But new set of downs, Carrera looking towards that right, and just off the fingertips of Camacho.
Something Kaiser might try to do. Hopefully they were, for their sake, watching the Warner game. One thing that Warner did extremely well that was able to keep it close was bring in two rushers here. Obviously an early drop there by Camacho, just wasn't able to get back into position. But Warner brought two rushers, one more as a spy than anything on the running back. That might be something that Kaiser looks to do to try to eliminate that threat of Addie Osborne.
On second down, Carrera over the middle, and this one knocked away. Clam clamped down on Spielberg and just wasn't able to haul in the reception.
Nice job over the top there. Obviously, that's a 50-50 ball. And Clam just came over and made the pass break up. Nice recognition of what was going on. Let's have another look at it here. Little pump fake action, floated in. And a nice clean play, well defended.
So now a third down play here for the Braves. A third and long. Now the Kaiser faithful getting a little hyped up.
Bunch formation here for Ottawa.
Carrera is going to go deep on that left side, and it is picked. Ashley Clam with an interception of her own, and she read that play like a book.
They did that a couple times against Warner, and they must have been paying attention. That corner route was open off of that bunch formation. Usually it was Linkus, but this time they read it perfectly and get a player underneath it. Clam comes down with it and gets the interception of her own, gets the ball back to Kaiser.
So now first and manageable, about 7-8 yards from midfield. But now both teams opening drives ended by interceptions. Back to an even playing field. Roden and company looking to try to drive it down again. Pass towards the left and knocked away by Washington.
This feels like a couple of heavyweight boxers just kind of feeling each other out, trying to land some early body blows, just trying to figure out where the weaknesses are going to take place. Neither of them really opening up too much of what they're wanting to do. Just trying to find some weaknesses and kind of probe each other for a little bit of possible strategy later.
Closing in on the 3.5 mark in the opening quarter. No score here, just the second possession for the Seahawks. Hernandez Silva motioning towards that far side. Roden goes that way. Hernandez Silva with a nice hip move, but just couldn't get around Kaufman.
And something now, you've seen it 3 times. If you're Ottawa, you've seen that motion over there. Now, if you're Kaiser, you see them bite over there. See if we're going to be able to see the bite. See them just collapsing over there. You might be able to fake someone else open now because they're going to start biting that direction.
On third down, Kaiser in a balanced gun as Roden quickly fires it to the left side. Got Ramirez for the first down and more.
Just a nice, easy pitch and catch there. Ramirez, the sophomore out of Gilbert, Arizona. So we take another look there. Easy, no one on that side. No need to try to pitch it to keep the play alive. Just take what the defense gives you on that one.
So Kaiser back in Ottawa territory.
If you're Ottawa, do you bite to this side now here with Hernandez Silva?
Roden to Ramirez. Another small pickup.
Nicely done there. Same idea here on this play where she turns her head a little bit to the right and see if she can influence the defense to flow over to Hernandez Silva. But instead, it's Brenner Ramirez.
So a manageable second down.
Kaiser just can't get greedy here like they did a drive ago.
Roden to her right. He's going to go over the middle. Finds an open Chloe Griffin. And the flag pulled by McGinnis, saving 6.
That was really close. Sue Kaufman was very, very close to a sack of Jazz Roden. Roden just gets it out here. You can see here on this replay, Sue almost had her falling there, but a nice pitch across her body for Roden and sets him up on the 9-yard line.
So first and goal here for Kaiser, trying to break the deadlock. Roden will call her own number, and DJ Paris is there for the flagpole.
Short gain on that one. But introduce it now. That way later you can fake it. And you're setting yourself up for later. The first quarter is all set up.
Again, a little bit of a far rush there. Gave Paris enough time to catch up in front.
Good call on that. I thought that might have been a hold, but the flags were just well attached.
Sometimes you have to find a way to get the flagpoles, but that's the key focus. 5 seconds, Kaiser will get one more play in the quarter. Roden to her right. She will throw it over, just over the head of Chloe Griffin. Good read there, but just again, last-second decision, just overthrows her junior receiver.
Griffin was wide open on that, and if Roden was able to get that ball down, that's 6 points easily.
Just over the outstretched arms of Griffin. But we'll step aside for the moment. 1 quarter in the books, no score here in the national championship of the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. Second quarter of action, Kaiser knocking on the door, 3rd and about 9. In the balanced gun, Roden looking towards the right, cuts back towards the left, and Clam can't complete it. Great coverage by the senior Abby Brown. There was just nowhere to go from there.
Honestly, Ashley Clam turned into a defensive back there. That ball was thrown behind and almost was in better position for Abby Brown than it was for Ashley Clam. We just see a little bit off the back foot, and Abby Brown should have had that, if not for the work of Clam to break that pass up.
So now, not very often have we seen the Seahawks in this situation, but a 4th and goal. Twins on both sides. Roden is going to go towards the middle, over the head of Ramirez, and a big stop for the Braves.
That was the right throw, or that was the right receiver, but the wrong throw to the receiver. Watching that over the middle, Ottawa had cleared out on both sides, and there was a beautiful pocket right there in the middle of the field. Roden just misses the throw a little high.
And so just like that, the Braves once again shut down the surging Seahawk offense, and another opportunity to break the game open. Ottawa overloading that right side. It'll be Carrera on 1st down. And she'll connect with Spielberg for a couple of yards.
Nice pull there by Sydney Woodman, keeping the yards after catch to a minimum.
So 2nd and short, again, you got a well-experienced Ottawa crew. 5 of the 7 starters out there that have been with the team for 4 years.
Scalisi at center now.
We'll flip it out to Orsborn. Addie Orsborn for the 1st down. And Corey, we didn't see a whole lot of Orsborn in the semifinal against Warner. Perhaps there might have been a strategical plan or just something to make sure she was well rested, but much needed here in the national title game against Kaiser.
Yeah, and a little bit different lineup here. No Alyssa Linkus, and you have Manda Scalisi at center.
To the right is Carrera. She'll take off with the ball, makes a nice hip move, but not before Samaya Bryant gets the flagpole.
Bryant was so huge in that semifinal game against Thomas, just was everywhere that the ball was. Bryant was there and comes in clutch with a nice pull there.
So 2nd down, midfield to gain. So the Braves will now once again overload the right side. Carrera looking for options, no problem to Spielberg, but couldn't get the pitch back to Camacho.
That's hard to do, the pitch in that small of an area. It's almost like a phone booth kind of area over there. There's a lot of bodies, and if you don't pitch it perfectly, it could very well be going the opposite direction. Dangerous look there at that pitch.
So as a result, it'll be 3rd and short. Carrera checks it down to her veteran receiver, and it's Camacho for the 1st down.
Nothing simple, nothing crazy, just a pitch and catch. Camacho looks it into her hands and makes sure that she has it on a critical 3rd down to keep the drive alive. As we've seen today, partner, drops are killer.
And there should be no shortage of possession receivers here. As Carrera to her left will check it back down to Orsborn with the catch. And to your point, I mean, with these receivers, there's no such thing as a drop, because a lot of the times it's making sure that they're holding it in as much as possible.
And this is what I was saying earlier with Warner having rushed 2, kind of negating Osborne. Kaiser's only bringing 1 in pressure. They may want to consider adding a linebacker to this.
On second down, Carrera will check it back down to Osborne. Addie Osborne with some more room, and a flag pulled by Foster. And you called it, Corey. Again, just using Osborne as a security blanket was one of the things that Warner shut down in the semifinal game. But here for Kaiser, it's been more defensive coverage.
Absolutely, and you put Addie Osborne in space, and she's going to make you pay. She's a good enough athlete to be able to do that. And I don't know why you don't take a page out of Warner's book there.
In the bunch formation on 3rd and short, Carrera finds an open Linkus. Linkus with the spin move, and it's Sydney Woman with the flag pull.
Ottawa just driving down methodically. 8, 9 yards on the...
And check that, it'll be Sophia Caprio with the flag pull, as Carrera, again, just finding ways. And again, the veteran receivers that have just been here time and time again, knowing what to do and how to keep the ball moving and the momentum.
Ottawa doesn't play fancy, but they do the little things correctly, and that's what's won them 3.
1st and goal, Carrera lofting into the corner. Can't get it to Linkus.
Nice job with the pass break up there for Caprio. Just making sure that you stay in position, that you have a chance at that interception, which she honestly could have.
Again, going for that lofty corner time and time again, just off the hands of Linkus, despite Caprio in coverage. Now a 2nd down play, open Osborne, Addie, touchdown Braves.
And we've seen it time and again on this drive. An open Addie Osborne makes big plays. That one, the biggest of the whole drive, gets Ottawa on the scoreboard for 6 points. You see a little bit of the dance here from Woodman, and then where do I go? Do I stay with the quarterback? Do I stay with Osborne? Because Carrera is always a threat to run the football. You can't be in 2 places at once. Kaiser needs to change their strategy in order to account for that.
So now the critical PAT upcoming. Carrera over the middle and well covered by the Seahawk defense. Linkus had nowhere to go.
Honestly, on that one, Osborne was, again, open.
So just on their 2nd offensive possession, Carrera and company find a way to drive down the field, ending in an Addison Osborne touchdown. Just couldn't connect to Linkus for the extra point. And right now, the Braves on top first. Kaiser looking to respond. Roden finds an open Ramirez, and the flagpole will be made by Washington.
Because it looks to be kind of going back to basics there. None of the in motion with Hernandez Silva that they had on the first drive. No twin setup yet, at least on this drive so far. Just looking to utilize their athletes and using Hernandez Silva more as your blocking option.
Roden going deep on the near sides, got Ramirez, and she is still on her feet, but they're going to say she stepped out of bounds.
That's really close. I thought she had towed the line, but that is a huge play. Ramirez has been open all day.
Roden just taking her chances down on the near side. Ottawa allowing the open coverage, and again, just possession receiver by Ramirez. She did step out on the left and right feet, so did step out of bounds, preventing from what could have been 6 for the Seahawks as we now approach the 3.5-minute mark in the second quarter, just moments away from halftime. But just the 4th overall possession on offense for both teams.
Flag football's a quick game with this running clock. You've got to be able to manage the possessions well.
First and short, Roden checks it down to Ramirez and will pick up the first.
There's so many options on this Kaiser squad between Clam, between Foster, Caprio, and Chloe Griffin that Brenda Ramirez is just getting the least amount of attention right now. And kind of like Osborne on the Ottawa side, hey, if it's working for you, keep going to it.
First and goal, about 15 yards to tie it up. Roden will take some time. She'll roll to her left. She'll take off with the ball, flipping it last second. And Cynthia Holmes dropped it, but I don't know if she may have stepped over the line potentially. Either way, it doesn't look like it's going to be too much.
Holmes almost got a paw on it there. A dangerous shovel pass there. Sure, that's part of what Coach Czerkowski is communicating, is to just don't do anything crazy, anything that's going to be incredibly risky.
So we have the 2-minute warning on hand. Once again, on second and goal, we find ourselves in another situation where Ottawa having to play goal line defense compared to a potent Seahawk offense. Still looking to try to cross the goal line. Roden biding time, looking over the middle's got a receiver, and it's Hernandez Silva who ties the game.
Beautiful, just splits the defense, exactly what they had tried to do on the last drive, where it wasn't able to be brought in. But right here, they split the Ottawa defense down the middle, find the hole in the zone, and Brianna Hernandez Silva
untouched
shakes through the defense.
And that is absolutely amazing when you see her just finding her way to hip her way through the middle. And again, you have to think at her time as a Kansas Wesleyan Coyote that she knows the Braves all too well. For the lead, Roden looking for options, checks it down again to Hernandez Silva, pitches it to the outside to Griffin, and no dice.
Well defended there by Ottawa. There was absolutely nobody open in that end zone. And the alarm clock in Jazz Roden's head was just ringing like a bell.
So we are all tied up at 6, minute 54 to go, and the Braves, with just a little under 2, have an opportunity to drive this down the field. Balanced gun for Ottawa. Osborne as the scat back. Carrera looking over the middle, finds a receiver, and that's Linkus with the snag.
You see Ottawa getting Linkus out in space there against Warner. They kept her in the center position to be able to find those corner routes. Now against Kaiser, she's more playing wide receiver. Such a utility player playing in any position.
On first down, Carrera just can't get it to Osborne that time. First drop of the day for Addie.
Nice quick rush from Wagenman there. It's the first time in a few plays that she has not kind of danced in front of Osborne a little bit, and she just ducked right around Addison to get right to the quarterback and forced Carrera's quick throw.
Carrera steps forward. Will now dance around, looking for a receiver in the middle, and finds Mando Scalisi, who gets her way through for a couple more yards, and a flag to boot.
Let's see what the call is going to be there.
Tell me Scalisi isn't fired up to get through.
Scalisi is always fired up. That's the secret.
And that's part of the challenge, too, whenever you're hauling in a reception. If you got a player on you, especially when you have to zip it through, Scalisi was thinking one thing, and that was hauling onto the football regardless of what's going on. And again, for Kaiser, trying to strip it loose, jar it loose, could not against this senior out of Henderson, Nevada.
Kaiser is starting to jump those routes, though, pretty good. You've got to make sure that you're not telegraphing yourself.
Oh, and a hard collision there. Scalisi and Wagenman as Carrera will keep moving. And this will be interesting to see what they call. Initially, it looked like Scalisi ran into Wagenman.
That's exactly where they're going to call is Scalisi on the illegal contact, and she's honestly trying to figure out what she did.
Yeah, and if anything, I think it goes back to what I was mentioning 2 broadcasts ago, is Scalisi's trying to have a right, saying, can I make sure that if it's from a blocking standpoint, can I make sure I can still run my route without interfering with Wagenman? But at the end of the day, you cannot impede the rusher's route to get to the quarterback at the same time. So, unfortunate break for the Braves, but a 2nd and long now as Carrera rolls to the right and looking to check it down to Scalisi, and she's got Mando, who will be able to get just about all the yards she missed on the infraction.
Scalisi isn't a very tall target, but you put the ball in her radius, she's going to come down with it, and she's going to make sure that the ball is secure and she gets some yards out of it. A tough runner.
Looks like she was able to get out of bounds, too, as the clock is stopped at 1:05. On a 3rd and short to get to midfield. Over the middle, Scalisi with the snag and more. Kaiser took a chance there, tried to see if they could pick off the route, but the senior again comes up huge.
If you're going to try to jump that route, you better dang sure make sure you make it. And right there, a rare mistake from Kennedy Foster. She thought she had it, and that led to a 1st down for Ottawa. She didn't quite have the line.
And Scalisi has really stepped up in that center position. Just keep chucking it down the middle if you can, as Carrera finds Camacho, and then Foster's there for the flagpole.
Gonna start seeing some timeouts here for Ottawa as they look to get themselves a little bit of time here to get a touchdown. So like you said, it's Kaiser that started with the ball. Ottawa deferred. They can go score half score and put this at worst at an 18-6 lead. You have yourself quite an advantage early in the 3rd quarter.
And it's going to be tough, too, here because, again, with 41 seconds, you know, Kaiser's been known to keep it consistent, but at the same time that we've seen throughout the RCX NFL Flag Final Tournament, you look back at the preliminary games against Baker and Midland, and both teams were still able to put up a couple of scores against the Seahawk defense, especially late. But this is an opportunity here for the Braves. As long as they can keep it calm, cool, collected. They have been in this situation before. You even look back to another game when these 2 teams met in the semifinals 2 years ago. Same situation where just in the final minute of the 1st half, similar spots, and the Braves ended up finding just enough to come away with the score. Now overloading on the weak side are the Braves. Carrera rolls to that left, will look down the middle, and has Spielberg for the 1st down.
Amazing how she could have had that much room on that side with Kaiser coming over to cover all those receivers and the quarterback coming over there. How she had room to catch that ball, I don't know.
So on the 1st and goal, Carrera now to her left, has some room. She'll take off with this herself, hips her way forward, and both flags will be pulled by Caprio.
That was a solid decision there by Carrera, seeing that Wagenman had over-pursued and was coming from that side, was able to juke Wagenman to the far side. And when she got past Wagenman, it was clear space. We can't forget how good a runner that Carrera is.
The senior out of Riverview, Florida, has had just a storybook career so far, trying to take the lead for the Braves here on 2nd and goal. Over the middle, snagging catch! Camacho takes the lead!
What a grab, thrown behind her, thrown tall, and my goodness. I mean, what else can you say about Jaslyn Camacho? Talk about putting a ball where only her receiver can get to it. That's all that was.
One of the reasons why this duo has just been so outstanding, and time again in the reliable moments. Again, one of the oldest duos in NAIA flag football. Carrera to Camacho has never ceased to fail for Ottawa, and now an opportunity with the extra point.
This is exactly what you want for if you're Ottawa. Score going into half, score coming out of half.
To the left, Carrera, her own number, and the try is good.
As good of a passer as Carrera is, she is just as good as a runner. You cannot over-pursue. It's the 2nd time in 3 plays that Wagenman has over-pursued.
Again, just the outstretched arms of Carrera to confirm that she was in the end zone. But a 13-6 lead now for the 3-time defending national champions with 20 seconds in the first half.
Kaiser needs to make some defensive adjustments in the locker room. The way they are currently playing, Ottawa's offense just is not working.
Roden will now roll to the right, finds a receiver in Griffin, gets out of bounds, and picks up the first.
15 seconds left. You did get out of bounds, but you're going to have to hoist one here in a minute. See how far Ottawa's playing off these Kaiser receivers.
Roden to the right, will take off herself, picks up a few more. And that'll leave about 9 seconds left on the clock. Again, not too much scampering we've seen from Roden in this game, but when she has to call her own number sometimes, she's been known to deliver in this tournament.
We've seen a lot during this tournament where Hernandez Silva has taken the snap and brought Jazz in on rocket motion to hand the ball off. Might be something they look at.
Roden, little fancy gadget plays. Hernandez Silva with a throw, and this one tipped off the hands of Chloe Griffin. Haley McKay on the coverage.
You kept 3 players back there for Kaiser. That only leaves 4 downfield. Ottawa had them outnumbered down the field, and Hernandez Silva did not get a lot of gas on that throw.
And it's been a long time since we've seen Hernandez Silva with a pass. She's had some few pass appearances in her time at Kaiser, but we see more of that with Kansas Wesleyan, and Roden will just decide to take the knee.
I think that's a smart play at this point. Just take the knee, go into halftime, see what adjustments you can make, and see if you can come back on this Ottawa Braves squad.
24 minutes is what separates these two teams, and at the moment, Ottawa 24 minutes away from their 4th straight national title. Meanwhile, for the Kaiser Seahawks, keeping up with the Braves here, down by a score. And for this particular season, Corey, really unfamiliar territory for the Seahawks.
Yeah, they're not very accustomed to being down at all, having an undefeated regular season. Could this be the lone blemish on Kaiser's season? Well, it'll be 24 minutes before we find out. Both teams definitely have some adjustments to make. We'll see who can make the best ones.
We'll step aside in the meantime. When we come back, we'll have halftime stats for you, as well as the exciting conclusion of this second half upcoming as you are watching the 2024 NAIA NFL Flag Women's Flag Finals, sponsored by the Atlanta Falcons and RCX Sports. And welcome back to the 2024 Women's NFL NAIA Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports, the national championship game, as we will hopefully get to see who hoists the red banner in 24 minutes. And Corey, as we talk a little bit about the halftime stats here for both sides, it seems as if this game has been fairly close, but at the same time, one team has been able to gain an advantage over the other. You look at Jazz Roden right now, 14 of 21, has a touchdown and an interception, 158 yards. Madison Carrera, still consistent, 15 for 20, 133 yards passing, has a couple of scores, and of course that interception. So from a quarterback standpoint, it seems like both are calm, cool, collected, but Carrera still has the upper hand.
Yeah, Kaiser's not put themselves in a place where they're able to really defensively been able to stop the dump-off pass. And so really for Carrera, her numbers show that off, a little less than 10 yards per attempt, whereas Roden is over the 10 yards per attempt mark. But obviously, it's worked. And that is typically, in these situations, the way that we see the Ottawa offense. There's really not as many over-the-top plays. You can still have one or two. We've seen it against Thomas the last couple of years where there's no huge highlight plays, but Ottawa kills you death by 1,000 cuts.
And that couldn't be more true in this contest as, again, with limited possessions, really no, other than that turnover, really no opportunities to get through to this Ottawa offense. They've just found a way to be consistent. Again, we talked about their 2024 projection. You start off strong, then you have that usual midseason spring break slump, but then just on the back end of March, you start to see this team come through, come together, and they end up winning the KCAC regular season title, the championship, cruise their way through preliminaries, and cruise their way to this national championship spot. And for Kaiser, it's been more or less consistent all the way through, trying to avoid being imperfect.
Perfectly imperfect would be a terrible way to end your season if you're Kaiser. You managed to make it throughout a regular season without a blemish on your schedule, only to find the same roadblock at the end of your road as when you started. How supremely frustrating.
And that's where you have to just play it as best as you can. And for both sides, you know, as they're making the adjustments, Kaiser, it's been a while that they've seen this position where they've been playing down. But now with Ottawa getting the ball in the second to start the second half, it's going to determine what Kaiser's defense is going to do to try to stump them, but then turn around and come up with the equalizing score.
We'll have to see if they make any changes because Osborne's really been a big force in this game in terms of being able to be the dump-off option for Carrera. It's been there when she's needed it, and let's see if Kaiser can figure out how to mitigate that possibility.
So Osborne is back as the blocker scat back for the Braves. Link is now lined up to the far right, as on first down, Carrera will check it down to Scalisi with the flagpole made by Woodman.
Underneath route, simple route there for Scalisi, just getting it close to maximize your opportunities into the next quadrant. It's clean, simple football for the Braves.
Carrera just to her right, finds Scalisi again for the first. And Scalisi, like we talked about even in the first half, as long as she gets open on ins and routes, checking it down to the senior every time, that's all you can ask for if you're Ottawa.
Yeah, I mean, Scalisi's getting the ball in, is making good yardage with it. Kaiser is going to have to either start biting down on that, which is going to allow opportunities over the top, or they're going to have to just be content with the death by 1,000 cuts.
Carrera lofting over the middle. Wide open as Link is still in the bounce. No, she stepped out too. But another big reception for Linkus.
And that's exactly what I just got out of my mouth. You start to bite down on those routes underneath, and all of a sudden, the long ball is open to Linkus, who can't quite tiptoe the sideline, but that's a big explosive play.
Doesn't matter if she's snapping the ball, playing slot, playing outside. Linkus can line up at just any part of the ball, and she can still find ways to make those big plays. And so now Linkus will line up as the lone receiver on the left. Carrera finds Hodgins. Be a short pickup.
Again, just finding your receivers on their out routes, cheesing those out routes, as you might say. But hey, if it's working, you stay with them.
One notable player to mention that Ottawa does not have on either the, or that we haven't seen yet on either the offensive or defensive side, is number 5, Alyssa Gillespie, who has made some strides for the Braves team. Second down, Carrera lofting over the left side, and it's almost intercepted.
Oh, Caprio should have had that. She had her hands on it, had the inside line. That would have been huge to have picked up the interception there, just thrown a little bit too far to the inside for Linkus to get to it. Caprio should have had that.
And Linkus that time had to make sure she had to turn into a defensive player to make sure Caprio didn't bring that in. But still in the end zone.
Here's that bunch formation again. Watch for the corner route.
Short third down for Ottawa. We'll flip it out. Finds Osborne. And there's going to be a flag, perhaps a hold call upcoming.
That would be fair there on the top side. Woodman just got a little bit too much of Osborne there.
And based off the referee's indication, it looks like it will be a hold on Kaiser. And partner, that's one of the toughest things that you've seen too, because even if you try to manage an out route, manage a defensive play, you still got to get the route, but you can't get too physical either.
Yeah, you can't be reaching around like that.
So 1st and goal, Ottawa with an opportunity to make this a 2-score game. Rolls to the right, finds Camacho, squeezes in the reception.
Doing a little bit more of the rolling the pocket in this opening drive here is Ottawa, trying to help simplify, I guess, the reads for your 4th-year senior there. Make it a little bit easier, but I do see what's come out in this 3rd quarter across the way is that red banner that we're playing for.
As the clock continues to roll down, 7:47, 7:46. Carrera and company on 2nd and goal. Driving down, checks it down to Osborne, now looking the other way, but a great snag by Clam.
That was really nice on the change of direction. Osborne's such a slippery back. Clam, her knee taped up off of that hit earlier, is able to stay with her and make the stop. Nice job coming down for the safety position, no less.
Yeah, diving pulled there by the freshman. Again, Clam continuing to impress on both sides of the ball. It has been a fantastic freshman year for Clam. And now this will bring up a 3rd down. Carrera to the right again. Retracing her steps, now throwing towards the end zone. Scalisi, this one knocked away.
That was a beautiful defensive effort there.
Sydney Woodman with a great swatted pass. And just towards that left side, looking for options, lofting it over the air, and this one broken away.
Nice job of reading Mando's eyes and seeing when the ball was coming in to get your hands in the way.
So now a 4th and goal situation. Kaiser needs this stop. Ottawa trying to make this a 2-score game. Loaded on the right.
Delay of game. They stayed in the huddle just a little too long, partner.
So now it'll be a little bit longer, but you're going to look at approximately 15 yards to pay dirt. But just made this 4th down situation a little bit tougher for Ottawa.
Kaiser taking this opportunity to substitute in a couple of players.
Ottawa now elects to go with the balanced gun. Kaiser's defense spread out, could be looking at a double rush. They send 2. Carrera to the left side is going to loft this one deep and over everyone's heads.
Flag.
Turnover on down, but there's a flag on the play.
Oh, man. That is terrible timing for Hernandez Silva.
Oh, that's a real killer there for Kaiser. You make the stops that you need to turn the ball over. You thought you were going to get an opportunity to tie the game. And just at the worst possible moment on 4th down, roughing the passer will give Ottawa new life. And now towards the 5. Oh, that is painful to see if you're a Seahawk. Hernandez Silva, the former Coyote, KCAC rivals.
Those are the kind of mistakes that can cost you championships.
Carrera looking down for Scalisi. They're going to say
that she caught it.
She caught the ball very close to the ground, but she was able to maintain possession, and that'll just inch the Braves up a little bit closer for 2nd and goal. And just again, keeping it low, very close, but she was, according to that angle, she was able to keep it in possession. Carrera to the left, and this one is caught! Touchdown Braves, Alyssa Linkus again!
Kaiser played with fire with that penalty, and it burnt them.
Another strong connection. Linkus in the corner was working tight against Caprio. And now the Braves have that 2-score lead that they desperately needed with 4:57 in the 3rd.
Ottawa forces you to continuously be on your A game. If you cannot continuously be on your A game.
And this one is picked. Ashley Clam looking to try to return the extra point. One player to beat. Makes a hit move, and Carrera grabs the flag. But that could have been disastrous for Ottawa on the extra point. Clam almost took it back to the house.
That could have been the elusive 1-point safety.
And now there's discussion here. Again, Carrera was the last line of defense, but the flag was thrown closer towards the 10-yard line.
Looked like one of the Kaiser players got laid out. Now the question is, how do you assess the penalty? Do you give it now to give the offense more yards? Declined by rule, which means they can't assess it.
So it kind of goes back a little bit towards Rule 8, Article 4, Section B, when it comes to flagrant fouls or unsportsmanlike conduct or personal fouls, as Ottawa was the scoring team, regardless of if it was an interception or a touchdown, by rule, that extra point is nullified.
Kaiser needs to respond back.
Now down by 13 with 4:57 in the third. And there will be a block back with Hernandez Silva. Roden checking it down. It doesn't look like... they're going to give her the reception. That was really close to the ground again, but looks like Clam was able to maintain possession.
Yeah, even though we're only 5 minutes left in the third quarter, Kaiser's got to trim this lead back to a single score, because once it gets into the fourth quarter, it gets very hard to come back on leads.
And Kaiser defeated the Braves earlier this season 33-6 in a full fashion force. Right now, Ottawa, team in control as Roden looks towards her left, gets a nice pass out to Ramirez, and Jukani Washington there for the pull.
I believe that's actually going to push Brenna Ramirez over the century mark in receiving on her ninth catch. That might be right at the century mark, because she had 91 coming out of half. I think that's her first catch this half. Might be her second, so that might have put her over the century mark.
New set of downs, about 11 yards to reach midfield. Towards the left, finds Ramirez, and will pick up more yards, and I think their partner, she has to have been over the century mark.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The sophomore has really come in clutch in this national game against Ottawa, has really stepped up even as a sophomore. Other players looking to try to make their mark still, but Ottawa's been able to do a fantastic job defensively at neutralizing this offense.
Especially down in the red zone, they have just shut Kaiser down.
So Foster will roll in motion. Want to make sure there's no illegal motion, as on second down, Roden over the middle, finds Hernandez Silva. A little bit of a jersey tug pull.
And there is a flag.
And there will be a flag on the play.
Fair penalty there.
And so sometimes it is a little bit of a tactic, but Hernandez Silva looks like she was getting in the way. Sue Kaufman really couldn't get a handle on Hernandez Silva, and she knows it too. It just is disappointing, but at least the risk behind it is you don't let Hernandez Silva get away for 30 yards. But new set of downs, Roden looking to the left, now scrambles back towards the right. Paris on top, Roden with the catch, or throwing it to Clam, incomplete pass.
Nice defense there by Cynthia Holmes to stay with Clam, little out of phase behind, but still was able to affect the pass.
That time, Clam looked like she had a little bit of motion on the former Royal, but again, just a great break up there by Cynthia Holmes. Second down upcoming for the Seahawks. Roden looking for options, finds Ramirez, first down, spin move. It'll be Washington and company for the stop.
Today it's been death taxes and passage to Brenna Ramirez. She has been a steady Eddie in every situation for Kaiser. It's been their go-to option to move the ball in situations where you got to have 8-9 yards.
From the 19, Seahawks Looking to get an impact. Kaufman on the blitz. And this one is completed to Foster.
Beautiful.
Kennedy Foster has been just in the zone. Haven't heard her name called too often on the offensive side. But the senior trying to make her mark.
Nice job to get away and get a little bit of room between Chukani Washington and the ball. Gives you 11 yards to find another touchdown, but approaching the fourth quarter, the game is going to start to compress here a little bit.
36 seconds and rolling. Kaiser trying to get to the end zone for just the second time today. Keeping things short are the Braves, as well are the Seahawks. Foster with another pickup of a 5 or 6.
Reminiscent of what Thomas did a couple years ago, going 5 wide on Ottawa and just hitting them over and over again with these slants. Interesting to see Kaiser take that tactic again, but it's third down now and you need about 7 or 8 yards. Now you're gonna have to do a little bit more than these 5-yard hitch routes.
And so that's how the third quarter will come to a close. Ottawa with a 13-point lead, 12 minutes to go to secure history and a 4th straight national title appearance. We'll step aside for the moment as we regroup. Ottawa trying to take care of business here, trying to stop the Seahawks once more as you're listening to the 2024 NAIA NFL Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. Fourth quarter of action. And on third down, Roden with the snap will look towards the middle and it's intercepted. DJ Paris looks like she could take this one back, but it's Chloe Griffin with the flag pull. The former Bobcat of St. Thomas with a clutch interception.
What in tarnation was Jazz Roden looking at? Because that looked like she had telegraphed that pass right to DJ Paris. My word.
Paris looked like she may have potentially had an extra step on Hernandez Silva, but tried to cut it back. But a clutch interception, a great turnover piece. And this Ottawa defense is fired up. And of course the turnover chain coming out to be crowned by DJ Paris, as on first down will be a nice reception to Hodgins. We'll pick up about 8.
Ottawa doesn't need to move fast. They don't need to do anything special. They just need to play their game and milk the clock.
So second down upcoming. Braves trying to make sure they get their plays and formation down.
Another turnover would be clutch here for Kaiser.
Carrera towards the left side. It's Linkus, but will not make a move against Caprio.
Looked like she was trying to do like a little bit of a hesitation move by slowing up and ripping it away at the last minute, almost like a download too slow kind of move.
It's tough because, again, when you're squared up like that, it's hard to make that position left or right. And as soon as you're squared up, you're just hoping for the best of either a slant move, a spin move, or something. But now as a result, it's third and short. Carrera back 10 yards. Carrera will take this one herself, and she slips. Not exactly the plan in the Braves playbook, but that'll at least cut the yardage in half. And so now on 4th down, just need about 2-3 yards for the first.
And you look at the play clock, and Ottawa is starting to use all of that play clock.
And it looks like head coach Liz Sowers will call a timeout here, try to figure out some strategy. Because as much as it's 4th down here, you want to make sure you get that first. Otherwise, you look at the positioning, Kaiser will get excellent field position in Ottawa territory with it still being a 2-score game. So we'll step aside here for the moment. 9:13 to go in the 4th quarter. Ottawa with a 13-point lead. So the official ruling is Ottawa has declared that they will go for it.
I think that's the smart move there. Kaiser can't score if they don't have the football.
It is the risk you take, but of course Osborne might get the direct snap, but it'll be to Carrera instead, rolling to the left, still staying on her feet, and Carrera's got the first down and more. Still on her feet, and the flagpole made by Clam.
You juke out both Emma Wagenman and Kennedy Foster.
And you could see the emotion on Carrera's face. She had no idea she was going to make that move, a slip move that ended up being a juke move, and she still went on her feet and Clam with the tackle. But it also looked like Kennedy Foster, too, trying to grab the flag, may have jammed her hand just a tad bit.
Yeah, you see Hannah Jay's coming in to replace Kennedy Foster. That's a big piece to come walking off the field.
It'll be an official's timeout, but we'll keep it here on the broadcast. Corey, just looking back at that play, though, you want to talk about an there's a certain term for it, and it's escaping me, but like an accidental perfection move or something that happens by accident that turns out to be spectacular for a move. But that'll keep the drive alive, as it'll be first and manageable for the Braves.
And that clock is going to keep on ticking. They're going to use and abuse this play clock.
Carrera finds Linkus and will pick up more yards, but will fall just shy of the first.
And on first down, that's a smart play. You're staying in bounds, you're close to the marker, but you're just standing there wasting time. No one's going to tell you you can't. But it's a couple extra seconds that you're ticking off and milking off the clock that isn't affected by the play clock.
What better way for the Braves here, as long as they continue to do that, and if they can find a way to score a touchdown in the process.
They scored a touchdown here, it's effectively over.
Carrera swings it out to Camacho. Flagpole will be made.
Jay's on the flagpole there, but the first down is made and the clock keeps burning. Now that first down, that's a 40-second play clock. Braves can start to smell history.
It is coming closer as we now are under the 7-minute mark. But of course, in this effective period, still anyone's game. 13-point contest. On first down, Carrera finds Linkus. And it seems like, Corey, that's effectively what they're doing right now. They're drawing everybody on one side, and they're going to the lone receiver every time to check it down to 5-6 yards.
Even Osborne on the block As we look at that red banner
That
we've
red
been
banner,
referencing.
and it could potentially be coming home with Ottawa. But again, that thought process to think about 4 straight red banners, NAIA history, like you mentioned, on the line.
Let's see if Osborne does it again. She was influencing away from Carrera. Carrera was rolling towards the bottom. Yeah, look at this. Oh,
To the
now
left
she
side,
goes.
Carrera to Scalisi with another snag. And the flagpole again by Woodman.
In the play before, Carrera had rolled to the other side, but Osborne was still moving towards that left side, but definitely preemptively moving that way. I think it's too little too late to try to bring in that second rusher. Even if Ottawa doesn't score here, Kaiser only is going to get about 4 minutes to get down the field.
On 3rd and goal, Carrera to the left side and finds Scalisi again. And will be a few yards shy of pay dirt. But again, the coverage between Scalisi and linebackers has been impeccable, yet Scalisi has been winning practically every single battle.
She's done a very nice job staying between the defender and the ball. And now on 4th down, you don't even need to score.
Although it would be practically icing on the cake if they found a way to score. You want that extra insurance. Balance the gun this time for the Braves. Carrera to the right side and is going to find Linkus. Touchdown Braves again.
That was such a beautiful high IQ play from Melissa Linkus. Just influencing Lysandra Amour to come out of the end zone to try to defend that, and then just sneaks around the back end and sticks the ball in. Such a smart player.
Linkus was still a yard, 2 yards before pay dirt, but the extra push to get in and the outstretched arms has captivated what has been an unbelievable career for this receiver, for Carrera as the quarterback, for Scalisi in the center spot, for Camacho on the outside route. And the realization is almost beginning to set in.
I think there was a filmmaker who said it's like poetry. It rhymes.
And this one is converted. Spielberg makes it a 20-point contest.
Yeah, right now this is just icing on the cake. What a throw. Going across her body, somehow still making a spiral, mind you, and putting it right on the money.
This has been by far the largest deficit in an NAIA national championship game, as Roden, looking towards the left side, finds Ramirez for the 1st down before the flagpole was made by Washington.
And with the pace that Kaiser's using right now, it looks like they have accepted their fate. They're going to fight to the finish, but there's no rush here anymore.
Roden on the left side, and no one's there. Looked like she was intending the pass for Ramirez, but just overthrows her sophomore receiver.
I don't know if she got locked up maybe on the defender. But yeah. Do see Kennedy Foster out there, so that is good. Got her hand unjammed.
Roden scrambling to her right, finds an open receiver in Hernandez Silva, and she'll get out of bounds. Will pick up a much-needed chunk of yards and make it a manageable 3rd down situation.
One thing I've always admired about Jazz Roden is her ability to go to the long side of the field and throw the ball with authority. It's not often you see someone in the NAIA be able to do that.
Finds Hernandez Silva again for the 1st down, pitches it to Foster, cuts back, and flagpoles are made this time on Foster, courtesy of Cynthia Holmes.
Foster should have kept going to that other side. She had Adriana Rodriguez that she could have pitched back to, but
So the no huddle offense here. Roden finds an open Clam. And flagpole looks like was made by Abby Brown.
that's going to be another first down. Kaiser gets back into the red zone. See if they can make something out of it on this drive.
Wide out twins for the Seahawks. Roden finds down Hernandez Silva. Washington with some flagpoles.
It's going to take us down to the 2-minute warning here. 2 minutes between Ottawa and history.
Absolutely. When you think about it and you think about everything that they've gone through, it has been absolutely surreal. But Kaiser trying to get going quickly, but they're trying to respect the 2-minute warning rule here.
To be fair, in the Sun Conference, there's not much of a 2-minute warning, so.
Roden towards the left side, finds Ramirez. Will cut it down. So it'll be about 3rd and goal. Few yards to gain. Seahawks sending Clam in motion. Roden lofting it the other way and just overthrows Rodriguez, a little bit far out of her reach. But now 4th down here, Corey, to potentially stop the #1 offense in NAIA. It looks like they'll officially make sure to call that Kaiser will look to play out the 4th down.
How apropos would it be if Ottawa were to make this a 33-6 game?
Roden over the middle, and this pass is incomplete. And how has this set in? This has been truly surreal. And with 1:25 to go, Brave Nation knows it, and it's coming.
We're starting to see some hugs as Abby Brown goes off the field for what's likely the last time in an Ottawa Braves uniform.
And the career she's had as well, amongst all these other young ladies that have been with the program for 4 years. And to know that you're about to win it all 4 times. Carrera will find Camacho. Flagpole made by Foster.
Just leaves nothing undone. This initial class of Ottawa Braves has left nothing undone. 4 straight KCACs, 4 straight national champions. There has been nothing that they have not done.
Special group overall, but Corey, do you think we're going to see another group like this in future years for NAIA flag to come?
Honestly, no. The way that Ottawa has put it together in these first 4 years, there's no one else who's going to be able to do this except for Ottawa to maybe make it 5.
To Hodgins, looking to try to make sure the flag was pulled in bounds. We want to thank our executive producer, Nick Morrissey, for this broadcast, along with our replay ops, Sean Gilbert, our cameraman, Milton Welch, and Claire Lou Gehring, along with our audio producer, Bahir Esfahani, our stat producer, Katie Tooley, our stat spotter, Kevin Tooley, for all their hard work and effort on these broadcasts. But it has been absolutely surreal. The celebration coming through. Ottawa Braves looking to keep it going with 3 seconds left. The Ottawa Braves now 4 for 4 and are the 2024 national champions. A season that people didn't know how it was going to turn out for Ottawa. Again, after the 3 losses to Sun Conference teams in the Reinhardt tournament, there was questions about if this team could have the capability of pulling it off. But then again, came back, turned around, won the KCAC regular season and tournament titles. They came into the NAIA flag football tournament, and they had some doubts a little bit with St. Thomas, but they overcame those odds, and they came through as the #1 seed in the A bracket and were able to fend off Warner University and the Kaiser Seahawks to come away with its 4th straight national title. And again, special moments, especially for Rondrea Gamble and some of these other players that have been with this Ottawa program for 4 years, and the emotions that ride high. Very special group, special moment when you come in for all 4 years of your program and all 4 times you win the national title.
I think it's official, Angela. We can call Ottawa a flag football school.
No question about that. And again, as we look at everything the Braves have done, and again, congratulations to Ottawa and its crew for a 4th straight national championship. This is the end for some of the players' careers that you look at. Alyssa Linkus reeling it all in. The defining moments for their careers: Madison Carrera, Jaslyn Camacho, Rondrea Gamble, Haley McKay. Everything they have done. Hannah Serquina finishing their flag football college careers with a 4th straight national championship. And the question now lies, partner, how does the next stage of Ottawa University flag football come out? You look at all the questions now that Liz Sowers, Katie Sowers are going to have to look into the offseason to prepare for 2025. How do you keep the dynasty going with the next set of players?
Well, that has to have started back about 3 years ago, because you have to be continuously recruiting. And yes, year 5 of any program is always the critical year of a program, where you turn it over from your first recruiting class that initially bought into who you were going to be to that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th classes that came in afterwards. It's always a critical year to see if your program has truly taken hold. But if you've been doing your job with recruiting and you've been bringing in players, you're always trying to bring in players to replace what you've already got, to make your players better. We'll find out next year how good their recruiting has been, to see if they can extend their dynasty to 5 consecutive years, or, to borrow a phrase, to win one for the thumb.
Absolutely. And for now, we'll turn it over to Tournament Director Matt Reimel for the announcement of the trophies, as well as the presentation of the red banner. the emotions that have ridden high, not just from this season, but from the 4 years of most of these players, it has been surreal. And again, like we alluded to, Corey, do we ever see a group of 4-year players this dominant in a flag sport?
Nah. No, I don't think so.
We forgot to give out our MVP. Our MVP is going to the QB, Madison Carrera.
And what a way to finish out a storybook career. You know, you never want to try to do any GOAT debates by any means, but Madison Carrera and what she's accomplished in 4 years, I mean, it's a performance that's going to be for the ages.
Look, if there were, I knew you said the AFFL was looking to add women's.
But you can guarantee, to
she'd
that
be
point.
the number 1 pick. There is no other right now that can do what she can do on a dual threat basis. She would be a no doubt number 1 pick.
Big time plays, and again, not just Carrera, but as we've mentioned before with these other 4-year players that have been with the programs, to know that we are seeing them in Ottawa jerseys or just a collegiate jersey for the last time just captivates just the story careers that they've put on and what they've been through and what they've battled through, especially in this last year, and still finding a way to come away as the national champions. It's truly been a ride, and for us flag football experts, media, fans in general, it's been an absolute honor to see these 4-year players, not just even from Ottawa, but from Kaiser, from St. Thomas, from Weber, from Warner, that have stuck with their programs, and even Cynthia Holmes, who started out at Warner but finished her career with Ottawa. To see these 4-year players come through, they will be missed, but they have left their mark here on NAIA flag football legacy.
I mean, there's a flag outside of our booth on the other side of the concourse in the Mercedes-Benz Dome that commemorates the 2021 Ottawa Braves champs. In the middle of these Georgia high school teams, you have the Ottawa Braves, the only non-Georgia team on that wall. If nothing else shows you the indelible mark that they're leaving on the game of flag, that is it.
And again, as we alluded to earlier, for these seniors, these 4-year players that will now move on, whether it's to make an impact in flag football, whether it's to move on with storied careers, they have a young professional life ahead of them. It has been truly an honor to see these players play. And right there, you got the inaugural group, a legendary group when the Sauer sisters first started recruiting back in 2020 to get ready for the first ever year. And all those 4-year players that have stuck through thick and thin, all 4 years, the Sauer sisters' first graduating 4-year group. And there's something about when you first start off with those 4-year players that something is extra special.
Well, it makes the sale easier because the standard is the standard, and the standard is excellence at Ottawa. The standard is championships. And it's these players who have ensured that the standard was held for all 4 years without blemish or fault.
At the end of the day, at the end of the season, the result was still the same. A red banner coming home to Ottawa, Kansas, and hosting the gold trophy. So again, we want to thank everybody for tuning in all season through. We thank you for listening in. Looking forward to the 2025 tournament next year. But for the Ottawa Braves, a lot of questions and a lot of pieces, if you will, to address. You can't really say replace because you can't replace this group of young ladies that have really helped build this Ottawa program. or for that matter for the other participants in this tournament, the seniors that have really set the foundation, set the stone for flag football and what it's about, and only to see the sport to continue to grow. There's going to be a number of teams that are going to have some work to do in the offseason to get ready for 2025. But for Ottawa, the challenge is still set. They have still found their way back to the top of the flag football kingdom. And now to 2025, we'll see what pieces will come for next. Who will be the scat back? Who will be the center as Mando Scalisi moves on? Who will be the quarterback as Madison Carrera moves on? Which more receivers will step up as we see departing receivers like Jazz Camacho and company? DJ Paris and Sue Kaufman transferring from Weber and St. Thomas to get themselves a couple of national championships as they move on. Cynthia Holmes, who still has another year of eligibility, looking to try to contribute to Ottawa. Again, lots of questions in the offseason to address, but nevertheless, Ottawa in the meantime will know that at the end of 2024, when it was all said and done, they still found themselves at the top as NAIA flag football national champions. Again, we thank everybody for tuning into the broadcast. It's been absolute fun. But for my partner in crime, Corey Thorpe, for all that have helped us produce this game, for our supporters at RCX Sports and NFL NAIA flag football, I'm Angelo Pontello saying thank you for everything, and we hope you enjoyed this special presentation of NAIA NFL Flag 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports.